house, Frito's house. Where were you in Frito's house?
Outside.
Okay. And who was at Frito's house when you first got there?
Everybody that was in the house.
Okay. And it's because I don't know who everybody was or is, can you please specify?
Kobe, Melly. I'm the only people I can remember.
Okay. Was that the first time you saw Melly after you guys left the studio?
Yeah.
Was Melly wearing the same clothes or different clothes than when you saw him at the studio?
At 4 a.m., just minutes after the shocking deaths of YNW Sakchaser and YNW Juvie, Melly fired off a panicked text to Fredo Bang saying, "Brazy is messed up right now." Right after that, the two had an 8-minute phone call, though Fredo later claimed he doesn't even remember it. Moments later, Melly dropped his location pin for Fredo to scoop him up, and Fredo allegedly replied, "I'm on my way, I got you." Prosecutors now argue this points to Fredo being the one who picked Melly up immediately after the tragedy, and that's where things get wild. When Fredo was questioned under oath, he refused to give straight answers. This raised eyebrows because Melly is facing a massive $50 million lawsuit, and here's his own friend, who might have been right there afterward, choosing to plead the fifth instead of clearing things up. That silence spoke louder than any words. In the deposition, the lawyers pressed him hard. "Do you recall meeting with the prosecutor for the state of Florida in this case?" He answered, "Yes." Then they asked, "Do you recall if she offered you immunity, meaning if you talked, you wouldn't be prosecuted?" Immediately, his lawyers jumped in, Mr. Auden objected, and Ms. Davis instructed Fredo to plead the fifth. The family's attorney pushed again. That wasn't the question. The question was, were you offered immunity? Fredo's response, "I think I was. I can't really recall." Now here's the kicker. Prosecutors allegedly offered him immunity to testify against Melly in the criminal case. That's huge. It shows just how deep this situation runs and how much pressure is being applied behind the scenes. This wasn't about the civil lawsuit, it was about the criminal case, and Fredo's decision to stay silent could change everything. During the questioning, Fredo Bang was asked straight up, "Have you ever been convicted of a crime?" Before he could even answer, his lawyers jumped in, telling him to plead the fifth. The strange part, that question had nothing to do with the case at hand. It was just about his background. The family's lawyer argued, this matters. A witness's criminal history can be used to challenge credibility. And honestly, that's true. Because in trial, one of the first questions is always about prior convictions. Fredo's lawyers pushed back, claiming that wouldn't even be allowed in front of a jury. But here's the twist. The family's attorney insisted it absolutely would, and even hinted that Fredo had a felony on his record. That's when it got really tense. They started digging deeper, pointing out Fredo's 2016 arrest. Serious charges that led to him serving about 2 years before being released on parole. The questioning piled up. Weren't you locked up for attempted murder? Didn't you face charges for illegal weapons and battery? And Fredo admitted, "I pled guilty, I did my time, came home on parole." The courtroom energy shifted instantly. This was no small revelation. Then the conversation flipped to his history with YNW Melly. When asked how they first connected, Fredo said it started through music. Melly had wanted him as a manager, and they linked up for a feature track. But things got even more explosive when they brought up the infamous Vlad TV interview. Anyone who knows hip-hop culture knows those interviews come back to haunt artists in court. And sure enough, Fredo was grilled on it, especially when he mentioned G Money, calling him one of my best friends who passed away. That one moment showed how closely Fredo's past, his music, and this entire case are tied together, and why prosecutors keep pressing him so hard. When the questioning turned to the loss of G Money, things got emotional fast. Fredo was asked, "How'd he die?" He replied, "Some people say he was shot, but I don't know. I didn't see it." That shocked the room. How could he not know the exact details about his own best friend's passing? They pressed further. "Was anyone arrested?" Fredo answered, "No." Then came the tough question. "How mad are you over that situation?" Fredo admitted, "I'm real mad." But when asked if the killer being arrested would make him feel any better, Fredo stood firm. "No, I don't wish jail on nobody." Even when pushed about whether he'd feel that way toward the person responsible for his best friend, Fredo doubled down. "Yeah, because I've been to jail. I know how it feels. You're treated like an animal. I don't wish that on anybody." From there, the lawyers tried to hit his credibility. They caught him admitting he had lied about moving to Miami. Fredo explained that back then he couldn't legally relocate because of parole, so while he visited on travel passes, he wasn't actually living there. He confirmed his parole is now over, but the lawyers still used it to paint him as inconsistent. Then came the personal attack. "Do you have anger issues?" Fredo shot back, "Nah." When asked if that was another lie from an earlier interview, he responded, "Nah, I've been working on it. I'm in a good place now." Finally, they circled it back to Melly. "Do you recall how long before that feature track you first met him?" The deposition made it clear. Every detail of Fredo's past, his friends, even his emotions was being picked apart to test how much weight his words really carry. When asked if he remembered meeting some of the YNW crew, Fredo's answers were vague at best. "Do you recall ever meeting Christopher Thomas Jr., also known as YNW Juvie?" His response, "I think I met him once or twice." Same with Sakchaser. "Probably met him once or twice." And Borland? "I met him a couple times." Nothing concrete, just uncertain answers that raised eyebrows. Then the lawyers shifted gears to the music business. "Have you ever done work with Track, the music manager?" Fredo admitted, "Yeah, I did something for one of his artists, but not recently." They pressed on. "Were you and Melly ever signed to the same label, like Def Jam?" Fredo pushed back, saying, "Nah, because he signed with 300, right? I'm not really sure. I've never seen his paperwork." His answers came off cautious, like he didn't want to be locked into saying anything that could be used later. Things got even more heated when they dug up one of his past interviews. The lawyer asked, "Is it true you once said jail is worse than dying?" Fredo didn't hesitate. "That's my opinion." They even brought up whether he had spoken about having a courtroom phobia. Fredo replied, "I don't think so." At one point, Fredo's frustration started to show. With so many questions circling back to old Vlad TV clips, he seemed annoyed. Why they keep bringing up Vlad interviews? But the attorney shot back, saying his role was to be the voice for Christopher Thomas Jr., and the courtroom was the only place to do that. And when asked about his views on jail, Fredo admitted it was personal opinion. The only time people are happy in jail is when they sleep. That statement alone sent shockwaves. It showed just how deep his experiences behind bars had shaped his perspective. The questioning turned to Fredo's relationship with Jamel, better known as YNW Melly. "Were you hanging with him before he got locked up?" Fredo pushed back, saying, "Can you make the question more specific? I wasn't with him when he got arrested, so I can't say that." But when asked directly if Melly was one of his best friends, Fredo didn't hesitate. "Yeah, I got love for him." That's when the lawyers pulled out more Vlad TV footage, and Fredo admitted something big. "I did lie right there." He confessed that in a past interview, he hadn't told the full truth. "When I said that, it was right before the passing of his friends. My video dropped after they died, and they were actually in the video, so yeah, that was a lie. I don't even know how I said that." The lawyers jumped on it. "Who was in the video?" Fredo answered plainly. "Sack and Juvie. They're in the Kill Ya music video, just standing in the background." The admission gave prosecutors exactly what they wanted, another strike against his credibility. But they didn't stop there. They switched gears and started playing clips from No Jumper interviews, trying to dig even deeper into his past words and actions. Then came one final question that cut straight to the heart. "Do you still carry around G Money's ID?" That moment reminded everyone just how personal this case is. Not just about music or business, but about friendships, loss, and loyalty being tested under the harsh lights of the courtroom. When asked why he still carried G Money's ID, Fredo kept it simple. Sentimental reasons. From there, the question shifted to his property in Miami. "You owned a house in Miami as of 2020? Fredo confirmed, "Yeah, March 2020. But when pressed about whether that was the same house he lived in when Juvie was killed, things got confusing. Fredo said he didn't recall, adding that back in 2018, he didn't even own a house. The lawyers tried to clarify, "So you moved from house A and then bought house B?" Fredo responded carefully, not giving them much to work with. Then came the bombshell question, "What do you know about whether Jamel Demons killed his friend, Christopher Thomas Jr.?" Before Fredo could say more, his lawyer immediately cut in, "I'm going to instruct my client to assert his Fifth Amendment right." But here's where it got messy. Fredo had already let out a quick "nah" before his attorney jumped in. The lawyer re-asked the question, and this time Fredo formally pled the Fifth. That single moment sent a ripple through the room because it raised the question of what he almost said versus what he legally chose not to. The lawyers didn't stop there. They pointed out Fredo had been seen in videos wearing Free Melly shirts and claimed he'd been in the studio with Melly thousands of times. Fredo quickly backtracked. "I was probably lying. I've never been in a studio 1,000 times. I can't give you a number, but I know it wasn't that." That exchange painted a picture of someone caught between loyalty to a friend, pressure from the courtroom, and the weight of his own past statements, all playing out in front of everyone. The questioning took another sharp turn when Fredo was asked about the Free Melly shirt he'd been seen wearing. "Do you believe what your shirt says, that Melly should be free?" Fredo responded carefully, "I don't want to jail nobody, but yeah." Then came the big one. So, you weren't on the scene when the shooting happened, correct? Before Fredo could explain, his lawyers immediately jumped in. We're asserting the Fifth Amendment. That refusal shocked the room. He couldn't even answer yes or no to whether he was there. Mr. Phillips, the attorney pressing him, explained exactly why this was such a big deal. In a civil case, unlike a criminal one, a jury is allowed to make a negative inference when someone takes the fifth, meaning they can assume the silence is hiding something damaging. And Fredo's silence in that moment could make jurors think he was protecting himself, or even Melly. The weight of that instruction alone could shift the entire case. Phillips rephrased the question. I'm just trying to understand whether you were on the scene when any shots were fired. But Fredo's lawyers shut it down again, making it clear he wasn't going to answer anything that might link him to that night. Then the focus moved back to the Free Melly shirt. Were you paid or compensated to wear it? Fredo replied, no. The lawyers also highlighted an old Vlad TV clip where Fredo admitted he had spoken with Melly since his arrest. Under oath, Fredo clarified, only on a video visitation phone. He hasn't had phone privileges in a long time, so I haven't talked to him directly. That exchange left one thing clear. Every time Fredo invoked the fifth, it only fueled speculation about what he really knows and just how close he was to Melly during the most critical moments of this case. The lawyers pressed Fredo about whether he had any cell phone contact with Melly while he was locked up. Fredo made it clear, nah. When he did have phone privileges, he would call or video chat. I wouldn't take a call off a contraband phone. That denial set the stage for what came next. They then pulled up a Vlad TV clip, asking if parts of the interview had been edited. Fredo said no, nothing was cut. The questioning quickly shifted to music. Does a track exist with you, Melly, and King Von? Fredo confirmed, yeah. But when asked if it's been released, he said no, though he admitted it's a powerful record that fans would go crazy over if it ever dropped. Next came the legal side. Fredo revealed he had been subpoenaed for Melly's first trial, but never ended up testifying. Why? Because, according to him, the state never re-subpoenaed him. That explained why people were questioning why he wasn't called to the stand the first time around. But then came the question that turned heads. So you don't know whether a bunch of people met at your house in the early morning hours after a murder? Immediately, his lawyer stepped in. We're asserting the Fifth Amendment. The timing raised eyebrows because the implication was that people might have gathered at his home right after the crime, and he claimed to know nothing about it. Finally, the attorney circled back to his connection with Melly. Do you know enough about the fact you were texting with the person charged with double murder within minutes or hours after the crime? Once again, silence and legal walls went up. The way Fredo avoided those questions only made things look more suspicious, like there are details about that night he's determined not to let slip. The pressure only grew as the lawyer hammered Fredo on his contradictions. Why do you have two different answers? Why do you say you know nothing, but you seem to have information just minutes or hours after it happened? Once again, Fredo's attorneys cut in, asserting his Fifth Amendment rights. But the tension was obvious. They played back his Vlad TV interview where Fredo said he knew nothing about the night of October 25th leading into the morning of October 26th. Under oath, Fredo nearly slipped. He started with, I told, before his lawyer shut it down. It was a close call, almost like he was about to reveal something he shouldn't. The attorney pressed harder, pointing to a clip where Fredo was laughing after saying he didn't know anything. What was funny about that? Fredo answered. The way Vlad asked the question, it was kind of funny. Still, the optics didn't help him. Then came another bombshell. Did you ever correct Vlad when he said people went to your house after the murder? Fredo admitted, nah. His lawyer immediately stepped in again, forcing him to remain silent. From there, the deposition took a wild turn. Fredo was asked about the time he met Kanye West with Melly. He recalled it happening in Florida, saying Kanye pulled up briefly, maybe 30 seconds. But when asked if he discussed YNW business disputes or group conflicts with Melly, Fredo said no, he stayed out of that. The questioning even touched on Melly's behavior. The lawyer asked if Fredo knew about any talk of split personalities or mental health issues. Fredo clarified, no. When I said something before, I was just talking about his style, the way he dressed, the way he moved. It was different from how he was brought up. Finally, they asked about Melvin. Do you know who Melvin is? Fredo hesitated. The attorney clarified, we've got Jamel, we've got Melly, and we've got Melvin. Were you aware that Jamel sometimes went by the name or character Melvin? The implication was clear. They were digging into the multiple personas tied to Melly's identity, and Fredo was being cornered to acknowledge just how much he knew. When asked about Melly's different names, Fredo brushed it off. I think he just called himself different things, just like all of us had different nicknames. But Then the lawyers brought up some of Melly's lyrics. In one track, he raps, "Don't wanna talk, the feds probably got my digits." They pressed Fredo. Was that about a wiretap? He explained it simply. It just means he didn't want to talk because conversations could be heard. It had nothing to do with this case. But the lawyers didn't let up. They pointed out that in past interviews, especially with Vlad, Fredo had insisted he knew nothing about what happened and that his name should be kept out of it. When asked under oath if that was true, Fredo admitted, "Yeah, I probably told Vlad that, and that's true." Yet before he could expand, his lawyer quickly cut in, "We're asserting the Fifth Amendment." The courtroom tension grew as they asked whether glorifying violence in music was tied to Melly's case. 4 separate times, Fredo pled the fifth instead of answering directly. Then the attorney zeroed in on another lyric. In the first verse, you say, "Free my Melvin." Does that refer to Jamel, aka Melly? Once again, Fredo's lawyer instructed him to remain silent. The prosecutor, Christine Bradley, had previously argued that Melly's music contained heavy references to gangs, but when asked directly if he was affiliated with any gang, Fredo answered firmly, no. Finally, they asked about visuals in one of his music videos, pointing to a repeated red bandana. Fredo confirmed it was there, but made sure to clarify, "That is not mine." Each exchange showed how the lawyers kept tying music, lyrics, and imagery back to the case, and how Fredo, caught between honesty and loyalty, leaned on silence whenever things got too close to the edge. At one point, the lawyers even questioned props in Fredo's music video. They pointed to what looked like a machete, but Fredo shut that down fast. "That's not mine." If you restart the video, you'll probably see somebody else holding it. Then they noticed a hand sign flashing the letter B. Fredo brushed it off, saying it might have just been the first letter of someone's name, but everyone in the room knew what that symbol usually represents. From there, the focus shifted back to the morning of October 26. Prosecutors pressed Fredo on whether Melly had been at his house and whether he gave him clothes to change into. Fredo first said he didn't recall, but the moment the questioning got specific about clothes, his lawyers immediately jumped in and asserted his rights. The investigators also pulled up digital evidence, noting that Melly's phone had connected to Fredo's Wi-Fi twice that morning, once at 8:47 a.m. and again at 12:27 p.m. When asked to confirm, Fredo once again stayed silent under his Fifth Amendment protection. Then came a list of names. "Did Mariah Hamilton visit your house that day?" Fredo said he didn't remember. "What about her mother, Felicia Holmes?" He claimed he didn't know her. They kept going. "Jimmy King, Adrian Davis, Dontavius Withers, Trayvon Glass?" Fredo's response was the same each time. "Don't know who that is." But when they asked about Borland, someone more connected to the circle, Fredo admitted knowing him, but still said he couldn't recall if he came by. And when the spotlight turned to Melly himself, the lawyers instantly stepped in again, instructing Fredo to assert his rights instead of answering. The final question cut deep. Why did all these people, including some you claim you don't even know, end up at your house on October 26, 2018? Why was your Wi-Fi being accessed just hours after a homicide? And once again, Fredo pled the fifth. And that silence spoke volumes, leaving everyone to wonder what really went down inside that house and why so many loose ends kept pointing back to him. On page 38 of his statement with prosecutor Christine Bradley, Fredo was asked directly, "Did Jamel Demons ever give you a gun?" Fredo answered no. Then came the follow-up. "Did he ever ask you to give him one?" Fredo claimed he didn't recall, but before the question could be pressed further, his lawyer stepped in, asserting his rights. The interrogation then moved to a key moment, an 8-minute phone call that took place at 4:04 a.m. on October 26th, right after the murders. Prosecutors say this was when Melly was allegedly in the woods, reaching out for help. Records show Fredo spoke with him for exactly 498 seconds. When asked what they discussed, Fredo said he didn't recall. Still, he admitted the call happened. From there, the questions got sharper. "Did you see Melly on FaceTime when you picked him up that morning?" Fredo claimed he couldn't remember. "Didn't you admit to picking him up in the early hours of October 26th? Before he could answer, his attorney cut in once again, instructing him to remain silent. But earlier testimony revealed something interesting. Fredo said he was under the impression that Melly had been attacked, explaining, "I've been through criminal situations, so I don't like getting in people's business. I thought he was attacked." When asked how he came to that conclusion, Fredo responded, "Social media." That explanation didn't sit right with anyone. Why? Because evidence already suggested Fredo had been directly involved in helping Melly after the incident. In fact, Jameson Francois told police that Fredo was at the house on October 26, right in the middle of it all. So while Fredo claimed his knowledge came from social media, the paper trail and witness statements painted a much different picture, one that prosecutors are still trying to piece together. The final part of Fredo's deposition hit the most intense questions yet. The lawyers pointed directly to his phone records. You received a text message and a pin drop from Jamel Demons at 4:45 a.m., correct? Before Fredo could respond, his lawyer cut in, "We're asserting the Fifth Amendment." Just minutes later, at 4:49 a.m., another message showed Melly allegedly sending his location to be picked up. Prosecutors said Fredo even replied, "I'm on the way, I got you." Once again, his lawyer stepped in, keeping him silent. The questions then moved to language in the text. Why do you refer to Jamel Demons as blood? The attorney pressed the point, arguing that Melly had also communicated with alleged gang members. Fredo's team, however, asserted his rights again, refusing to let him answer. They pushed further. Do you recall Mr. Demons sending a message saying, "Brazy as right now blood"? Fredo's response, another silence under the fifth. The lawyer asked if anyone had borrowed Fredo's phone that morning, especially since Melly's phone was reportedly lost after the murders. But again, the answer was locked behind legal protection. Then came the biggest accusations. Isn't it true you drove Jamel Demons, known as YNW Melly, to your house in the early hours of October 26, 2018? His lawyer stepped in yet again. They followed up. Did Melly's friends and even his mother come to your house to discuss the shootings? Did you all talk about going to a field to find a firearm? Did you drive your car there? Did you help dispose of a weapon? Each time, Fredo asserted his rights. Even when asked about clothes being changed, about people allegedly gathering at his house, or about whether he ever contacted police when he first heard about Christopher Thomas being shot, his response never changed. Silence, assertion after assertion. This left one chilling impression. The prosecutors had plenty of questions, plenty of records, and even plenty of witness claims. But Fredo wasn't going to give them any new answers. His refusal to speak only deepened the mystery surrounding what really happened in those early morning hours. And that's where the story leaves us for now. If you want to stay locked in as this case unfolds, make sure to subscribe to the channel, drop a like, share this video, and let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Your voice matters here.
All rats. If you ever tell, I hate you, like with a passion. I really hate rats with real passions. Like, I hate you bad. I'm looking to the camera. I hate rat.
Lil Durk was moving like a boss, and now the feds are treating his case like a full-on mafia takedown. Court papers claim authorities even caught him on tape talking about hits. And the wildest part is, the feds didn't catch him alone. One of his closest guys might have set him up. That man is OTF Jam, someone Durk treated like family. Jam did 12 years behind bars for attempted murder, but instead of staying loyal, he was secretly working with investigators the whole time. Reports say he wore a wire around Durk and OTF members, handing over recordings that tied them to plots against rivals, including the near hit on Quando Rondo. The betrayal is shocking because Durk always looked out for Jam, paying his legal bills, buying him a house and car, and even giving him over $50,000 in cash. But now, those same secret recordings are at the center of the case against Durk, and fans are calling it one of the biggest backstabs in hip-hop history. Even after doing 12 years, OTF Jam was still looked after by Lil Durk. He paid his bills, supported his family, and kept him straight. So fans are asking, what could make Jam flip on someone who treated him like blood? Reports claim the tension got darker when Durk allegedly found out Jam had been wired up as an informant, and that's when revenge whispers started flying. But instead of going after Jam directly, tragedy struck close to home. In July 2024, Durk's child's mother, Octavia Redmond, was gunned down while working her postal route in Chicago. Witnesses say a stolen SUV pulled up and a teenage suspect jumped out, firing shots before fleeing. Octavia, just 48 years old, was rushed to the hospital, but sadly didn't survive. Chicago PD and federal investigators immediately launched a major case, with the Postal Inspection Service even putting up a $250,000 reward for answers. The streets haven't stopped talking since. Detectives pieced together the case using surveillance footage, camera trails, and an anonymous tip that led them to the teenage suspect behind Octavia Redmond's tragic killing. Months later, the suspect was caught in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and charged with murder. But even with Durk's loyalty, OTF Jam still flipped. becoming the very thing Dirk despises most, an informant. And Jam didn't hold back. He told investigators about events that could change everything for Dirk, starting with the night of November 6, 2020. That's when King Von, Dirk's closest friend, lost his life outside an Atlanta nightclub. What began as a fight between Von and Quando Rondo spiraled into chaos when Rondo's crew member, Lil Tim, opened fire. Von was struck and later passed away during surgery. For Dirk, losing Von wasn't just a personal heartbreak. It fueled rumors that he'd later placed a bounty on Rondo, intensifying the feud and sending shockwaves through the rap world. Court papers claim OTF Jam told investigators that after King Von's passing, Lil Durk used coded messages to put out a bounty on Quando Rondo. His cousin, DeAndre Wilson, allegedly pushed the idea even further, promising that anyone who took part would be rewarded with music opportunities through OTF. By August 2022, Dirk's associates reportedly learned Quando was in Los Angeles, and that's when the plot heated up. Names like DeAndre Wilson, Keith Jones, David Lindsay, and Asa Houston were mentioned in the files, with accusations that Dirk himself helped fund their trip from Chicago. Investigators say they even found iCloud messages warning not to book flights in his name, but mistakes were made when tickets were still linked back to OTF. Once in LA, the crew allegedly linked up with a close Dirk associate who arranged hotels, rented cars, bought masks, and even supplied weapons. Court docs claim the group then began tracking Quando Rondo's movements in a Cadillac Escalade, setting the stage for what could have been a deadly ambush. The crew trailed Quando Rondo through LA, hitting spots like a dispensary and a clothing store before zeroing in on him at a busy gas station near the Beverly Center. That's where things exploded. Reports say Dirk's associates parked strategically, then jumped out armed, opening fire on Rondo and his crew. In the chaos, Rondo's cousin, Lul Pob, was tragically struck and killed while Rondo managed to escape unharmed. The scene sent bystanders running for safety as bullets flew through one of LA's busiest areas. Afterward, the group allegedly regrouped at an In-N-Out, talking about money with Keon Grant before heading back to Chicago. But the whispers don't stop there. Word on the streets is this wasn't the only hit tied back to Dirk. From the tragic loss of his brother in 2021 to rumored paybacks over disrespect, investigators suggest Dirk may have been moving reckless for years, fueling one of the most shocking cases in rap history. In June 2021, Lil Durk's brother D-Thang was shot in the head outside a Chicago club, pronounced dead on the scene. Word quickly spread that a man named Stefan Mack was behind it, and just months later, Mack himself was gunned down outside the Youth Peace Center in Roseland. According to prosecutors, the hit wasn't random. Two men, Anthony Montgomery Wilson and Preston Powell, were indicted in what's being called a murder-for-hire plot. Investigators say the crew used cell phones and a Chrysler 300 to coordinate the attack, waiting for Mack to leave the building before opening fire. Mack was fatally hit, and even a security guard was caught in the crossfire but survived. Court filings allege the men carried out the ambush in exchange for money. Wilson and Powell were charged with conspiracy and weapons offenses, and Wilson entered a not guilty plea. Now the case is unfolding in court, with prosecutors claiming they have photos tying him directly to the shooting. While Preston Powell is still on the run, the most infamous case tied to Lil Durk's name is the killing of FBG Duck. When Duck was murdered in 2020, whispers spread that King Von had dropped a $100,000 bounty. But behind the scenes, things looked way deeper. Court files mention that someone from O Block was secretly cooperating with the feds, revealing shocking details. The hitters weren't just paid in cash, they were also rewarded with custom O Block chains. Footage even surfaced showing Von handing out those chains. But insiders in Chicago say it was really Dirk pulling the strings, funding the hit and covering the rewards. This revelation flipped the whole story on its head, painting the hit on Duck not as street beef alone, but as part of a bigger plan tied back to Dirk himself, making it one of the most talked about cases in rap history. FBG Butter once said the truth about FBG Duck's murder is hidden in the arrest footage of Moop and C Murder. They weren't picked up in O Block, they were caught at a private jet hangar. And that raised eyebrows, because no regular O Block member could afford that. At the time, King Von had already passed away, leaving only one person with the kind of money to fly them around: Lil Durk. Durk's name also came up in connection to another shocking case, the murder of FBG Cash. After Von's death, Cash disrespected his mural by snapping a photo throwing up the middle finger, then captioning it with words mocking Von's passing. That sparked outrage, especially with Von's closest ally, Lil Durk. Durk later warned him and his track computer murderers, rapping about the mural incident. But Cash didn't back down. He kept trolling, even remixing Durk's own beat to keep dissing, which only fueled the deadly tension. It seemed only a matter of time before FBG Cash's enemies caught up to him. Lil Durk even dropped a cryptic warning on Instagram, writing, "Don't diss D-Thang if you be lingering and chasing. This won't end well." On June 9th, 2022, Cash was picked up by a female friend and went to a nightclub. Later that night, he drove her home with her sitting in the back seat. Around 5 a.m., as they reached the 1600 block of West 81st, another car suddenly cut them off. 3 men jumped out and opened fire. Cash tried to fight back but was overwhelmed. He was rushed to Christ Hospital in Oak Lawn, where he tragically passed away. What makes it even darker is that weeks before his death, Cash had already suspected the same woman of setting him up during another shooting where he was grazed by a bullet. This time, he wouldn't get that second chance. On another night, FBG Cash had a close call that showed just how dangerous things were getting. After leaving the studio, he went to a woman's house. But around 4:20 a.m., her phone kept buzzing. She claimed it was her boyfriend, who even had keys to the place, so Cash decided to leave with her. As they drove off, Cash reclined his seat and scrolled on his phone, a move that may have saved his life. At a red light, another car pulled up behind them, and the woman told him it was probably police. Moments later, gunfire shattered the back windshield. Because Cash was laying low, the bullets missed. The woman sped off, and Cash walked away unharmed. Still, friends warned him that she might have set him up, since they had only gone out a few times and she was known for her Instagram presence. But Durk isn't the only rapper tied to shocking allegations. In May 2022, his close industry friend Young Thug was hit with a massive RICO case in Atlanta. Prosecutors claiming YSL was more than a label, but a full-blown street crew. Prosecutors say YSL wasn't just a label. It was tied to the Bloods and ran wild in Atlanta's Cleveland Avenue area for nearly a decade. The indictment painted a picture of everything from robberies and drug sales to outright murder, with Young Thug accused of being the boss at the top. One of the most shocking claims is the 2015 murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., better known as Big Nut. Prosecutors allege Thug even rented the car used in the ambush, while 5 YSL members were directly charged with the killing. As the trial moves forward, fans are watching closely to see if that murder ends up pinned on Thug himself. But Thug isn't the only rapper tied to explosive allegations. Word is, Young and Ace, once cool with both Lil Durk and Quando Rondo, may have helped plan and fund the deadly hit on his rival, Julio Fulio. Even Fulio's own mom called it a paid setup. Young and Ace all but confirmed the rumors when he was asked on a YouTube show what he'd last invested money in. His answer hinted it was tied to a hit. And just like Durk allegedly rewarded his guys with music opportunities, another rapper was accused of paying his crew in a different way, with steak dinners. Brooklyn drill star Chef G was accused of funding violent gang activity stretching from Brooklyn to Manhattan and even into New Jersey. Prosecutors claim he used his money to back gang operations, pushing members into shootings and robberies. One shocking case was a Brooklyn mass shooting where a carload of suspects sprayed bullets into a rival crowd, killing 1 person and injuring 5 more. Afterward, Chef G allegedly treated the shooters to a luxury dinner at a Manhattan steakhouse. And he's not the only one. Tekashi 6ix9ine, who once had heated beef with Durk and King Von, was also linked to violent plots through his association with rapper Kuda B. Tekashi 6ix9ine's feud with Chief Keef nearly turned deadly in 2018. The beef exploded online, with 6ix9ine trolling Keef and his crew nonstop. Then came the bombshell. TMZ dropped a video showing 6ix9ine on FaceTime with Keef's cousin, asking about his location and even mentioning a 30 pack, which many took as a $30,000 bounty. Just weeks later, on June 2nd, shots rang out outside the Times Square W Hotel, where Chief Keef was staying. Miraculously, Keef wasn't hit, but the incident sent shockwaves through the industry. Investigators quickly tied the plot back to 6ix9ine's associate Kuda B, who eventually pled guilty for his role in the shooting. Now, with Lil Durk sitting in jail awaiting trial on his own explosive allegations, fans are left asking, how deep do these murder-for-hire plots really go in hip-hop? If you want more stories like this, don't forget to subscribe, like, share, and drop your thoughts in the comments.
6ix9ine was getting arraigned on new probation violations. This is the 3rd probation violation. This time, they're saying out in Florida, somebody was taunting him for snitching, and he went and assaulted the guy. That is a violation of his supervised release. Now, here's the thing. Today, he was actually supposed to be sentenced for another probation violation when they raided his home and found residual amounts of cocaine and MDMA. The arraignment for that probation violation didn't happen because now he has this new assault.
To me right now. Say it again.
Boosie tried to hype some people up. Somebody need to get him. Somebody got him. He said, I got they bond and never made they bond.
And mind you, listen to me. For the people that talk about, 6ix9ine, the only reason that I'm going to get my get back, even if it give me less, trust me, the reason for that, did they pay their bond? They still in jail right now. Maybe one came out, had nothing to do with it. It got probably to do with his pops.
Rapper Tekashi 6ix9ine has officially hit rock bottom, and this could be one of the most shocking downfalls we've ever witnessed in the hip-hop world. The controversial artist is back behind bars, and this time, it looks like he may be there for quite a while. Viewers are asking the big question, why is 6ix9ine back in jail? Well, according to Lawyers for Workers, who was present in court, we now have a full breakdown of exactly what went down and why his freedom has been taken away again. In a stunning twist, Tekashi 6ix9ine has become the first rapper many believe actually regrets cooperating with authorities. Typically, when someone avoids a decades-long prison sentence, you never hear them say, "I wish I hadn't." Most people move on, rebuild their lives, and enjoy their freedom. Just look at Gunna, he's living his best life, performing, and moving forward without looking back. But 6ix9ine's situation is different. Instead of embracing a fresh start, he's acting as if cooperation destroyed him. Reports say he's getting into altercations while on probation, allegedly lashing out at anyone who dares call him a rat. He's fighting against the very label that came with his decision, as if he can rewrite history. Insiders are saying this obsession with proving he's still a street figure is his biggest downfall. Rather than letting go of that image, 6ix9ine is clinging to it, appearing in interviews and podcasts, even making bold threats, despite the fact that he already testified in court years ago. Critics argue this is what's truly ruining his life right now. Instead of facing 20 years and being remembered as a gangster, he's stuck in a strange limbo, resenting the very choice that saved him. And with his recent violations, experts warn he could be facing more prison time in the near future. For 6ix9ine, the high of once being seen as untouchable is long gone, and that desperate chase to reclaim it may cost him everything. New reports suggest that Tekashi 6ix9ine's latest behavior may be linked to troubling discoveries made during a raid on his home. Authorities allegedly found substances that could explain his erratic actions, leaving many questioning his state of mind. At just 20-something years old, he appears to be going through what some are calling a midlife crisis far too early. And fans say this is his lowest point yet. Instead of reinventing himself, 6ix9ine seems stuck chasing an image the new generation has already moved on from. Today's youth are vibing with artists like Destroy Lonely and Playboy Cardi, while 6ix9ine is still trying to push the same tough guy persona that no longer resonates. Critics argue his choices are clouded, pointing out the contradiction. He once avoided a 10-year prison sentence by testifying, but now he's allegedly willing to risk life behind bars over personal grudges. Observers say this shows a dangerous lack of logic. He wasn't willing to protect his career by serving time then, but now he's putting everything on the line for retaliation. To many, this looks less like strength and more like self-destruction. The interview that sparked this conversation made things even clearer. In it, 6ix9ine launched into a familiar rant, accusing fans of being hypocrites, insisting he's been treated unfairly, and claiming the industry owes him for cooperating with authorities. But as critics point out, it's been nearly 5 years since his trial, and the public has largely moved on. Instead of adapting, 6ix9ine appears trapped in the past, spiraling deeper into frustration and demanding a level of loyalty that no longer exists. In his latest remarks, Tekashi 6ix9ine attempted to defend himself by pointing out what he sees as double standards in the hip-hop world. He argued that people condemn him for cooperating with authorities, yet overlook other questionable actions by so-called street figures. But critics say his comparisons are completely off base. Commentators argue it doesn't matter whether someone is a street rapper accused of betrayal or one accused of disloyalty in personal relationships. The culture has grown tired of all of it. The backlash isn't about picking sides, it's about rejecting the behavior altogether. And when 6ix9ine tries to argue he's not any worse than the rest, the response has been loud and clear. The public isn't buying it. Many feel his attempts to justify himself only highlight how far his reputation has fallen. And during his latest rant, Tekashi 6ix9ine tried to defend himself himself by drawing wild comparisons. He asked why others can betray their friends, cheat on tests, or break small rules without facing the same backlash he does for cooperating with authorities. But critics say the argument doesn't hold up. It's a false equivalency that doesn't change the reality of his situation. The truth is, the public has grown tired of hearing excuses. Commentators say it's not even about snitching anymore. In today's industry, plenty of rappers have faced similar accusations and still managed to rebuild their careers. Just look at Gunna. He's thriving, performing, and selling out shows. The bigger issue for 6ix9ine, according to industry insiders, is that his aura has completely faded. Fans no longer see him as exciting, dangerous, or even entertaining. Instead of focusing on the past, many argue the only way forward would be to release impactful new music. But as of now, audiences say the energy that once made him a star is gone, and excuses won't bring it back. This is where the contradictions in Tekashi 6ix9ine's behavior truly stand out. On a recent podcast, the rapper, who famously testified in court, pointed at former associates, and detailed their alleged crimes, was caught calling Young Thug a rat for speaking too much during an interrogation. Industry voices were quick to respond, pointing out the clear double standard. If someone with a clean reputation made that claim, it might hold weight. But coming from 6ix9ine, who is widely known for his own testimony, the criticism felt out of place. Observers say it shows a lack of self-awareness and a failure to read the room. To put it in perspective, many argue that Young Thug's situation doesn't compare to 6ix9ine's. In fact, fans insist that Thug remains one of the most respected street figures in hip-hop, while 6ix9ine's credibility has long since collapsed. The contrast between the two only highlights how deeply 6ix9ine's reputation has been damaged, and why his words carry little weight today. Following his comments about Young Thug, many in the hip-hop community expressed disbelief that 6ix9ine would even attempt to take that position. Analysts say this shows just how disconnected he's become from the culture that once embraced him. Instead of rebuilding through music, he continues to make headlines for contradictions and public feuds. And while controversy once fueled his rise, today it only serves as a reminder of how far he has fallen. Critics also note that 6ix9ine seems obsessed with rewriting history. Rather than accepting responsibility for his choices, he continues to point fingers at others as if exposing hypocrisy will somehow repair his image. But industry insiders stress that credibility in hip-hop is earned, not demanded. And right now, his credibility is at an all-time low. The very culture that once made him a star has now turned its back, leaving him scrambling for relevance. Observers say this downward spiral has bigger consequences than just bad press. With repeated legal issues, probation violations, and public outbursts, experts warn 6ix9ine may face more than just fading popularity. He could be staring at real prison time once again. And this time, there may not be a comeback waiting on the other side. Instead of shocking the world with music, he's shocking it with mistakes, and that path rarely ends well. So what we're seeing here is the collapse of an image built on chaos. Tekashi 6ix9ine, once known for dominating headlines with wild antics and chart-topping hits, now finds himself drowning in contradictions, legal trouble, and a reputation he can't seem to shake. His story has become less about music and more about downfall. Insiders point out that 6ix9ine's fixation on proving his toughness only makes his situation worse. Instead of focusing on his music or rebuilding his career, he seems locked in a battle to defend an image that no longer exists. Commentators say this constant need to prove himself not only fuels new conflicts, but also deepens the divide between him and the industry. At the same time, younger fans have already shifted their attention to a new wave of artists, leaving 6ix9ine's aggressive persona feeling outdated. The louder he shouts about loyalty and respect, the more he reminds audiences of why they moved on in the first place. His attempts to revive old controversies no longer generate excitement. They only highlight how disconnected he has become from today's culture. And with every interview, the contradictions become harder to ignore. He criticizes others for actions far smaller than his own, while demanding sympathy for choices that permanently damaged his reputation. Industry voices say this cycle has trapped him in a loop. Every time he speaks, he digs the hole deeper. What was once shock value has now turned into fatigue, and it's clear the public's patience has run out. Legal experts warn that 6ix9ine's current trajectory could cost him more than just his career. It could cost him his freedom. With multiple violations already stacking up, prosecutors may have little patience left. Commentators stress that while controversy once worked in his favor, the courtroom is not the place for theatrics. This time, the spotlight could come with serious consequences, and no amount of excuses will erase the record. Meanwhile, industry insiders believe 6ix9ine's downfall is a cautionary tale for artists chasing fame through chaos. What once brought viral attention has now turned into a liability. Instead of dominating charts, he dominates headlines for the wrong reasons. Observers say the lesson is clear. The music industry may forgive many things, but it rarely forgives lost credibility. And for 6ix9ine, that credibility has all but vanished. Fans who once supported 6ix9ine now openly question his every move. Social media reactions show a clear shift. Where he was once defended as an underdog, he is now mocked as a cautionary example. Many argue his downfall isn't about snitching anymore, but about the way he continues to handle himself in public. The more he talks, the more he loses the little respect that might have remained. Observers also highlight the financial impact of his collapse. With fading streams, canceled shows, and sponsors unwilling to attach their names to his brand, his earning power has dropped dramatically. Analysts point out that without music success or public goodwill, his options are narrowing fast. What was once a multi-million-dollar empire built on shock value is now crumbling, and rebuilding it may be close to impossible. Critics now describe 6ix9ine as a shadow of the artist he once was. The rainbow hair, the loud persona, the viral moments, they no longer shock the public the way they once did. Instead, they serve as reminders of a past he can't escape. Industry watchers say that unless he reinvents himself completely, his legacy will be defined not by his music, but by the controversies that consumed him. Even within the rap industry, support for 6ix9ine has all but disappeared. Artists who once collaborated with him now avoid his name entirely, while new talent refuses to associate with the controversy. Commentators say this isolation is perhaps the clearest sign of his fall. Hip-hop thrives on alliances, and without them, an artist is left standing alone. For 6ix9ine, that loneliness is now playing out in real time. Meanwhile, public opinion continues to harden against him. What was once curiosity about his antics has turned into fatigue and dismissal. Fans who used to tune in for chaos are no longer entertained, they're simply moving on. Analysts argue that this shift is irreversible. When the audience decides it's done, no amount of controversy can bring them back. For 6ix9ine, the curtain may have already closed. Even respected voices like Charleston White have weighed in. And while some admire his honesty, many question why he would even sit at the table with 6ix9ine, trying to justify the decision to cooperate with authorities. For critics, this only highlights how far 6ix9ine has fallen. His storyline has grown stale. Every appearance centers around the same talking points: how the streets turned against him, how hip-hop abandoned him, and how others get away with snitching while he is singled out. But analysts say this is nothing new. The public has heard these arguments countless times, and they no longer spark debate. Instead, they reveal an artist unable to move forward, repeating the same defenses as his reputation fades. Commentators stress that at this stage, the only thing keeping his name alive is controversy, not creativity. So, what do you think? Has 6ix9ine finally reached the point where it's time to let go of the past and accept the consequences? Drop your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to subscribe, like, and share this video so you never miss the latest updates.
No, not the fat D-Mac. Well, not the fat D-Mac. His name D-Mac though. It's not the fat one though. I know the skinny one that be getting to the money. Yeah. The chopper one that be. Yeah. That's the other nigga. That's the other little. It's like 4 or 5 in it on that shit. Besides the other nigga. Besides the nigga that I sent y'all that put the whole play together. That fuck with them niggas. Well, bro, you feel me? You ain't hear this from me, bro. You ain't hear this from me, all right?
Yeah, you ain't gotta worry about that.
T Grizzly is catching serious attention online after rumors spread that he allegedly cooperated with authorities against certain LA figures. A few years back, his home was broken into, a shocking incident that left him missing over $1 million worth of jewelry and stacks of cash. At the time, the news reported that rapper T Grizzly wasn't just grieving his close friend PNB Rock's tragic passing. He was also dealing with a personal nightmare. Burglars had reportedly hit his property hard, taking luxury items and large amounts of money. It was an emotional and chaotic moment in hip-hop, especially since the streets were already on edge after PNB Rock's loss. So when this happened to T Grizzly, he didn't know if it was just a random hit for jewelry or something much deeper. People said he was paranoid, wondering if someone had set him up or if his life was in danger. He wasn't about to sit back quietly either. He was ready to move smart and protect himself at all costs. Law enforcement sources told TMZ that the break-in happened when no one was home at his house near Los Angeles. The suspects reportedly escaped with over $1 million in valuables, and the investigation was officially open. But here's where things get intense. People close to the situation say T. Grizzly wasn't taking this lightly. Word is, he wanted answers fast. While some claim he turned to the streets to find who was behind it, others say he might have spoken with police to make sure justice was handled properly. Eventually, the streets started whispering a name, a man known as Baby Shooter. Once that name surfaced, the situation escalated quickly. According to reports, things started heating up fast once T. Grizzly's circle caught wind of who might have been involved. Since T is originally from Detroit, many believe it had to be some LA-based figures behind the break-in, because his Detroit team wouldn't be chasing people down in Los Angeles. People close to the rapper say some of the folks connected to him began digging deep. They allegedly found out where Baby Shooter stayed, even where his family lived. The message reportedly got sent loud and clear. There's a price on your head. We know where your people stay. That warning made Baby Shooter panic, and to keep his family safe, he quickly reached out to talk things out. Sources say Baby Shooter didn't want any violence, especially not involving his loved ones. But once he started explaining himself, the story started to sound suspicious. He allegedly began naming other individuals, claiming they were the ones responsible for what happened at T. Grizzly's house. It wasn't me, he reportedly told them. It was this crew from over there. They did it. But here's the twist. Insiders later claimed that Baby Shooter might not have been telling the full truth. While trying to clear his own name, he may have accidentally revealed more than he intended. His word spread fast through the streets, and that's when everything got even more chaotic. Not long after the situation blew up, rumors started circulating that Baby Shooter was clashing with another LA figure known as Milk 74. Things got even wilder when Milk 74 allegedly leaked footage showing Baby Shooter talking to rival groups, saying things like, "It wasn't me, it was that guy." Now, even though he wasn't talking to law enforcement, the footage showed him naming names, pointing fingers, and revealing details that could have put people in serious danger. In the streets, that kind of move is seen as a major line being crossed, because when you start naming others while tensions are high, it can lead to real consequences. Eventually, Baby Shooter came forward to explain himself. He tried to clear the air, saying why he said what he said and how it all got taken out of context. But in doing so, he confirmed one major rumor, that T. Grizzly really did put out large sums of money to find out who was behind the break-in. That revelation made the whole situation explode even more, with everyone watching closely to see what would happen next. Imagine waking up one morning and hearing that there's money on your name, all because someone falsely accused you of breaking into a famous rapper's house. That's what people said happened after Baby Shooter admitted he lied about who was involved in T. Grizzly's burglary case. He eventually confessed that some of the names he mentioned weren't accurate, leaving innocent people caught up in chaos. Now, as of today, Baby Shooter is reportedly behind bars, though it's unclear exactly what charges he's facing. What's known is that this story took another shocking turn when paperwork from the original burglary investigation surfaced online. The documents caused major drama, with people suddenly accusing T. Grizzly of snitching during the process. But let's break down what those papers actually said. According to an official police report labeled Investigation Report 3 CDF0142, law enforcement confirmed that on September 28, 2022, a break-in took place at T. Grizzly's Los Angeles home. Entry was made through a shattered glass door, and over $1 million worth of jewelry, cash, and designer bags were reportedly stolen. The case was assigned to Detective Hamilton, who met with the homeowner, listed as Terry Wallace, better known as T. Grizzly, along with his fiancée at the time. During the follow-up meeting, they reviewed newly discovered evidence and went through a photo lineup to identify potential suspects. The paperwork stated that T. Grizzly pointed to figure number 4, a photo identified as Johnson. He allegedly told the detective that while he didn't personally know Johnson, he had heard that Johnson had been bragging about breaking into the house. Once this part of the report went public, social media went wild. Some users accused T. Grizzly of cooperating too much with investigators, while others defended him, saying he was simply helping solve a serious crime that put his safety and property at risk. Either way, this situation stirred major debate in the hip-hop world, and it still got everyone talking. According to the investigation documents, T. Grizzly, listed under his real name Terry Wallace, later gave police additional evidence related to the burglary. Reports claim that he showed investigators a photo of Johnson along with two unidentified men appearing to be on a FaceTime call. Allegedly, T. Grizzly told detectives that during that call, Johnson had admitted some involvement in the break-in. It's unclear whether this was the same call that had already circulated online or a completely different one, but it definitely got people talking. The documents also stated that T. Grizzly handed over home security footage that showed a man in a black and white hoodie leaving through the back of his property during the break-in. On top of that, he allegedly provided screenshots from an Instagram account, shooter_gang_, that showed someone standing on a gray SUV wearing what appeared to be the exact same hoodie. Detectives reportedly asked him to upload all this material to the official evidence portal. After that, the interview ended, and the detectives' notes confirmed that T. Grizzly had no further questions. Now, here's where things really start spinning. The man known online as Shooter Gang, believed to be Baby Shooter, is reportedly the same person now locked up. But he's claiming that he was the one betrayed. He says T. Grizzly gave up too much information, and that he has the paperwork to prove it. Whether that claim is accurate or not, it's sparked huge debates online. Many fans are divided. Some say T. Grizzly was simply helping law enforcement solve a serious crime, while others believe it crossed an unspoken street code. Critics are pointing out that if this were another high-profile rapper like Young Thug or 6ix9ine, fans would be reacting much differently. But because it's T. Grizzly, the response seems split down the middle, leaving everyone arguing about where loyalty really begins and ends in the rap game. After that paperwork went public, things started moving fast online. Blogs, fan pages, and hip-hop forums lit up with claims that T. Grizzly had crossed the line. Screenshots of the report were getting shared everywhere, and people were breaking down every single detail, from the FaceTime mention to the hoodie description. Some fans said the whole thing looked way too official to ignore, while others argued that the internet was blowing things out of proportion. Behind the scenes, some LA figures started questioning whether T. Grizzly's actions violated street codes. The tension grew especially after a few old associates of Baby Shooter allegedly confirmed that he'd been in the mix but didn't expect T to go that far with evidence. Meanwhile, T stayed quiet. No posts, no interviews, nothing. His silence only fueled more speculation. Everyone wanted to know if he'd addressed the paperwork or if he'd let it fade away quietly. But in a world where every move gets recorded, it's hard to escape the noise once it starts. As weeks passed, the controversy started spreading beyond LA and Detroit, reaching major media platforms and podcast circles. Commentators debated whether T. Grizzly had done anything wrong at all. Some hosts said he was the victim. What's he supposed to do? Just let people rob him? Others fired back saying once you enter the rap game with street ties, there's an unwritten code you're expected to live by no matter what. Even former collaborators started being cautious with their words. A few insiders hinted that T had distanced himself from certain people since the incident, cutting ties quietly but firmly. And although his music career was still strong, that rat label floating around online made every public appearance feel heavier. Fans began dissecting his lyrics, trying to figure out if he'd already addressed the drama in his songs. But no matter what, the narrative kept shifting every day, with new receipts popping up faster than anyone could verify them. Then came the real twist. Baby Shooter allegedly managed to leak his own side of the story from behind bars. In a voice message that made its way across social media, he claimed he was being framed and insisted T. Grizzly went too far. The clip spread instantly, turning into one of the biggest viral moments of the month. In the recording, Baby Shooter said he only mentioned other names during that earlier dispute to protect his family, not to mislead anyone. He accused T of trying to clear his name at someone else's expense. Fans were torn, some believed him, others called it a desperate attempt to rewrite the story. Meanwhile, several rappers began posting cryptic tweets that seemed to reference the situation, but nobody dropped any names directly. That silence from the rap community made everything even more mysterious, like everyone knew something, but didn't want to say it out loud. By this point, the word paperwork had practically become a trending topic. Reaction channels, TikTok creators, and even former street figures weighed in with their opinions. One YouTuber claimed to have exclusive DMs showing how the evidence was first leaked, saying the whole snitch angle came from a misunderstanding between different law enforcement reports. Still, the damage was done. T's name was now tied to controversy again, and every interview request he got was about this case, not his music. Some fans pointed out how similar this looked to other recent rap scandals, where private legal details leaked and suddenly became public drama. Others started asking if the paperwork might have even been altered before it spread. With multiple copies floating around, nobody could say for sure which version was real, but the bigger picture stayed the same. T. Grizzly was fighting to protect both his reputation and his street credibility. while the internet continued treating the situation like a courtroom. Meanwhile, industry insiders started whispering that T Grizzly was quietly meeting with his legal team to handle everything properly. Sources close to him claimed he was frustrated with how fans were twisting facts, saying all he did was cooperate as a victim. Nothing more, nothing less. In private, people close to him said he felt betrayed by how quickly the internet turned against him, especially since he'd already dealt with personal loss and danger during that time. But despite all the noise, T never lost focus. He kept recording music, appearing at select shows, and making subtle references to snakes and fake loyalty in his new verses. Each line had fans guessing. Was he addressing the streets, the bloggers, or the ones who set him up in the first place? The mystery kept growing, and with Baby Shooter still behind bars and new info surfacing almost weekly, this saga was far from over. Months later, the tension hadn't died down. In fact, it got even deeper. More clips and screenshots kept leaking, some allegedly showing private messages between T Grizzly and unnamed individuals connected to the case. None of it was officially verified, but that didn't stop social media from running wild with theories. Some users claim T was trying to clean up his image by working with certain law enforcement contacts, while others said it was just more fake online drama created for clout. Meanwhile, a few well-known figures from Detroit started stepping in to defend T. They reminded everyone that he'd built his career from the ground up, that he wasn't the type to fold under pressure or turn on anyone he cared about. Still, others weren't buying it. They said his silence felt too calculated, that if he was really innocent, he'd have cleared the air publicly. But T stayed on his grind, letting the music speak louder than the rumors. Each post, each bar, each public appearance seemed carefully measured, like he was moving through the storm with precision, not panic. Then, unexpectedly, a new name got dragged into the mess, a supposed middleman who claimed he was the one who connected both sides during the investigation. This man came forward in a live stream saying he'd been helping communicate between T's circle and the original suspects to calm things down. His version of events added a whole new layer of confusion. He said T never told on anyone. He simply verified who had bragged about the break-in, and that information got recorded in the report automatically. The live stream went viral instantly. Viewers filled the comments with mixed reactions. Some saying the man was confirming T's innocence, others calling him out for trying to rewrite the story. The clip spread across every hip-hop blog and gossip page, reigniting the entire controversy again. And just like that, people who had moved on came right back to debating who was telling the truth. Every claim, every detail, every timeline was picked apart like a court transcript. As all this chaos unfolded, T Grizzly finally decided to address everything indirectly, through his art. He dropped a new single that fans immediately recognized as a response to the situation. The track was dark, emotional, and raw, with lines about betrayal, fake loyalty, and standing tall when everybody switched sides. He never mentioned names, but everyone knew what he was talking about. The record shot up overnight, trending across platforms and dominating rap discussions for weeks. Listeners praised how he turned pain into power, while critics claimed it was just damage control through music. Either way, the strategy worked. T Grizzly had flipped the entire narrative. Instead of being boxed into controversy, he transformed it into one of the most talked about comebacks of the year. Still, beneath the success and streaming numbers, one truth remained. This wasn't just about music anymore. It was about legacy, loyalty, and the price of staying real when the whole world starts watching. Even after the song dropped, the whispers didn't stop. They just got louder. Behind the scenes, people close to T Grizzly said he was cutting off anyone who couldn't be trusted. It was like a quiet purge. Friends, associates, even business contacts who might have leaked information or stirred things online were suddenly gone from his circle. He wasn't arguing or posting about it. He was just moving smart, playing chess while everyone else played checkers. Insiders said T's mindset had completely changed. He was done trying to prove anything to the streets. Instead, he wanted to focus on protecting his family, his future, and his empire. The betrayal, the online hate, and the fake headlines all left a mark, but they also made him sharper. He started investing more time in private business deals, gaming projects, and music collabs that showed growth instead of drama. Still, every time his name popped up in the news, that paperwork story found a way back into the spotlight. A reminder that in this game, one moment of chaos can follow you forever. In the end, the debate around T Grizzly's situation split the internet right down the middle. Some people demanded real proof, saying they needed to see an actual video before believing any claims. Others argued that the paperwork alone was enough evidence to question everything. The community started clashing over what truly counts as telling in today's rap culture. Many fans pointed out how the rules seem to change depending on who's involved. If it's a rapper they like, they'll say, that can't be true. The police always twist stories. But if it's someone they dislike, suddenly the paperwork is undeniable proof. That double standard has turned this entire case into one of the most controversial topics of the year. So what do you think? Was T Grizzly just protecting himself, or did he cross a line? Drop your thoughts in the comments below, hit that like, share, and subscribe button for more deep dives like this, and stay tuned for what's coming next.
One that says, me watching her scream after I poured boiling water on her after she told a boy happy birthday because why you happy, he made it another year. Just weird stuff. That's super weird to repost, especially under this context.
When police opened up that Tesla trunk on September 8th, 2025, they knew this wasn't your average case, but what they discovered next sent shockwaves across the internet. All eyes turned to rising artist D4D, real name David Anthony Burke, a 20-year-old who blew up off viral TikTok tracks like Romantic Homicide and Here With Me. But instead of just chasing clout, his own TikTok activity started looking like a digital trail that investigators say hinted at something far darker. This wasn't some routine celebrity scandal. This was a whole new level of disturbing behavior that had people questioning everything. Investigators began combing through his social media, and what they uncovered looked more like a twisted diary than innocent posts. Clips and reposts that fans once brushed off as dark humor suddenly felt like red flags in plain sight. To the world, it looked like just another edgy internet personality doing too much for attention. But now people are saying it reads like a step-by-step playbook hiding in the open. The first thing that had detectives raising eyebrows was a repost of someone chopping up raw chicken with the caption, "Me if I see her talk with other dudes." At the time, most viewers just scrolled past it, thinking it was another wild meme. But with everything that's come out since, that post is being looked at in a whole new light. I've covered a lot of wild cases, but this has me rethinking how dangerous some of these so-called jokes on social media can really be, because what they found on his TikTok wasn't just edgy content. It was the mindset of someone spiraling out of control, broadcasted for the world to see. Toxic doesn't even begin to describe this situation. Once investigators pieced everything together, those old TikTok posts started hitting way different. What looked like simple jealousy suddenly came across as a chilling blueprint hiding in plain sight. And just when you think it couldn't get any crazier, it did. D4VD even reposted that infamous American Psycho nail gun scene with the caption, "Me after hearing about her past with other boys. I'm jealous and utterly disgusted by her actions." Imagine scrolling past that back then. People thought it was just another edgy joke, but now investigators say it mirrors the same twisted emotions he carried into his real relationship. And it didn't stop there. His timeline was filled with reposts about violent relationships, mental health struggles, and even mock funerals. Fans were double tapping like it was just dark humor, not realizing this was painting a disturbing picture of his mindset. Online discussions later described these posts as glorifying violence, and that's exactly how they come across now, a fantasy being acted out long before reality caught up. But the most unsettling detail, his TikTok profile picture at the time, a bloody blindfolded Hello Kitty. At first glance, it looked like just an edgy aesthetic. But here's the eerie twist. Celeste was last seen wearing Hello Kitty sandals and carrying a Hello Kitty keychain. People close to her said she loved that character. Suddenly, that profile pic didn't look random at all. It felt like a twisted reference straight to his victim. It gets even darker when you realize he had posted a video on February 7th, 2024 captioned, "When your card declines at therapy and they bring in that one Hello Kitty girl you met in 2021, looking back it feels less like a joke and more like a breadcrumb in a dangerous pattern." That wasn't just some random meme. That was him hinting at meeting Celeste online years earlier, hiding the truth right in front of everyone, like it was some twisted game. But the post that really had investigators on edge was a cryptic "I miss her" message he shared alongside violent memes. Authorities believe this could have been him referring to Celeste after she went missing. And instead of stepping up to help or raising concern, he was out here posting about missing her while allegedly knowing the truth the whole time. That type of behavior had investigators calling it cold, calculated, and heartless. It wasn't just edgy internet clout chasing. It looked like someone showing off their mindset while a real investigation was unfolding. What's really wild is how D4VD managed to build a whole career off the very same emotions investigators say were fueling his darkest behavior. His breakout track Romantic Homicide racked up billions of streams. and fans thought it was just heartbreak music. But now, authorities are saying the song might have been more than that. Maybe even a hidden confession disguised as art. Imagine that, profiting off a track that could have been describing real-life intentions. Investigators later revealed that many of his TikTok reposts were dated before the case even broke, described as older content. That meant this wasn't some spur-of-the-moment situation. It looked like a disturbing pattern of him playing out violent fantasies online long before anything happened, almost like he was documenting his mindset step by step for anyone to see. Communities online even started comparing his behavior to infamous criminals from the past, saying the obsession wasn't just about the acts themselves, but about the mind games, the clues, the hints, the way he hid in plain sight while cultivating an image as a sensitive indie star. And honestly, when you piece it together, it does look calculated. Every caption, every repost, every piece of content seemed carefully chosen, almost like breadcrumbs leading toward a bigger story. This case shook law enforcement to the core. Suddenly, social media wasn't just background noise in a case. It became the roadmap. His online activity wasn't about clout chasing or being edgy for followers. It looked like an open record of his mindset, his frustrations, and his planning process, all wrapped up in content fans thought was harmless. Every post told a piece of the story. And looking back, it reads less like random entertainment and more like a confession hiding in plain sight. Celeste Rivas Hernandez was just 15 when tragedy struck, but evidence shows her connection to D4VD began years earlier, long before anyone realized. Authorities now describe it as a disturbing pattern of manipulation that played out across multiple platforms, creating a timeline that showed how his unhealthy obsession spiraled into something deadly. Celeste's family described her as a beloved daughter, sister, cousin, and friend. A bright young girl who adored Hello Kitty and had her whole future ahead of her. She was remembered as funny, full of energy, and deeply loved by those around her. But none of those details can fully capture the heartbreak of how she ended up caught in the web of someone abusing their power. Reports suggest D4VD and Celeste may have first connected online as early as 2021. While he was busy building his reputation as a rising indie artist, investigators say he was also maintaining contact with her in a way that raised serious red flags. Looking back, it paints the picture of someone carefully crafting a public image in music while secretly engaging in behavior that would later horrify the world. When law enforcement pieced together his posts, messages, and music, the story was no longer just about a rising artist with edgy content. It became about a young victim whose life was stolen and a pattern of exploitation hiding in plain sight. And that, more than anything, is what makes this case one of the most disturbing stories of recent years. Celeste's disappearance in April 2024 was first reported by her family to the Riverside County Sheriff's Office. But sadly, it wasn't treated with the urgency it deserved. Because she had a history of running away before, authorities initially assumed it was just another repeat incident. Investigators now believe those earlier runaways may have been connected to her hidden situation with D4D, and that misunderstanding cost them crucial time that could have changed everything. What makes this even more heartbreaking is what came out later. Evidence suggesting Celeste had been involved in a secret relationship with someone named David. Her own mother revealed that she had been dealing with this individual, and even one of her former teachers recalled that Celeste first met him through social media. Looking back, it's devastating to realize that her family and community saw warning signs but couldn't stop what was unfolding. And this case shines a harsh light on how difficult it can be to protect young people in today's digital age, where secret relationships can grow in plain sight and red flags don't always get recognized until it's too late. Connecting D4VD to Celeste wasn't hard for investigators. The proof was right there. Both had matching shish tattoos on their index fingers, with Celeste's done in red ink. To authorities, this wasn't some coincidence. It looked like a disturbing symbol of control. Her family later confirmed the tattoo detail, something police had never shared publicly. But the digital trail was even more damaging. Screenshots from D4VD's Discord server in 2022 showed conversations with Celeste that investigators say went far beyond normal fan interactions. Reports described it as a long pattern of manipulation, slowly building trust while isolating her from those who could have protected her. If that wasn't enough, they also uncovered an unreleased track titled Celeste Demo Wunin from late 2023. The lyrics referenced her directly, with obsessive undertones investigators now see as a chilling clue to his state of mind. And finally, the most damning piece. On September 8, 2025, a Tesla registered to D4VD was impounded in Hollywood. When police checked it, they made the tragic discovery that officially tied him to Celeste's disappearance and confirmed investigators' worst fears. Investigators believe Celeste's death happened months before the discovery, lining up with the start of D4VD's tour. While he was keeping up his image on stage and online, evidence suggests he already knew the dark truth hiding in that Tesla. The car itself was found abandoned in the Hollywood Hills, just blocks from where he had been staying, a detail investigators say was no accident. The proximity made it easier for him to watch the situation while pretending to be uninvolved. Detectives now believe this wasn't random at all. It looked calculated, with his social media posts revealing a disturbing obsession long before tragedy struck. Photos and live streams from late 2023 appeared to show D4VD out in public with a girl resembling Celeste, suggesting their connection wasn't just online. These sightings, paired with private messages later uncovered, painted a troubling picture of a relationship investigators say crossed serious boundaries. Even before police went public, online users were already speculating about a missing teen being linked to D4VD, raising questions about how much his inner circle knew and why nobody spoke up sooner. Meanwhile, he kept performing on tour, maintaining his public persona as if nothing was wrong. For many, it revealed a chilling ability to hide behind fame while living a double life. What makes this case so tragic is how many red flags got ignored. Celeste's own brother reportedly warned police about her connection to D4D, but it was brushed off. That failure, combined with D4VD's carefully crafted public image, allowed a preventable tragedy to unfold. The real breakthrough came when investigators dug deep into his social media. Those TikTok reposts and captions weren't just edgy jokes. They were a chilling roadmap of his mindset. For law enforcement, it became a turning point, proof that digital evidence could expose a hidden reality behind the fame. On September 18, 2025, police raided a Hollywood Hills home tied to him, marking the moment the case officially turned. The Tesla itself turned into one of the biggest pieces of evidence, and investigators say D4D never saw it coming. Modern Teslas track everything: location data, usage logs, even camera footage. That digital footprint gave police a clear trail connecting him back to the crime. Meanwhile, his own social media posts lined up in ways that felt impossible to ignore. What once looked like random dark memes suddenly read like confessions in disguise. Posts about jealousy, obsession, and anger that eerily matched the case. Even his Hello Kitty themed profile picture took on new meaning. What fans thought was just an edgy aesthetic, investigators now believe symbolized his twisted connection to Celeste. That February 7th, 2024 TikTok about that one Hello Kitty girl you met in 2021 wasn't just a random joke. Investigators now say it was a direct reference to Celeste, hidden in plain sight. What's even more disturbing is how much manipulation surrounded him. Reports suggest D4VD even used his online circle to keep people quiet, creating a shield that helped him maintain his image while avoiding attention. To investigators, this showed planning and deception on a whole other level. Not a reckless act, but a carefully hidden double life. The fallout for D4VD has been massive. His label froze promotions, major companies cut ties, and sponsors like Crocs and Hollister pulled their campaigns. He even canceled his entire US and world tour, a complete collapse of his career in real time. Fans also noticed something chilling. His final Instagram post came on September 7th, the same day as Celeste's birthday, just one day before her body was found. That timing left many convinced it wasn't random. Across social media, outrage has exploded, with fans saying they'll never hear his music the same way again. What makes this case so significant is how it's changing the way law enforcement looks at crime in the digital age. Traditionally, investigators relied on physical evidence and witness statements. But with D4VD, it was his own social media that turned into a real-time confession, a disturbing record of his mindset left for the world to see. The evidence piling up, from matching tattoos to private messages and unreleased songs, has painted a picture investigators say is impossible to ignore. As of now, D4VD hasn't been formally charged, but the case remains active, with authorities calling the digital trail one of the most revealing they've ever seen. The tragic irony of this case is that D4VD's rise to fame came from connecting with young fans online. The same platforms investigators say expose his darkest secrets. What once looked like music about heartbreak, like Romantic Homicide, now feels more like a confession in disguise. For Celeste's family, the pain is permanent. Their loss is a reminder that behind every viral post and streaming number are real human lives at stake. This case has already changed how investigators treat digital evidence, and it's forcing society to rethink how dangerous behavior online gets overlooked. If you found this video eye-opening, make sure you subscribe, like, share, and drop your thoughts in the comments below.
Let me ask you, when you finally got to Bang's house and you saw Melly, was he wearing the same clothes as he left the club in? What was he wearing?
Tank top and some gym shorts.
Did you see where his other clothes were at? What's your impression? What do you think happened?
Same thing y'all think. I would. Man, I ain't no snitch, dog. You feel me?
No, I'm not.
This whole new situation with Melly and the wine drama is another loud reminder that the street life brings nothing but problems. Everybody already knows Melly is facing the death penalty, and prosecutors claim he took the lives of 2 close friends while they were all heading home from the studio. His first trial ended with a hung jury, and now he's gearing up for another round in court. That night, when he walked out of the studio, he was rolling with a small group, including the 2 friends he later ended up in the same car with. Now, investigators say he took their lives during that ride and then told officers it was a drive-by, which has turned the whole situation into a huge mystery. Even today, neither the police nor prosecutors have been able to point to any real motive, and that lack of clear reason is one of the biggest things that helped him get that hung jury the first time around. People kept asking why he would do something like that when he was a multimillionaire, had their names inked on his skin, and they were all tied to the same label. Nothing added up, and the confusion only got louder. When Melly left the studio, there were a few people walking out with him, including a dude named Jacoby. Footage exists of Jacoby in an interrogation room talking to detectives, and the moment people saw it, many said it would make anybody rethink trying to live any type of street life. The whole situation looked messy, and the streets looked shaky. One of the first things Jacoby told the officers was, "Man, I ain't no snitch man." But then he started talking in a way that had the internet saying he gave the detectives a full performance. People joked that it was the wildest switch up since the moment folks compared to 6ix9ine's situation. The streets started saying everything was done, and even street dudes started pointing out a new style of telling that keeps popping up. That's why every time someone in rap gets accused of talking to authorities, people start repeating the same lines the moment drama hits. People kept pointing out how every time someone in the streets gets called out, they repeat the same lines over and over again. They always start with, "Man, listen, man. Where the paperwork at, man? I ain't snitch, man." Even when there's a whole stack of documents showing what detectives wrote down, the officers will list every detail, saying, "He told us this, he told us this," and the response is always the same. "Man, police be lying, yo." It turns into the classic back and forth of, "Where the paperwork at, man?" Like the paperwork isn't already sitting right there. Folks in the neighborhood say the same thing whenever the pressure hits. Someone will shrug and go, nah, the police word on me nothing, bro. Your word the sauce, the man." And they'll insist, "I ain't signing no statement, yo." Even when the situation already looks shaky, they always claim detectives twist their words, especially once those cameras turn off. That's when they try to explain it away by saying the officers wrote something different from what was actually said. Then they go back to the block repeating, "Police be lying, bro. I ain't say that." And the story suddenly turns into, "Bro, what the paperwork got, man? Hell no, police lie on me, bro." It becomes a full performance every time. Even when the conversation started with someone loudly declaring, "I'm not a snitch," before asking for the cameras to be turned off like that changes everything. What made the whole situation feel strange to people was how unusual this man's cooperation looked from the outside. Normally, when someone talks to detectives, it's because they're trying to get less time or fix their own case. But in this situation, according to what the court records describe, the man wasn't being promised anything at all. Detectives were simply telling him, "Help us get justice for your homie, man." And he still started talking without any deal on the table. He was sitting on information the police clearly valued, and people couldn't believe he was giving it away without anything offered in return. So he started breaking down his version of what happened that night, including claims mentioned in court that Fredo Bang allegedly picked up Melly on the highway after the shooting incident the state accuses him of. According to the state's allegations, Melly contacted Fredo Bang, got picked up, and everybody pulled up to Fredo's place after Melly told them there had been a shootout. At the house, this witness explained how he felt he could tell from Melly's behavior that something deeper was going on, and his statements were used by prosecutors to push back against what they called Melly's sob story on social media. When Melly went to turn himself in, he wrote a message online saying the state was accusing him of taking the lives of his best friends, and he claimed he was still grieving. But the cooperating witness told detectives a totally different story, saying, "Man, listen, man, Melly was sick and tired of Sakchaser, bro." These were his words, not confirmed facts. And he claimed Melly had issues with Sakchaser for a long time. The witness also said the only reason Juvie was targeted, according to him, was because Juvie happened to be in the car, and he believed Melly didn't trust him to stay quiet. In the courtroom, prosecutors highlighted these claims, saying multiple people had told them Melly had ongoing problems with Sakchaser. One allegation brought up was that Sakchaser used to bully Melly man. In court testimony even mentioned a past fight where Chaser punched a gold out of Melly mouth in front of his girlfriend, though the defense pushed back and said that incident was old news and that Melly and Sakchaser were close again by the end. Still, the witness insisted, "Man, Melly ain't really rock or Sakchase like that, bro." And that statement added another twist to an already complicated case. Even after everything happened, people said Melly kept telling folks, "Man, y'all know what Sakchase did to me, man," like he was carrying some heavy frustration long before that night. Even King Von once claimed that Melly told him Sakchaser was trying to pressure him for money, which added even more confusion to the story. According to what was described in court, this is how everyone was seated in the car before the state says Melly pulled the trigger. The driver in the front left seat was YNW Bortland. Melly was behind him in the left rear seat. Sakchaser, who Melly allegedly had tension with, including that past fight in front of Melly's girlfriend, was sitting in the front right passenger seat. And Juvie was in the back right seat behind Sakchaser. The witness earlier had already talked about how Sakchaser used to bully Melly, and this seating layout became a key detail in the state's version of events. With Melly sitting behind the driver, Sakchaser up front, and Juvie sitting right behind him, the setup created a tight space where anything that happened would have unfolded fast. Jacoby, the man speaking with detectives, was about to explain his version of how everything went down in that vehicle. He claimed that after the shots towards Sakchaser, Juvie reached for the weapon in shock, like, "Yo, bro, what you doing?" According to him, Juvie was trying to step in and help Sakchaser in that split second. Jacoby then described the whole sequence of moments inside the car, giving details people had been wondering about for years. For a long time, the public only had rumors and theories, but Jacoby's version reportedly laid out every step in a way that left people stunned, because hearing those details back to back sounded unreal to anyone following the case. Watching the footage gave people a whole new perspective on how risky this situation really was. Folks realized there were people who had been hanging around this man for months, maybe even years, without knowing anything about what he had already told detectives. In the interrogation room, he even said, "Man, listen, man, when I go back on the street and I start talking to more people, I'm gonna let you know who told me," which shocked everyone who heard it. That meant anyone could have been at a party, a get-together, or just chilling at someone's house with friends, and this same dude might have been there too, blending in like nothing was going on. People could have been talking freely, sharing stories, or gossip, not realizing the wrong person was listening, and just like that, they could end up tied to a whole murder investigation without even knowing it. It made people say out loud, "Man, the streets ain't for me," because the danger was coming from places nobody expected. The wildest part is that, as he kept talking, he didn't seem to understand the position he was putting himself in. He started out saying he was only giving information because he felt like it, but the more he talked, the more he boxed himself into a corner. In an interrogation room, detectives will ask for details, but he went so far that he admitted things that made him look involved after the fact. He openly said he helped look for the weapons to hide them, which legally turns into being an accessory after the fact, something way more serious than what he probably imagined. So he went from, "Yo, I'm just helping," to a situation where if he stopped talking, he could get charged too. Now detectives didn't need to beg for information. He had already talked himself into a position where staying silent could send him to jail as well. Then it took an even stranger turn when he suddenly mentioned NBA YoungBoy's name, trying to pull him into the situation, even though it didn't line up with anything being discussed. People watching couldn't understand why he would bring up another artist's name when the case already had specific suspects the state was focused on. The whole moment looked confusing, because if the accusations were centered around YNW Melly and Bortland, dragging YoungBoy's name into it seemed completely out of place. After dropping YoungBoy's name out of nowhere, the room went quiet for a second because even detectives seemed confused by the sudden switch up. They kept asking him to explain what he meant, and he just kept talking faster, digging himself deeper without realizing it. Instead of helping his own situation, he was throwing random names around like he was trying to widen the whole case for no reason at all. People watching said it looked like he was trying to shift attention away from himself, but all it did was make the conversation messier. Meanwhile, detectives stayed focused on what the state already alleged about Melly and Bortland because that was the center of the case. But once he mentioned Youngboy, online viewers started debating why he would even bring up another big artist when he wasn't part of the alleged events. It made everything look sloppy, like he was reaching for something to say just to keep talking, even though talking is what was putting him in trouble in the first place. As the interview kept going, detectives leaned in, letting him speak freely because they knew every extra detail he blurted out could be used later. And he kept going, describing conversations he claimed he overheard, describing actions he claimed he saw, like he was narrating a whole movie scene. People online later said it felt like he was trying to prove he was helpful, even though he wasn't understanding he was tying himself to events he didn't need to be tied to. He started telling them where certain people went after the incident, who called who, and who said what in the hours afterward. Even though none of this was confirmed at that moment, detectives listened closely because he was giving them a timeline they didn't have before. Viewers said it felt unreal watching someone reveal that much without any pressure, almost like he didn't grasp how serious the situation was. Then he started talking about how some people allegedly planned to stick to a certain story, saying they were supposed to stay quiet until lawyers got involved. He explained who was supposed to say what, who planned to protect who, and how everyone was supposed to move as a group. To detectives, it sounded like he was describing a whole strategy, but to the public, it sounded like he was revealing things that could get multiple people questioned all over again. He even mentioned someone allegedly trying to coach another person on what to say, which instantly caught attention because that kind of detail can change how investigators view an entire case. Social media exploded once viewers heard this part because now it seemed like he might have been present for conversations he shouldn't have been part of, and instead of staying quiet, he laid it all out like a checklist. Next, he went into how the vibe changed in the days after the incident. He claimed certain people started acting nervous, others went silent, and some stopped showing up altogether. He described body language, reactions, and whispered conversations he claimed he overheard, painting a picture of a group that didn't know how to move under pressure. But what shocked viewers the most was how he described his own role. He talked like he was simply observing everything, but at the same time, he admitted he was present during moments that made the whole situation look way more tangled than he wanted to admit. People said it sounded like he didn't realize he was placing himself in scenes detectives didn't even know he was in before he said it. As the interview neared the end, detectives asked him if there was anything else he wanted to add, and he didn't hesitate. He kept going even more. He started talking about messages he saw on phones, conversations he heard outside houses, and rumors he picked up over time. None of this was proven, but he talked with so much confidence that it made the room feel heavier with every new claim. By the time he was done, he had given detectives a whole map of relationships, conflicts, and conversations connected to the case, even touching on stuff they never asked about. Viewers said they'd never seen someone volunteer so much without a deal on the table, making the whole situation look like one of the wildest interrogation moments ever caught on camera. He made it clear near the end that Youngboy had nothing to do with any of this, and even detectives didn't push that angle because it didn't match anything in the case. He said, "Man, Youngboy ain't have nothing to do with this, man." Youngboy didn't, and people agreed that dragging his name in made no sense at all. According to him, everyone already knew who the state believed was responsible, and he even said 99.9% chance is YNW Melly did this, though that was just his personal claim and not proven in court. Bringing up Youngboy's name showed how dangerous online drama can get because he pointed out that folks need to be careful even with simple internet beefs. You could argue with someone online one time, maybe have one small altercation in real life, and suddenly you're tied to their name forever. Then whenever something serious happens to them, people start tossing your name around without any real reason, which can create chaos and confusion fast. He told detectives he didn't understand why this part of the footage wasn't released earlier, especially since Melly already had his first trial, and the state most likely had this material already. It left viewers wondering whether this could affect Melly's case or if it changes nothing at all. The whole situation raised new questions about timing, evidence, and why things come out when they do. If you're watching this right now, make sure you subscribe, like, share, and drop a comment about what you think of this crazy situation. Your support helps the channel keep breaking down wild stories like this.
And I want to talk about, Big U, his son was assassinated last night out there in LA. Absolutely nasty work, man. Again, Big U, his son, Baby Huey, or Big Huey, right? He was assassinated last night on Halloween out there in...
The streets of Los Angeles were left in total disbelief after reports surfaced that Big U's son, Jabari Henley, tragically lost his life on Halloween night. And what unfolded next took the situation to a whole new level. Some of Nipsey Hussle's former affiliates were seen online reacting in ways that shocked many, sparking a tense atmosphere across the city. But this story runs deeper than it first appears. Let's get into what really happened that night. It was supposed to be a peaceful Halloween evening. Kids out trick-or-treating, families wrapping up block parties, and neighborhoods winding down after a long night. But deep in South Central Los Angeles, something devastating happened that sent ripples from Crenshaw to Compton, shaking the entire hip-hop community. This wasn't just about one tragic loss. It pulled back layers of old pain, lingering tension, and unresolved rivalries that had been simmering since 2019. The passing of Jabari Baby Wee Henley quickly became a turning point, not just for the streets, but for the culture as a whole. What began as a local tragedy soon turned into one of the most intense online moments the hip-hop world had seen in years. Emotions ran high, people started talking, and social media lit up with all kinds of opinions, reminding everyone just how unpredictable things can get when real life and the digital world collide. At around 11:11 p.m. on Halloween night, officers from the LAPD's 77th Street Division reportedly responded to a call near South Figueroa Street and West 69th Street. That scene would soon dominate headlines and discussions across Los Angeles. For those who know the area, the Vermont Slauson Zone has always been known for its strong energy, a place filled with stories, legacies, and deep roots that stretch across generations. The neighborhood where it all happened has always been known for its energy, a place where the streets stay busy and the history between local crews runs deep. The incident took place near a small local business called Fig and 69 Smoke Spot, surrounded by liquor stores, auto shops, and open lots in an area that's long been part of the Rollin' 60s community in South Los Angeles. Sources say the shop itself wasn't tied to any group. It just happened to be located in that neighborhood. Witnesses later described the scene as something that felt straight out of a movie. Only this time, it was all too real. Two people leaving the shop and a food truck vendor nearby told officers they saw a dark-colored sedan, possibly a Toyota Camry or a Honda Accord.
I mean, it is what it is as far as this is how the streets go, but Baby Huey, I ain't gonna hold you. Solid dude. Like, as young as he was, if you actually met him, he actually seemed way older. Kel was solid, like straight, solid dude. Now some of y'all be, well, he was in the street. He didn't operate like that. He wasn't operating out here like no goofy. Let me just flat out put that out there.
Pull up near the curb, Jabari Henley, standing around 6'1" and weighing about 210 pounds, was seen approaching the car and speaking with someone through the passenger side window. Moments later, everything changed in an instant. What happened next unfolded so quickly that no one had time to react. People nearby said they suddenly heard a series of sharp, loud noises that sent everyone running for cover. It was chaos for a few seconds, the kind of moment where time feels frozen, before silence fell across the block, leaving everyone in shock over what they had just witnessed. The official details of what happened that night were deeply unsettling. Investigators recovered several shell casings at the scene, suggesting that multiple shots were fired from what they believed to be a semi-automatic weapon, possibly a 9mm or .40 caliber. According to reports, Jabari was struck several times and fell near the entrance of the shop as the dark-colored sedan quickly drove away, heading north on Figueroa before turning onto 68th Street and vanishing into the night. Emergency crews responded within minutes. Members of the Los Angeles Fire Department from Station 46 arrived around 11:14 p.m. and found Jabari in critical condition, struggling to breathe and showing signs of severe blood loss. They immediately began emergency procedures, administering CPR and medication, doing everything possible to stabilize him. Despite their quick efforts and dedication, the situation was far too serious.
When this, right? When this, we probably had about 375, 400 kids that was in our program. And I had the travel basketball team. We had a contract with Adidas that was worth about $3 million that Kanye West gave us.
Wow.
And then I had like a bunch of other different contracts. And for a nonprofit, we were really thriving. The Nipsey gets
By 11:28 p.m., just 14 minutes later, medical personnel could no longer find a pulse, and he was pronounced deceased at the scene. The coroner's office completed its report on November 1st, listing the case under official record number 2025-004512. The cause of passing was determined to be multiple injuries, leading to major internal bleeding. The toxicology report revealed that Jabari had no alcohol or drugs in his system, showing that he was completely clear-headed that night. The final ruling was classified as a homicide. To truly understand why this loss hit the city so hard, it's important to understand who Jabari Baby Wee Henley really was. Behind the headlines and social media noise was a young man known for his energy, loyalty, and ambition. His name carried weight in his community, not because of trouble, but because of the people he impacted and the legacy he was building. That's what makes this entire situation feel even heavier for those who knew him and for the hip-hop world watching from afar. Jabari Henley was born on March 15, 1991 in Inglewood, California, right in the heart of L.A. County. Unlike his father, Eugene Big U Henley, Jabari wasn't chasing fame or the spotlight. He preferred a quieter life.
Well, after this, then the rumor goes out, Big U had something to do. We lost everything.
You lost all those?
Everyone, I tell you everything.
Wow.
Kanye stopped answering the phone. Adidas stopped answering the phone. And I ended up almost going broke because we already committed to
staying grounded while still showing love for the culture that raised him. He released a few songs under the name Baby Uyi, including a 2019 track titled Hood, featuring Hoodrich Pablo Juan with production from Kenny Beats. The song reached around 150,000 streams on Spotify and focused on real-life struggles, loyalty, survival, and family. Listening to it now, those lyrics hit even harder knowing how his journey ended. But music wasn't his main focus. It was just one part of who he was. Friends close to Jabari said he worked as a warehouse supervisor at a logistics company in Compton, balancing his job while caring for his 10-year-old daughter. They described him as someone determined to build a stable life, making it clear that he wasn't involved in any negative street activity. He was known for keeping to himself and avoiding unnecessary drama, especially considering the attention that often followed his family's name. That detail matters, because Jabari represented a path that many young men in South Los Angeles aim for, staying connected to where they come from while creating a new direction that focuses on growth, not conflict. People who knew him personally spoke highly of his character, describing him as respectful, focused, and genuine. Jabari is remembered not only for his music and work ethic, but also for the love he had for his family, including his 3 siblings, who continue to carry his legacy in their own ways. Jabari's family was deeply shaken by the news. His younger brother, Diane Henley, 28 years old and a linebacker for the LA Chargers, took to Instagram on November 1st with a heartfelt post that read, "My heart is shattered. Rest easy, bro. We got the fam." His other brother, Michael Henley, 32, runs a barbershop in Hawthorne, while their sister, She Henley, 30, works as a nurse in Long Beach. The family had all been pursuing their own goals, making progress in different directions, and building positive lives for themselves, but what happened next made this tragedy even harder for everyone to process. At the time Jabari passed away, his father, Eugene Big U Henley, 58, was in federal custody at the Metropolitan Detention Center in downtown Los Angeles. Reports indicate he had been held without bail since March 2025 due to a large federal investigation. According to public records, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Central District of California had issued multiple charges connected to an alleged criminal organization. It was one of the most serious legal battles of his life, and the timing of his son's passing made the situation almost unbearable. The way Eugene reportedly found out about his son's death revealed the harsh reality of confinement. Around 1:30 a.m. on November 1st, one of his co-defendants, known in the industry as Loose Cannon, a music executive also involved in the same case, allegedly received word from outside sources and quietly informed Eugene during late-night lockdown hours. In a later interview, Cannon described how Eugene reacted to the devastating news, saying he was silent at first, overwhelmed with emotion. Witnesses said he sat still for a long time, visibly in pain, before softly whispering, "Not my boy, not like this." It was a heartbreaking moment that highlighted the emotional toll this family was enduring. No parent ever expects to lose a child, and for Eugene, hearing that news while unable to be with his loved ones made the pain that much deeper. Those close to the family say everyone has been leaning on each other, determined to stay strong and honor Jabari's memory in every way they can. The heartbreak that followed was almost impossible to put into words. Even from behind bars, Eugene Big U Henley reportedly told close friends that he was determined to stay strong for his family, saying, "We'll get through this together. Even from in here, God makes no mistakes. It's a test, but we'll rise." His co-defendant, Loose Cannon, added that everyone was trying to find meaning in such a painful situation. It was clear the entire family and the community around them was struggling to make sense of such a devastating loss. As of November 2nd, 2025, the case remained open with no arrests made. Detectives from the LAPD's South Bureau Homicide Division were said to be working tirelessly, collecting at least 12 surveillance videos from nearby businesses in hopes of finding leads. On November 1st, a $50,000 reward was announced through the LAPD's citywide crime reward program, encouraging anyone with information to come forward. But while investigators worked in the real world, something completely different was happening online, and it showed just how chaotic the internet can become during moments of tragedy. Within hours of the news breaking, social media erupted. Around 11:45 p.m. on October 31st, police scanner reports started circulating online. And by the next morning, Jabari Henley's name was trending across multiple platforms worldwide. What began as a heartbreaking story of loss quickly spiraled into a wave of rumors, speculation, and negativity that spread far beyond Los Angeles. Instead of focusing on compassion or justice, parts of the internet turned the story into something darker, filled with wild claims and insensitive comments. Some users began connecting Jabari's passing to old online conspiracy theories surrounding Nipsey Hussle's death back in 2019, dragging up rumors that had never been proven or verified. The result was an online storm that left many people shocked by how fast misinformation and disrespect could spread. It became a clear example of how social media, when mixed with grief and speculation, can turn a tragedy into chaos, overshadowing the real human loss at the center of it all. For those who truly knew Jabari, it wasn't about gossip or old rumors. It was about remembering a son, a brother, and a father. Someone whose life mattered far beyond the noise of the internet. On what's now called X, formerly Twitter, the story spread faster than anyone could believe. Mentions of Big U's son jumped from just a few thousand posts at midnight to tens of thousands by 6 a.m. on November 1st, with hashtags like #BigHenley and #BabyWee trending across Los Angeles. The speed was unreal, showing how social media can turn real-life tragedy into viral content in a matter of hours. TikTok quickly filled up with videos discussing the situation, while Instagram Reels from fan pages started mixing old clips of Nipsey Hussle tributes with new accusations against Big U. By noon that same day, the topic had reached more than 25 million views worldwide. Algorithms pushed the story nonstop, reviving rumors that had been floating around for years. Many online users repeated theories suggesting Big U had some connection to the 2019 tragedy involving Nipsey Hussle, even though court records later showed his name was never mentioned during the trial. Still, the internet ran with it, recycling old interviews and comments to fit a new narrative. One 2021 clip featuring Charleston White resurfaced and gained over 11,000 likes within hours, fueling the drama even further. It became another example of how quickly misinformation spreads online, where facts move slow, but rumors move at lightning speed. What started as a family tragedy turned into a trending topic, proof of how the internet can sometimes lose its empathy when chasing attention and clicks. Old clips and interviews started resurfacing online, adding even more fuel to the chaos. A 2025 podcast segment featuring Loose Cannon, recorded before his legal troubles, was reposted and gained thousands of likes after he claimed Big U once signed Nipsey Hussle to an unfair deal. The irony wasn't lost on people, considering Cannon was later the same person who reportedly broke the tragic news to Big U about his son's passing. Not long after, Brick Baby called out those claims during an interview, saying the whole story didn't make sense. Around the same time, an old Instagram live from Whack 100 back in March 2025, where he mentioned a supposed disagreement between Big U and Nipsey years earlier, resurfaced and went viral again, pulling in over 50,000 interactions. None of these stories were new, but the internet brought them back to life, proving once again how algorithms thrive on conflict and controversy. Within hours, social media turned into a wave of mixed reactions, from fans asking for compassion to others spreading old rumors and unverified claims. By early morning on November 1st, videos, posts, and commentary about the case had filled every platform imaginable. Some users expressed sadness while others shared harsh opinions. showing how quickly empathy can fade when the online world turns tragedy into trending content. It was a powerful reminder of how fast misinformation spreads and how easily real pain becomes entertainment for millions. When the numbers came in, the scale of the online reaction was shocking. Out of roughly 8,000 posts analyzed from November 1st, over 60% mentioned Nipsey Hussle using hashtags like the Nipsey Karma, while only a small portion offered genuine condolences. Platforms eventually had to step in. X suspended several accounts for spreading private information, TikTok demonetized over 200 videos showing sensitive material, and Instagram flagged dozens of reels for violating community guidelines. The wave of speculation made one thing clear. People were letting emotion take over facts. There was no evidence linking Jabari's passing to anything that happened years prior. The narrative was driven by grief, confusion, and unresolved pain still lingering from Nipsey Hussle's tragic death in 2019. Some individuals within Nipsey's circle made efforts to calm things down. Black Sam, through All Money In's official Instagram, posted a message reading, "Pain multiplies pain. Honor Nip with peace, not this." His words struck a chord with many who felt the conversation had gone too far. A few respected voices in the hip-hop community also spoke up, calling for empathy and reminding people that spreading falsehoods only deepens the hurt. Those who personally knew Big U defended him, pointing out that the accusations online were baseless, and that behind the headlines was a grieving father who deserved compassion, not blame. The truth that often gets overlooked is simple. Eric Holder Jr., the man convicted of taking Nipsey Hussle's life, was sentenced to 60 years to life in 2022, and Big U's name never appeared anywhere in the trial. Not in call logs, not in witness statements, not even once in court transcripts. As many legal analysts pointed out, if there had been any solid link or evidence, prosecutors would have presented it long ago. Still, the online noise had real-world consequences. The LAPD reportedly received a spike in anonymous calls and rumors, showing how misinformation can quickly create confusion and tension across the city. What should have been a time for reflection and unity instead turned into more division. Grief from the past being unfairly projected onto a completely separate tragedy. At the heart of it all, this case wasn't about internet theories. It was about seeking justice for Jabari Henley, a young father whose life was taken far too soon. And to understand the emotions surrounding it, one must look deeper into the long, complicated history between Nipsey Hussle and Big U, a relationship far more nuanced than social media ever makes it seem. The connection between Nipsey Hussle and Eugene Big U Henley dated back to the mid-2000s. After Big U was released from prison in 2004, he founded the Community Intervention Alliance, a program focused on peace building across Los Angeles. Nipsey, then around 20 years old and rising fast in the local scene, began attending those meetings. Big U saw him as a future leader, someone who could unite the younger and older generations within the community. In 2009, Nipsey signed a 10-year management deal with Big U's Monique music label, which included standard terms for that time. Together, they worked on major community projects like Unity in the Community at Leimert Park in 2010, which brought out hundreds of people for peace talks and performances. Between 2016 and 2018, their collaboration reached its peak with the Block by Block series, events focused on gentrification and youth development. Big U reportedly offered creative guidance during the making of Nipsey's Grammy-nominated album Victory Lap, even helping connect him with artists like Kendrick Lamar. Their partnership wasn't just about music, it was about rebuilding their community and bridging generations in South Los Angeles. By 2018, Nipsey Hussle and Big U were still working toward the same goal, uplifting their community. Nipsey even donated $100,000 to Big U's Community Intervention Alliance, showing their shared vision for positive change. But as Nipsey's fame and business ventures grew, including the launch of the Marathon clothing store, quiet tensions reportedly began to form. Big U still attended the store's grand opening and supported the event, though fans later noticed he posted a cryptic message online that sparked speculation. When Nipsey's life was tragically taken in March 2019, Big U immediately stepped up to unite the city. He organized a massive unity march that brought out thousands, including members from rival neighborhoods, all standing together for peace. He later delivered a heartfelt message at Nipsey's memorial calling him a son in spirit. His organization helped with logistics and raised over $200,000 for community causes, proof of his genuine care. But despite his public show of grief and leadership, online rumors resurfaced months later, unfairly connecting him to things never backed by any evidence. In August 2020, Big U even went on Vlad TV to address those claims directly, hoping to clear the air once and for all. Big U publicly denied all the rumors, saying clearly, "I built peace with Nip, I didn't break it." But in today's social media world, where controversy spreads faster than facts, his words didn't reach nearly as far as the accusations. The damage to his name was already done. Over the years, Big U spoke about how painful it was to see his reputation and years of community work questioned. He had dedicated himself to peace building and youth outreach, yet by 2023, online sentiment about him had dropped sharply, fueled by thousands of rumor-filled posts. Even with no solid evidence, public perception had shifted against him. Then in 2025, things took an even harder turn. Big U was arrested under federal investigation involving multiple charges, to which he pleaded not guilty. His legal case remains ongoing, with the trial reportedly set for 2026. Amid that turmoil, tragedy struck again when his son Jabari Henley lost his life. For Big U, it was an unimaginable heartbreak. A father already fighting for his freedom, now facing the pain of losing his child from behind bars, while parts of the internet twisted his grief into more speculation. It was a devastating moment that showed just how cruel and disconnected online culture can become when real human lives are involved. As of November 2nd, 2025, the investigation into Jabari Henley's death remains active. LAPD detectives have reviewed more than a dozen surveillance videos and are still awaiting final ballistics reports. 2 individuals from Inglewood were briefly questioned but later released after their alibis checked out. Recent forensic findings reportedly point to possible neighborhood tensions, though investigators have made it clear there's no confirmed connection to any larger conflicts being discussed online. What this tragedy truly highlights is how social media has changed the way people respond to grief, justice, and truth. The Henley family, already coping with Eugene Big U Henley's ongoing legal situation, continues to handle their loss privately, with a memorial planned for early November. This story serves as a reminder that behind every headline is a real family, real pain, and a community still healing. So if you found this breakdown important, make sure to subscribe, like, share, and comment to keep these conversations alive and help us continue uncovering the truth respectfully and responsibly.
Decomposing human remains found in a bag inside a Tesla at a Hollywood tow yard. Los Angeles police responding after reports of a foul smell coming from the car. Eyewitness News confirming that vehicle is registered to 20-year-old singer David, whose real name is David Anthony Burke. One of his fans showing up with a sign that reads, "David didn't do it."
We may be looking at one of the wildest murder mysteries in modern music history. Reports have shaken the industry, leaving fans and insiders completely stunned. I've been digging into this story all day, and the details are beyond belief. How could something this shocking unfold right in front of us? Here's what we know. This mystery centers around singer-rapper D4VD. Yes, the artist who first broke out with hits like Romantic Homicide and Here With Me. He was on tour when authorities made a chilling discovery: a body found inside the back of his Tesla at an impound lot. Immediately, people rushed to give him the benefit of the doubt. After all, he was performing across the country. The first thought? Maybe the car was stolen, maybe someone else used it for something criminal. Even police and major outlets like TMZ weren't pointing fingers at him just yet. But here's where it gets darker. Fans quickly remembered the tragic case of his 15-year-old girlfriend, who went missing a few years ago. Her disappearance had already raised questions in certain circles. And now, with this new Tesla discovery, those whispers are louder than ever. At first, theories swirled. Maybe he lent the car out. Maybe it was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. But as more information surfaces, that original stolen car explanation isn't holding up anymore. Things took an even stranger turn after the shocking announcement that a body was found in the back of D4VD's Tesla at the impound lot. Just days later, major brands that once worked with him, Crocs, Hollister, and others, cut ties completely. Whether they uncovered information in their own background checks or simply didn't want to be linked to an ongoing criminal investigation, the message was clear: they wanted distance.
Los Angeles police made the gruesome discovery Monday, but says the impounded car had been parked at the tow yard for 2 days after it was abandoned on a street in the neighborhood. Police saying the victim found inside the front trunk had been dead for some time.
At first, the public wasn't ready to blame him. Most believed he was busy on his world tour. The popular theory? Someone stole his Tesla, used it for something sinister, and then abandoned it. That explanation seemed to protect his image until new details emerged. Once TMZ and investigators began digging deeper, the stolen car story collapsed. The evidence made it nearly impossible for anyone to keep believing he had no idea what was going on. And then came the biggest twist. Police released a description of the victim found inside the vehicle. Immediately, a devastated mother stepped forward. She said, "That sounds like my daughter." Investigators later confirmed her worst fear. The body was identified as 15-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez, who had been missing for nearly a year. This revelation completely shifted the conversation. What started as a mystery about a stolen Tesla is now tied to a tragic missing persons case.
About the victim found inside the trunk of a car at a tow yard in Hollywood.
Police say the strong stench triggered the investigation, and now News reporter Sophie Flay is live near the scene where we learned the car is registered to a multi-platinum artist. Sophie.
Yeah, David, Giovanna, that's right. The LAPD tells us they are still in the very early stages of this investigation. But that tow yard, it's behind me here. And we've seen patrol cars coming in and out all day. We spoke to residents in the area who say they are in shock.
And the situation just went from bad to devastating. Here's where the case gets even more disturbing. According to police records, the victim's mother told investigators that before her daughter disappeared, she mentioned having a boyfriend named David. She had never met him, but the name stuck. Now fast forward. That same name matches the stage name of the artist at the center of this case, D4VD, whose real name is David. But it doesn't end there. Investigators discovered that both David and the victim shared the exact same tattoo on their right index finger. The letters SH. That discovery immediately turned what started out as a mystery about a stolen car into something far more serious. A full-blown investigation linking David directly to this young victim. And just when people thought it couldn't get worse, photos began surfacing online from people close to Celeste and David. These weren't rumors. These were screenshots and posts that showed them together, removing any doubt that they knew each other personally. One shocking screenshot shows the two on FaceTime with a friend, and that call reportedly took place at 3:51 in the morning. The question on everyone's mind: why was a grown artist spending late-night hours online with someone that young? Even without the tragic outcome of this case, the situation itself is career-destroying. The connection, the evidence, and the timeline alone are enough for many to say this could be the end of David's music career forever. The details only get darker from here. What investigators and online sleuths are uncovering is nothing short of disturbing. This wasn't just some random fan interaction. Reports suggest that Celeste, who was just a teenager at the time, was in a relationship with David. She had run away from home, and according to accusations, he may have been harboring her. That fact alone is shocking enough before we even get into the tragic ending of this case. The stolen Tesla excuse? That narrative doesn't add up anymore. Think about it. Are we really supposed to believe that someone stole David's vehicle, tracked down the girl most closely tied to him, and then left her body inside his own car? Investigators and the public alike are calling that theory impossible. Here's what the timeline shows. Celeste was first reported missing on April 5th, 2024, but nearly a month later, on April 29th, friends shared screenshots of private messages they had with her. In those texts, they acknowledged she was on the run, but begged her not to delete her burner Instagram account so they could stay in contact. One chilling message reads, "Anissa, do not text." He came back, he's crying. "Do not text me, nobody knows exactly who he was," but the implication raised eyebrows everywhere. She later followed up with, "I fixed, I'm staying. Don't text, whatever that is." These cryptic words left her friends confused and worried. Combined with the timeline and her connection to David, the story becomes even more troubling. It paints a picture of a young girl caught in a dangerous situation, one that spiraled far beyond what anyone could have imagined. The private messages exchanged between Celeste and her close friend reveal just how troubling her situation had become. In one emotional exchange, she admitted to being conflicted and scared, while also describing her strained relationship with David. She seemed torn, sometimes saying she felt safe, other times admitting she wasn't. That back and forth alone shows the chaos she was living through. Her friend grew increasingly concerned. At one point, they urged her to promise she'd stay safe, warning her not to fall back into communication with David. They feared that talking to him again would only bring her more trouble. Celeste responded, "I'm safe, no I'm not." Those words sent chills through everyone who later read the messages. They paint a picture of someone who clearly didn't feel secure, even while insisting she was okay. The text also suggests that her relationship with David was already falling apart. She was telling friends she wasn't going to get back with him, that she wanted to avoid more problems. But the very fact her friends had to repeatedly ask if she was safe shows just how much they feared for her well-being. To make matters worse, she even hinted at fights and emotional turmoil between them, all signs of a relationship on the edge. Investigators and commentators now point to these exchanges as possible evidence of motive. Something serious may have happened between them, something that pushed this story from troubled relationship into tragic mystery. The final message from her friend was simple but haunting. "Okay, I love you. I'll text you in about a week." They had no idea that those could end up being some of their last words exchanged with Celeste. The evidence just keeps piling up, and it raises serious questions that can't be ignored. Friends of Celeste repeatedly warned her not to delete her Instagram because she was on the run from her parents. And who was the only person that seemed to know where she was? David. That fact alone has people asking, why was an established artist in close contact with a 15-year-old runaway? Why did her friends constantly bring up trouble connected to him? And most importantly, why did they feel she was unsafe being around him? Fast forward about a year later, and she's tragically discovered inside the back of David's own vehicle. Are we really supposed to believe this is just a coincidence? This doesn't look like a stolen car situation anymore. It looks like something far more chilling. Screenshots also surfaced showing alleged Discord conversations between David and Celeste as early as 2022, when she would have been just 13. Add to that FaceTime screenshot circulating online, showing David on late-night calls with her and her friends. It leaves many wondering, why was a grown musician spending so much time online with kids instead of people his own age? To this day, David hasn't issued a public statement addressing these allegations. And the silence is only making the questions louder. Because at this point, even if he were to admit to the relationship, the public would still be asking, what really happened to Celeste? How did her story end inside his car? The pressure on David is reaching a boiling point. Sources are saying that if these allegations hold up, he could be facing years behind bars. And now TMZ has added fuel to the fire by releasing a photo that allegedly shows David near the area where Celeste lived before she vanished. Even more alarming, reports claim he may have been paying people to keep her whereabouts hidden. Again, this is TMZ's reporting, not speculation. But here's where the case takes an eerie turn. The parallels between art and reality are chilling. Fans are comparing this situation to the YNW Melly case, where his hit song, Murder on My Mind, eerily mirrored accusations against him. In David's case, the timing is just as unsettling. According to missing persons reports, Celeste's birthday was September 7th. And on that exact date, David dropped his breakout single, Romantic Homicide. The track went on to rack up over 178 million views. But now people are replaying the lyrics with new eyes. One line in particular has the internet frozen. "In the back of my mind, I killed you and I didn't even regret it. I can't believe I said it, but it's true." In an era where prosecutors are increasingly using lyrics in court cases, these connections are hard to ignore. Whether coincidence or something darker, the overlap between Celeste's story and David's music is sparking a wave of speculation that could haunt him in ways he never imagined. The timeline surrounding this case is chilling. Authorities revealed that the body was officially discovered on September 9th, inside David's Tesla at the impound lot. But here's the detail that has everyone disturbed. The vehicle had actually been parked outside for 2 days before being brought in. That means the Tesla was likely abandoned on September 7th, the very same day that also happened to be Celeste's birthday. If that timeline holds, it suggests she may have lost her life on that exact date, which makes the coincidence with David's song, Romantic Homicide, even harder to dismiss. Investigators believe the victim was already deceased when the car was dropped off, further fueling suspicions about what really happened that day. This connection has left the public stunned. The release date of his hit song, the birthday of the victim, and the car being parked all fall on September 7th. Is this just a disturbing coincidence, or does it point to something much darker? The internet is buzzing with speculation, and many are calling the overlap too eerie to ignore. Meanwhile, David has gone completely silent. He hasn't addressed the case publicly, canceled multiple shows, and according to reports, his legal team is now heavily involved. Insiders claim he's no longer speaking with the media or fans, and every move he makes is under scrutiny. With investigators tightening their timeline and fans connecting dots online, the unanswered questions keep piling up. Was this a coincidence, or did something far more sinister take place on September 7th? Before investigators make their next move, one thing is clear. David won't be leaving the country anytime soon, but I want to hear from you. Do you believe he's truly involved in this case, or do you think there's another explanation? Drop your thoughts down in the comments. I'm reading everything, and if you're still here watching, make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, and share this video with a friend. It helps the channel grow, and it keeps you in the loop for the next major update.
Eminem, he gave me his demo like 6 times.
What?
Yeah, I f***ed up big time.
Yeah, you.
Biggest mistake in hip-hop history.
Fat Joe came out and said he lied in 95% of his rhymes. What did you think of that?
He told the truth for the first time, that he's a liar, that you can't believe nothing that comes.
Fat Joe's been part of hip-hop for decades, a real veteran who's shared moments with some of the biggest names in the game. With over 30 years in the industry, his journey is packed with stories that made major headlines. From reportedly turning down Eminem's offer multiple times to proudly repping Puerto Ricans in hip-hop, Joey Crack's influence can't be denied, and he's always carried himself like a true figure of the culture. But lately, fans say something feels off. Joe's been so confident about his legacy that he started calling out fakes and frauds, claiming he stands above the rest. Still, the more he talks, the more people are starting to question if that same honesty he preaches is really there. Some now joke that he's turned from Fat Joe into Cap Joe, and the internet hasn't stopped talking about it. In hip-hop, storytelling has always been part of the art, but sometimes the line between truth and exaggeration gets blurry. Just like others before him, Snoop Dogg, Soulja Boy, even Rick Ross, Joe's name has started popping up in conversations about artists who might stretch the truth a little too far. Critics say his recent interviews sound more like image cleanups than confessions, especially after that CNN appearance where he called a lot of his old lyrics fiction.
I've been rapping professionally for 30 years. I've lied in almost 95% of my songs. I'm being honest. Lied.
Like how? What do you
just
mean?
go. I write like I feel that day. I'm just being creative. You know, you could probably you couldn't build the jail high enough for the lyrics I've said on songs, which are all untrue. What I am is a family man, the person who gives back to my community all the time, open businesses in my community. So the music would never amount to the.
Now, fans are left wondering, has Fat Joe been reinventing his story or just trying to protect his legacy in a culture where authenticity means everything? This all went down during a CNN segment about whether rap lyrics should be used in court. And while Fat Joe's goal seemed to be defending artists' freedom of expression, what he said ended up raising eyebrows instead. Admitting that some lyrics were just stories might have sounded harmless to him, but in hip-hop, where realness is everything, that kind of statement hits differently. It even sparked backlash from Joe Budden, who called him out publicly and questioned his truthfulness. After that, Joe had to step in and clear things up, insisting his street image wasn't all smoke and mirrors. Still, many fans weren't fully convinced. They felt like he was trying too hard to clean up his past. And it didn't stop there. Fat Joe's habit of stretching stories seems to go way back, all the way to his early days in the Bronx. According to Joe, he was a real problem growing up, not just in the candy aisle, but out in the streets. He's claimed he once took on trained fighters during high school and even told a wild story about robbing an entire gym class. And somehow getting help from the same students he robbed to make his getaway. Sounds unbelievable, right? Nobody really believed that wild story right off the bat, but they definitely couldn't stop talking about it. Fat Joe's one of those dudes who tells stories so confidently that you just let him talk, waiting to hear what wild twist comes next. People joke like, man, guess what Fat Joe told me today? Because his tales are that entertaining. The whole I robbed my entire gym class story became legendary. But let's be real, most folks agree he probably wasn't even near a gym when that happened. That story alone turned him into a local legend. Not because it was real, but because it was funny. Over time, Joe's reputation for exaggerating became part of his brand, earning him the title of hip-hop's biggest storyteller. By some, and by others, the rap game's biggest liar. Either way, the man knows how to keep people talking. But Joe's stories don't just stick to street life. Sometimes they reach deep into hip-hop history. One of the biggest ones he ever told involved the late, great Biggie Smalls. Joe claimed that before Biggie's tragic passing, the two had linked up to record a full joint album filled with diss tracks aimed at Tupac. Sounds intense, right? But when that story resurfaced, people close to Biggie weren't buying it. Former music executive Lance Rivera publicly cast doubt on Joe's claim, saying he never heard of such a project. Lil Cease, one of Biggie's closest friends, even stepped in and said Big wouldn't have made a whole album centered around beef, and that he never once heard of any secret Fat Joe collaboration. So now, fans are left wondering, was Joe rewriting history again, or just keeping his legend alive with another wild tale? People who were actually around back then quickly shut down that story, saying there's no way it ever happened, which raises the real question. Why would Fat Joe even make something like that up? According to former Terror Squad member Cuban Link, Joe might have been trying to boost his image in the rap game by connecting himself to legendary moments that never really existed. As wild as his Biggie stories sound, his supposed ties to both sides of the East versus West Coast tension have also sparked plenty of doubt. During that era, Fat Joe was one of New York's biggest names, and he was proudly repping the East while Tupac led the charge for the West. Joe claimed that he was always ready to ride for Biggie, no hesitation. In one interview, he said that when his track got radio play, Tupac, who was locked up in New York at the time, actually heard it behind bars. According to Joe, that moment caused tension because some Puerto Rican inmates allegedly took it as Joe trying to start drama with Pac. But here's the twist. Joe also said he stepped in and made peace, claiming he was the one who laid down the law to keep Pac safe. It's a bold story. But just like the rest, people still aren't sure if it's fact or just another Fat Joe legend. Even though a lot of people didn't believe Fat Joe's story, there was one surprising voice who partly backed it up. Tupac's close friend and Outlaws member, Napoleon. He admitted there might have been some truth to what Joe said, but still, it's hard to know for sure since Pac isn't here to clear the air. On the flip side, Pac's cousin William Sane straight up rejected Joe's version, saying it just didn't line up with what really happened. Now, Fat Joe has always taken pride in his Puerto Rican and Cuban roots. He's never been shy about representing his culture loud and proud. But sometimes that same pride has landed him in hot water. One of the biggest controversies hit when Joe claimed that Latinos were just as essential in the creation of hip-hop as Black artists were. That statement caused a major stir online, with people across the culture debating it non-stop. Critics quickly fired back, saying his words were misleading. Many argued that while Latino artists absolutely helped build and spread the movement, the foundation of hip-hop came from Black culture, from the sounds, rhythms, and spirit born in those early Bronx block parties. Some even pointed out that Puerto Ricans joined the movement later on, after it was already taking shape. Even other Latino voices disagreed with him, saying they didn't want to be dragged into that argument. And when the clip blew up, figures like Tariq Nasheed and Lord Jamar clapped back hard, reminding Joe that being there afterward isn't the same as creating it. To make things worse, Joe later contradicted himself on his own Joe and Jada show, saying that his own father once told him not to rap because there weren't many Latinos in hip-hop at the time. That left fans even more confused about where Joe really stands. Fat Joe's storytelling really hit new heights during the Joe and Jada show, his podcast with Jada Kiss, and let's just say fans have heard some wild stuff there. Ever since the show dropped, Joe's been firing off story after story, some so unbelievable that even his co-hosts can't help but look confused. And trust me, a few of those pause-worthy moments have left the internet in stitches. From outrageous claims to strange name drops, Joe's imagination seems to know no limits. Listeners have started to notice that some of his tales sound suspiciously familiar, like he's pulling pieces straight from old TV shows or pop culture. For example, when he randomly mentioned Julio Fuentes, fans quickly realized that's actually the name of Fred Sanford's neighbor from Sanford and Son. People couldn't help but laugh and say, "Come on, Joe, we know that one's from TV." And then there's his growing list of firsts that fans say don't really add up. Lately, Joe's been getting compared to Soulja Boy for how often he claims to have been the first to do something in hip-hop. During a recent Complex interview, he even said he was supposed to be the first rapper to ever get a Jordan sneaker collab. And if that wasn't enough, he also claimed he was the original customer at the iconic sneaker shop Flight Club. Joe's confidence is unmatched, but some fans are definitely side-eyeing those stories. Sometimes Fat Joe's stories go so far that he ends up placing himself in movements or moments that fans say he had nothing to do with. One example that raised eyebrows was when he claimed he used to be a 5%er, a group with deep roots in the Nation of Islam. But the minute he said it, people actually involved in that movement quickly shut it down, saying there's no record of Joe ever being part of it. And that's not the only time Joe's tried to stamp his name deeper into history. He once said he was the first rapper ever to perform at the legendary Apollo Theater in Harlem. Now, to be fair, Joe did have some real success there. He won Amateur Night 4 times, which is no small feat. But the problem is, he didn't actually need to exaggerate. That accomplishment was already impressive on its own. Still, Joe being Joe, he couldn't resist adding a little extra flair to the tale. He's even gotten small details twisted in stories that had some truth to them. Like when he said, Tupac grew up in the Bronx, which isn't completely false, but not fully accurate either. Pac was born in New York, spent time in Harlem and the Bronx, then moved to Baltimore before heading out west, where his legacy took off. And speaking of Pac, Joe once claimed Tupac brought him on stage. And funny enough, that part was actually confirmed by Big Daddy Kane. But Kane also teased him, saying, yeah, you were there, but your version sounds way more dramatic than what really happened. By now, Joe's habit of stretching the truth has become such a running joke that even Jadakiss laughs about it on air. And guests are starting to play along too. It's almost like Cappin' Joe has become a whole character of his own. Even Jadakiss seems to be in on the joke these days. When Joe starts telling one of his wild stories, like when he claimed he almost signed Joey Bada, Jada doesn't hold back. He literally waves flags mid-show, cracking up the audience and turning the moment into comedy gold. Fans tune in not just for the interviews, but to see what unbelievable story Joe's gonna drop next. One viewer even joked, this man got more fairy tales than Walt Disney. And honestly, it's hard to argue with that. Over time, Joe himself has started admitting that he sometimes gets the details mixed up. Most of the time, it's all in good fun, part of his personality, part of his charm. But every now and then, things get a little heavier, especially when his stories involve people who aren't here to defend themselves, like his late friend and rap partner, Big Pun. Back in the 90s, Fat Joe and Big Pun were unstoppable. Together, they built Terror Squad and put it on the map. The bond they shared looked unbreakable. But after Pun tragically passed away at just 28, many believed Joe would make sure his friend's family was taken care of forever. So when a documentary later revealed that Pun's wife had reportedly been living in a shelter, fans were heartbroken and shocked. Joe quickly went on Hot 97 to defend himself, claiming he did everything he could to help, but not everyone bought that explanation. And that's where things started to get complicated. When asked why he cut off Big Pun's family, Fat Joe claimed it was because Pun's widow had spoken negatively about her late husband, a story he stuck with for years. Joe insists he did everything possible to support them, but others in the music business have challenged that version hard. According to music publishing expert Congo Go Roach, things weren't as clear as Joe made them sound. Roach claimed that after years of legal battles, he helped Pun's wife finally receive what she was owed. Even though Joe has publicly denied any wrongdoing, reportedly, this whole dispute even delayed a tribute project meant to honor Big Pun's legacy, since Joe allegedly wanted to clear his own name first. To this day, the topic remains painful for Pun's widow. In fact, during one interview, she walked off set the moment someone suggested she should apologize to Joe, showing just how deep those wounds still run. After everything that's come out, many fans now joke that Fat Joe has fully earned his King of Cap nickname. But behind the humor, some say there's a serious side to it, because Joe genuinely seems to believe that his podcast and public image will one day prove him right. Still, others worry that the more he talks, the more he might end up twisting the story again, rewriting history one episode at a time. Still, not everyone shows Fat Joe the kind of love he once got from Pusha T. In fact, fans online have been picking apart everything about him lately, from joking that he never changed his name from Fat Joe to Slim Joe after losing weight, to calling out his too perfect beard. People are saying deception might just be part of his style. Some have even started breaking down how he crafts his wild stories, like it's become an art form of its own. But here's the truth. No matter how many questionable claims he's made, nobody can deny how much Fat Joe has done for hip-hop. His legacy is cemented in the game, period. Still, when someone's reputation for tall tales grows bigger than their actual achievements, it starts to blur the line between fact and fiction. And that's exactly what's happening now. Joe's name is more relevant than it's been in years, but that fame comes with a risk. If he keeps leaning into these exaggerated stories, the same thing that keeps him trending could end up staining his legacy forever. So what do you think? Is Fat Joe misunderstood or just doing too much? Drop your thoughts below, hit that like button, share this video with your crew, and don't forget to subscribe for more deep dives like this.
I know my son. Think I ain't spoke to my son. Think I ain't told my son, his mama, and his grandmamas, his ass going to prison.
T.I.'s worst nightmare might be coming true, and it's hitting harder than anyone expected. For years, he warned his son King Harris to slow down before he threw his future away, and now those warnings look like prophecy. Word on the streets is that a judge could hit King with a brutal 5-year prison sentence, exactly what T.I. predicted back in 2022 if King didn't change his ways. And let's be real, nobody should be shocked. The signs were all out there. Reckless driving, that viral Waffle House fight, flexing with guns in music videos like it was a game. King kept stacking up trouble like it was part of his brand. The 2024 arrest footage showed just how deep it went, swerving so wild he almost crashed into a cop car, pounding on the vehicle, a gun on his hip, and that old 2022 warrant finally catching up to him. It was like every bad choice came crashing back at once. But what makes this story even crazier is the timing. Just weeks after getting arrested, King was posting about becoming a dad, dropping a track called Dear Son and trying to show the world he was ready to step up. Instead of locking in on fatherhood, he's now facing the real possibility of being locked up for half a decade. So how did King Harris go from the privileged son of a hip-hop legend to sitting in court with 5 years hanging over his head? The story behind his downfall is way uglier than most people realize. It all spiraled in October 2024, the very day King Harris officially crashed out, pulling out of a gas station in his BMW and almost plowing straight into a cop car. You couldn't script this if you tried. The moment the cops rolled up, it was already over. First thing they catch, the smell of weed. Then their eyes lock on a gun strapped right to King's hip. At that point, they didn't even need to think twice. They knew he was headed straight to jail. But it got worse when they ran his name. Turns out King was still sitting on an open warrant from way back in 2022. Reckless speeding, driving on a suspended license, and even a DUI. Instead of handling it in court like anyone else, he just let it sit there like a ticking time bomb. And in 2024, it finally blew up in his face. The arrest video is insane, almost 30 minutes long. First popping up on Badge Chronicles before spreading to Vlad TV. The footage shows everything. Cops pulling him out the car, snatching the gun off his hip, cuffing him, patting him down, and tossing him in the back seat. King's not wilding out, but you can see the frustration all over him. He knew he was caught, and there was no slick talking his way out this time. Even the officer admitted later that King stayed calm and cooperative through the whole thing. But calm or not, he still landed in DeKalb County Jail before being transferred to Pickens once that old warrant finally hit. Just like that, King went from flexing on Instagram to sitting in a cell while the entire internet watched him fall. And the craziest part? T.I. warned everybody this exact thing was coming years ago, back in 2022 when King first started spiraling out of control. When T.I. jumped on Instagram back then, he didn't sugarcoat a thing. He warned the world that if his son didn't slow down, prison was the only road ahead. And he wasn't just talking as a concerned dad. He was talking as someone who had already lived that life. Tip even said straight up, time is gonna be his teacher. And now that teacher has shown up in the ugliest way, a possible 5-year sentence. The moment King's arrest clip started making the rounds, fans immediately dragged out that old video of T.I. preaching. Some were saying, see, he spoke it into existence. Others felt sorry for him, because imagine watching your own warning unfold in real time. Either way, the internet couldn't stop saying the same thing. T.I. called it from day one, he saw the pattern, and King still didn't listen. And speaking of not listening, who could forget the infamous Waffle House meltdown? Back in 2022, this was the moment people really started side-eyeing King like, yeah, he's headed for trouble. That viral video showed him in a full-blown screaming match with the staff, trying to puff his chest out and act tougher than he was. Instead of looking strong, he came off entitled and completely out of control. Even I couldn't spin that one. He went live afterward and admitted he was straight up perplexed, genuinely confused about why his son would stop what he was doing just to argue with a short order cook. He couldn't understand why King felt the need to meet that energy at all. And honestly, that was the first red flag everyone remembers. And if the Waffle House meltdown wasn't already embarrassing, the gun situation proved just how far off track King was sliding. Remember that viral clip where T.I. and Boosie had to check their own sons on camera? That moment blew up for a reason. King and Boosie's son, Tootie Raw, were supposed to be filming a music video, but instead of keeping the focus on music, they turned the set into a mini trap house, flashing guns like it was part of the show. That's when the dads had no choice but to step in. You can literally hear T.I. saying, why y'all even toting guns when you got girls right here? Talk about love. From there, it turned into a full-on lecture. T.I. broke it down crystal clear. One wrong move with a weapon, or having the wrong people around with drugs, and they'd be sitting in jail before they even realized it. The wild part? He wasn't even yelling. He was calmly giving them the exact game plan to dodge the same mistakes he once made. The clip showed T.I. and Boozy sitting their sons down, laying out the truth about why flashing guns in videos is a fast track to prison. Fans actually praised both dads for stepping in, saying it was rare and refreshing to see them guiding their kids instead of just letting them spiral. But the problem was clear as day. King wasn't really listening, and his whole vibe made it obvious he thought he knew better. He might have heard the lectures, but he definitely wasn't taking them in. And what really had fans side-eyeing him wasn't just the wild music videos or his short temper, it was his personal life. The biggest shock came when he popped up with a baby mama who instantly had the internet buzzing. The mother of his child, who goes by Big Nana, sparked rumors left and right. People claimed she was way older than King, and the chatter didn't stop there. Some swore she was only around for the money, while others dragged her as a groupie trying to secure a check. The age gap alone had the whole comment section lit up. But King, he couldn't care less. In fact, he doubled down. He threw Big Nana a full baby shower, plastered it all over social media, and when their son was born in November 2024, he bragged nonstop like everything was picture perfect. Clips from the baby shower showed King celebrating proudly with Big Nana, acting like he had it all under control. Not long after, he was online gushing about his newborn son and even dropped a track called Dear Son, writing about stepping up as a father and captioning his post with pure pride. November 5th, 8:09 a.m. Welcome King Jr. Time to take over. That's what King posted when his son was born, and for a quick moment, it looked like maybe fatherhood would finally humble him. Maybe he was ready to flip the script and change. But the timing couldn't have been worse. Because while King was cradling his newborn and playing proud dad on Instagram, that arrest video was spreading like wildfire online, reminding everybody of the trouble he was already drowning in. The saddest part? Nobody was shocked. Fans had been saying for years that King's reckless behavior was bound to catch up. And now it had full circle, exactly how people predicted. So if a judge really slams him with 5 years, don't be surprised if T.I. looks more broken than furious. Yeah, he warned him. Yeah, he tried to guide him. But when it's your own child shackled up in a courtroom, that pain hits different and cuts way deeper. And if you've ever seen their podcast together, you already know the bond between T.I. and King is real, which makes this downfall sting even harder. And the backlash isn't just about King, it's hitting T.I.'s image too. People are already clowning him online, saying he failed as a father, saying all the fame and money in the world couldn't stop his son from spiraling out. If King actually gets sentenced, those voices are only gonna get louder. And that's brutal for T.I., who always branded himself as the OG dad who teaches lessons and knows better. But one thing about T.I., he's always made it clear that no matter how ugly it gets, he's gonna love King through it all. So even if he's disappointed, you already know he'll be front and center in that courtroom standing by his son. Once the arrest footage and court updates started making the rounds, the internet went wild with reactions. Some people were clowning him hard, others were weirdly impressed, and some were just hoping he finally gets it together. One fan even said, King is enjoying every minute knowing he might go viral. He knows he's being recorded. I'm glad he was respectful. And honestly, you can see that in the video. Even while getting cuffed, King stayed calm, maybe too calm, like he knew the cameras were rolling, and this was just another moment for the blogs. Then came the crowd calling this his so-called street cred moment. One comment read, "That man finally got his street cred. He's been telling y'all he outside." And that right there shows how twisted the whole situation really is. Instead of celebrating his newborn son, people think King is out here chasing a jail record just to look real. But not every comment was negative. Some fans actually tried to show him grace, believing fatherhood might truly change him. One person wrote, "He gonna be fine. He has been doing good since his son was born, so I'm wishing him blessings. He handled himself well." That's the flip side. People hoping being a father will finally ground him, even if prison ends up being the lesson that forces him to slow down. For T.I., this feels like history repeating itself. The same system he once had to fight just to survive is now circling back and swallowing up his own son. And the worst part? Deep down, T.I. always saw this coming. Don't get it twisted. This isn't just King Harris chasing headlines or acting reckless for clout. This is the real deal. A real possibility of prison time, a real consequence staring him down, and a real test for T.I. as a father. Because if that judge makes the 5-year sentence official, King's story won't just be another viral clip floating online. It'll be a life-changing lesson stamped into his future forever. And if you're locked into this story just like we are, make sure you hit that subscribe button, drop a like, share this video, and jump in the comments with your thoughts. This one's far from over.
Who's on your Mount Rushmore female MCs? I grew up listening to Remy a lot. I like Trina a lot. I always say that I listen to Trina a lot. I used to listen to Kaya a lot, Lil Kim a lot. I used to listen to all of them.
Who's Kai?
Kaya.
Neck in my back, my neck, my back.
Yeah, she got some cool records though.
She did me dirty one. She did us all dirty one time. Like how the the girls, my neck, my back. We hanging out in the hotel and she called the cops on us. Like, yo, them making too much noise. They like, yo, the girl there.
My neck and my back?
My neck and my back, nigga. Like, how the my neck and my back?
You know she coming at you.
Supposed to call the cops. She called the cops on us, bro. We was in Phoenix, Arizona. B-Fab, all of us talking in the hallway, and they was like, yo, the girl right there. She called the cops.
More bad news is rolling in for Fat Joe, and it's not looking good. Things just got messy because a female rapper is calling him out publicly, claiming he's been involved in some serious wrongdoing. She even says she's got receipts to back it up. It all started after Fat Joe brought up her name during an interview with Cardi B. During that sit-down, he mentioned how this rapper once called the police on him over a noise complaint. But according to her, that story is completely fake. She claims the real reason she called the cops was over something much darker, something she says he's trying to hide. When Cardi mentioned the rapper's name, Kaya, Fat Joe acted like he didn't even know who she was. But as soon as he realized it was Kaya, he launched into a whole speech about their long-running tension. Cardi even tried to warn him during the interview, but by then it was too late. The damage had already been done. After that, Kaya jumped online and made some heavy accusations against Fat Joe, saying his actions were way out of line. Now, what's wild is that this isn't even the first time Fat Joe's name has been tied to these kinds of accusations. There's already a legal battle going on involving one of his former friends, a guy named Ta, who you're seeing right now, and he's been making some serious claims in court. According to reports, Ta filed a lawsuit against Fat Joe, saying that years ago he witnessed behavior that didn't sit right with him. Before the lawsuit, Ta had already gone on Instagram making these allegations, saying that Fat Joe was involved with people who were way too young, both in and outside the country. In the court filing, Ta even included old photos as part of his evidence, saying they proved what he was talking about. He brought up one situation involving a girl he said was only 16 at the time, someone he claimed Fat Joe had been spending money on and giving gifts to. The story goes that one day, while driving around New York, she asked him for help paying her phone bill, and when he said he didn't have it, things got heated fast. Ta claims he told Joe to just handle it to calm things down. But that whole story raises a ton of questions, especially since Ta admits he was there the entire time. These claims have been floating around for a while, and when Kaya jumped into the mix, she added even more fuel to the fire. She went online saying she had seen worrying behavior from Fat Joe around young women that made her extremely uncomfortable that night. Here's the thing.
The associate name is TA, the man on your right. Now, he filed a lawsuit against Fat Joe, and in this lawsuit, he disclosed certain things that he would say is the truth. Now, before he filed the lawsuit, he took to Instagram to accuse Fat Joe of being involved with young women out the DR, etc., or even in the States. Now, in this lawsuit, he provided a picture where
Kaya isn't just some random fan throwing around rumors. She's actually a media personality with her own platform where she reports on celebrity news and cultural topics. So if she's lying about something this serious, it could cost her everything. She could easily face a lawsuit or lose her credibility. She's got a lot to lose by making claims like this. Cardi B even tried to warn Fat Joe before this all blew up, but he didn't take it seriously enough, and now it's coming back around. Now, I get it. In hip-hop, people sometimes don't take defamation or public accusations seriously, especially after how things went with that whole Drake and Kendrick situation. But real talk, if someone publicly accuses you of something like this and it's false, that's a serious matter in court. And to be clear, nobody's saying Fat Joe is guilty. This is all alleged until proven otherwise. Still, when it comes to that old Big Pun situation, a lot of folks do believe his family's side of the story, saying Fat Joe didn't handle their money right. Again, that's all allegedly. But what Kaya said hit hard because she's from that same old school era. When hip-hop parties were wild, the nightlife was crazy, and boundaries were way looser than they are now. And she made one thing clear. Being wild is one thing, but crossing the line with anyone underage is never okay. That's where things stop completely. After Kaya's video started spreading online, the internet went into full chaos. People began digging through old interviews, clips, and social media posts from Fat Joe, trying to find anything that might back up her story. Within hours, the topic was trending. Fans were split, some defending Fat Joe, saying it's all clout chasing, while others said this is just the beginning of a bigger scandal. Kaya wasn't backing down either. She doubled down on her claims, saying she's not afraid of Fat Joe or his lawyers, and that she's seen things with her own eyes. That confidence made everything even more explosive. Meanwhile, Fat Joe stayed quiet at first, but insiders close to him reportedly said he was furious behind the scenes. He allegedly told people around him that Kaya's lying just to get attention and that these old stories are being twisted to make him look bad. Still, the silence online was strange. No direct denial, no public statement. Just radio silence from a man who's usually quick to respond when his name's in drama. Fans started questioning why he hadn't just come forward to clear his name if he really had nothing to hide. The tension was getting crazy. Eventually, Joe decided to speak up during a live stream, saying that the internet loves to spread lies and that people will say anything for views. He didn't mention Kaya by name, but everyone knew who he was talking about. He said, "I've been in this game too long to let gossip break me down," trying to sound unbothered, but the tone said otherwise. People in the comments were split. Some believed him, but others said he was being too vague, like he was dodging the real accusations. The comment section was a war zone. Then things took another wild turn. Kaya claimed she received messages from women who said they had their own disturbing experiences with Fat Joe. She didn't reveal names, but she hinted that more women were ready to come forward if things got worse. That sent social media into a frenzy again, with people demanding investigations and journalists starting to reach out for statements. It was like a storm building fast, and nobody knew how big it could get. Kaya said, "I don't lie on nobody. If I say it, I mean it," standing firm on her claims. At this point, other rappers began quietly weighing in. Some industry veterans said off the record that they'd heard rumors about Fat Joe for years, but didn't want to get involved. Others defended him, saying he's always shown respect and has too much to lose to risk something like this. The division in hip-hop circles was obvious. Some believed Kaya was finally saying what others were too scared to say, while others thought she was going too far without proof. The back and forth kept the story alive, and fans couldn't look away. Then came another shocking twist. Leaked screenshots started circulating online, showing alleged DMs that seemed to connect Fat Joe with much younger women. Nobody could confirm if they were real, but the timing couldn't have been worse. Blogs started reposting the screenshots, YouTubers began analyzing every message, and the whole situation spiraled even more. Joe's team immediately called the screenshots fake and manipulated, but by then, the damage was already spreading fast. People wanted answers, not statements. By now, what started as a single accusation had turned into a full-blown media storm. Kaya was standing on her claims, Fat Joe was trying to defend his name, and fans were split right down the middle. Every new post added more pressure. Reporters, podcasts, and gossip pages were covering it non-stop. Whether the truth comes out or not, one thing's for sure. This controversy has officially shaken up the hip-hop world, and everyone's watching closely to see what happens next. Soon after, more blogs began digging deeper into Fat Joe's old interviews and lyrics, pointing out how some of his past comments suddenly seemed questionable. People started connecting dots that might not even be there. But once the internet gets hold of a narrative, it spreads like wildfire. Old footage from early 2000s interviews resurfaced, and fans began speculating that there might have been signs all along. It felt like a digital manhunt. Everyone wanted to find the missing clue. Fat Joe's legal team finally stepped in with an official statement denying every single claim, calling it a coordinated smear campaign. They said he's cooperating with his lawyers to take appropriate action against anyone spreading false information. Still, the statement didn't calm the public down. It just fueled more debate. People were like, if it's fake, why not show proof? And if it's real, why fight it this hard? Every move he made just brought more attention. Meanwhile, Kaya went live again, and she came with more confidence than ever. She said, "They can threaten me all they want, but the truth don't need protection." That live went viral instantly. Over 100,000 people tuned in, flooding the comments with shock, disbelief, and wild theories. Some even said she might be sitting on evidence she hasn't dropped yet. Whether that's true or not, her confidence kept her name trending and Fat Joe's situation under the microscope. At the same time, other female rappers started showing quiet support for Kaya. A few posted cryptic messages on their stories like, "We know what really goes on behind the scenes," and "They can't silence every woman forever." Fans immediately tied those posts to the Fat Joe situation, assuming they were subtweets aimed at him. The silence from big names like Remy Ma made it even more suspicious. People were wondering why those closest to Joe weren't speaking up. Then reports came out that the lawsuit from his ex-associate Ta was gaining traction again. Court filings were being reviewed, and blogs claimed there might be more evidence being submitted. Even though nothing was officially confirmed, the headlines made it look like things were escalating fast. Joe's team stayed quiet while Kaya continued to post daily, dropping hints, teasing proof, and keeping her audience locked in. Every post added more tension to the already messy situation. By now, Joe's reputation was taking serious damage online. Even people who used to defend him started saying they just wanted him to come forward with transparency. Some fans demanded he do an interview, maybe even on a big platform like Vlad TV, to tell his side directly. But Joe avoided all interviews, only posting motivational quotes and pictures from the gym. That silence started to look like guilt to some, and the comment sections were full of speculation. Then, out of nowhere, a new video surfaced online, allegedly showing Fat Joe at a private party years ago with a few young-looking guests. Nobody could confirm the video's date or authenticity, but it immediately blew up. People started freezing frames, zooming in, and analyzing every second like detectives. Joe's lawyer quickly issued a takedown notice, calling it manipulated digital content, but it was too late. Once it hit social media, it spread like wildfire. Kaya didn't waste time. She reacted to that video the same night. She said, "That's exactly what I've been talking about," and told her followers that more was coming out soon. Her tone was confident, almost like she knew what was next. Meanwhile, Joe's side called it harassment, saying people were crossing the line by spreading false visuals. The battle between both sides had officially turned into a media war, and fans were picking sides louder than ever. Now even journalists from major outlets began circling the story, reaching out to both Kaya and Fat Joe's teams for official comments. That's when things got tense, because neither side wanted to talk directly, but both kept posting indirectly. It became a fight for control over public opinion. One side shouting truth, the other side yelling lies. Every day the story evolved, every headline twisted it more, and hip-hop Twitter was eating it up like a live soap opera. As days passed, even celebrities outside of hip-hop began reacting. Talk show hosts, influencers, and online personalities were discussing Fat Joe's name like it was breaking news. The scandal crossed into mainstream coverage, and at that point, there was no way to stop it. Fat Joe went from being a respected figure to one of the most controversial names online overnight. The court of public opinion had already spoken, and whether he wins or not legally, his image had taken a serious hit. That's the thing. No matter how wild people act, some lines just can't be crossed. When it comes to anyone underage, that's not messy, that's a full stop. Those are victims, not participants, and that difference matters. Kaya made that clear. And that's why this story hit so hard. Now, Fat Joe has never really addressed any of these accusations directly. Even when that situation with Ta happened, he didn't speak publicly. He just took legal action instead. If he's innocent, that's the right move, but people still want to hear him say it straight up. Fans want him to come out and say, "Nah, I'd never do something like that. Show me the proof," because silence only keeps the questions alive. If Kaya's making these claims, she clearly believes she knows something, and that's what's keeping the internet locked in. Make sure you subscribe, like, share, and drop a comment below to let us know what you think about this whole situation.
I'm now the chairman of Revolt with a pathway. You see, because he wants to trigger me, and I want you to acknowledge that. So I'm now Cam's boss.
But y'all know I got 3 bricks in the car, but I'll wear it. Cam started crying,
So
man.
let me say it. Tomorrow, I'm dropping a diss record for 50.
Dame Dash stormed into the Breakfast Club and shook the room with a wild claim. He said he's the new chairman of Revolt, fired shots at Cameron, and even promised a diss record. Minutes later, on Art of Dialogue, Dame doubled down with a story that cuts deep. A night linked to Big L and a car packed with mystery cargo. Whether you believe him or not, Dame just flipped the timeline upside down. Revolt, Harlem loyalty, and an empire mindset. He's painting himself like the godfather of the culture. Tonight, we're connecting every claim and every clapback. Dame's bankruptcies, his chess-like moves, Cam's counters with Mace, and the truth behind who really calls the shots. The next 5 minutes might seriously change the way you see all 3 of them. But let's rewind to what sparked it all. Just a week before Dame's interview, 50 Cent dropped a bomb of his own, saying he bought the rights to Paid in Full and was turning it into a series with Cameron on board as executive producer. That announcement raced across hip-hop media like wildfire. To Dame, it felt like history being stolen. A Harlem classic he helped shape, now being retold by his rivals. The message? If 50 really controls the story, Dame gets erased from his own legacy. But Dame isn't letting that fly. He insists there are no rights to buy, because the story he lived can't be locked up in anyone's catalog like it's sitting on a store shelf. And before the paperwork even hits the table, Dame drags the beef into family territory, claiming Cam's people even tried to bring his son into the mix. That's no longer just business, that's blood. And in Harlem politics, when family gets pulled in, small disputes can explode into generational wars. Dame's point isn't just wordplay, it's power moves. If nobody can actually package and sell a clean, official, paid in full story, then 50's announcement is more promo than a signed deal. Dame flips the spotlight and asks the hard questions. Who exactly could 50 have bought it from? And where's the industry notice? In Hollywood, if a deal is real, Deadline breaks it before Instagram throws the confetti. But this time, the headlines were blasting without the paperwork to back them up. Here's the quick paper trail. On September 9th, 2025, Revolt's site claimed 50 now owns the paid in full rights and is producing a TV series with Cam as executive producer. The very next day, iHeart's Breakfast Club blog echoed the same thing while also noting Dame's sarcastic new boss jab. Were those posts premature? Maybe, maybe not. But perception became the real battlefield. Once fans believe a crown has changed hands, it's almost as good as gone, unless you can snatch the story back with receipts. That's Dame's gamble. If the deal is real, there has to be paper. If there's no paper, then 50 and Cam are just selling smoke. And that's why the first chapter of this feud isn't about who's tougher. It's about who can claim ownership the loudest in the biggest room. Dame frames it as sovereignty, not spite. If Cam signed on to take orders from someone else, Dame fires back saying no one can own what they never created in the first place. It's a simple line, but it hits heavy in Harlem and online. The hustler refusing to be written out of his own script. And Dame doesn't stop there. He pushes the narrative straight into Cam's house, saying if Cam teamed up with 50 for the series, then the tables flip both on TV and in real life. The flex? Brutal in its simplicity. Dame claims a higher seat than Cam, and he doubles down later, announcing his own show, Bosses Take Losses, on Revolt. Then he teases the ultimate move, not just playing the game, but owning the platform that beams the message. Oh, and using it to crown himself. Sounds airtight until you actually check the press, and that's where things split right down the middle. Billboard reported that Vibe confirmed Dame as interim chairman, and while Vibe's own write-up leaned heavy into the announcement, but at the exact same time, All Hip Hop ran the CEO's denial. Then OK Player and Hot New Hip Hop cited co-host Lauren L.A. saying Revolt's PR team debunked it. By this point, aggregation sites were straight up asking the question, is he or isn't he? Even Soap Central stepped in, summarizing the CEO's clarification. So what do we do with all that noise? For our purposes, we treat it the same way the streets do. It's all about claims, counterclaims, and who flashes real paperwork first. Dame insists he's got receipts and even posted text messages hinting at a pathway to take the role. But let's be real, a pathway isn't the same thing as a signed deal. Our job isn't to pick sides, it's to put the receipts on the screen and see who blinks first. Because here's the reality, if Dame is right, then Cam just woke up with a brand new boss. But if Dame is wrong, then he basically just tried to big brother a Harlem legend with a mic check that won't cash. Bookmark this moment because it shapes everything that follows. The words Dame keeps using, chairman, acquisition, pathway, either become the trailer for a redemption arc or the setup for a spectacular walkback. And from here, things heat up quick. Next, we go to the night that shifted this story from corporate boardrooms to street-level tension, the infamous traffic stop with Big L in the car. Dame says it was him, a young Cameron, and Big L driving uptown when he accidentally rolled into a checkpoint without a license. Back then, he says sometimes you walked away, sometimes you got cuffed, but what really mattered was how you carried it. Dame's version is simple. He kept his cool, said he'd handle whatever came, and looked around to see who could really handle pressure and who couldn't. That's why this next part stings different, because when Dame tells the car story, he isn't just flexing about how tough he was, he's measuring Cam. The message he pushes is that real Harlem stripes aren't earned in studios or on TV screens. They're minted in those pressure cooker moments where the wrong word could bring the law down on everybody. And if you believe Dame's account, the second he mentioned what was inside that car, Cam cracked. In Harlem politics, that's not just a random story. That's a character reference. Dame had already cast the roles, Cam as Fredo, not Michael, the brother who loves the perks of power but can't handle the true moment of pressure. Dame even took it further, calling him Cameo and laying out a Godfather-style analogy beat for beat. Power looks patient until it moves. And when it moves, it strikes all at once. That's not just random trash talk, that's motive. He's giving you a lens to interpret everything that comes next. And then came the part that froze the internet. Dame's delivery slowed for just a second, like he was picking the sharpest word possible, and then he dropped the haymaker, Cam cried. Whether you see that as teenage panic or a permanent mark depends on how you grade Harlem legends. But Dame's goal is clear. He wants the audience to equate composure with kingship and emotion with exile. Now let's be real, even if Cam really did break down in that moment, it doesn't erase decades of music, hustle, and influence. But in Harlem storytelling, one single detail can follow you for life. A tear in the wrong moment becomes a stamp that brands your legacy. And don't forget the setup to that punch. Dame made it clear he never hustled with Cam, and even questioned whether Cam ever really put in that type of work on a Harlem block. Then he framed the car night as Exhibit A, stacking character evidence instead of just telling a wild story. If Cam and Mace want to tear it down, they can't just laugh at the revolt talk. They've got to crack this memory wide open. That means challenging the details, the date, the location, even who was really in that car, because as long as Dame's story stands, he's got a street exhibit to go with his boardroom boasts. Put together the checkpoint, the 3 bricks, and the tier line. And Dame has a clean through line. I stayed solid when it counted, and that's why I never hustled with Cam. He isn't asking for fans to like him. He's asking you to grade resumes by the ugliest moments, not the brightest lights. And if you buy into that grading scale, his Harlem scorecard makes sense. The pressure then shifts back to Cam and Mace. Either flip the scale or flip the story. And here's where Dame's Godfather obsession comes in again. Not just as a metaphor, but as his actual operating manual. He says he studies it, lives by it, and even quotes the exact sequence. Play weak, absorb the insults, then push a button and strike 5 families in a single day. It sounds theatrical, sure, but it's also his reasoning for why he showed up in patched up clothes, a loose shirt, and threw bait into the room. He wanted the hosts and the internet to underestimate him, so when he dropped his reveals, they hit harder. But listen closely. It's more than cosplay. Dame is mapping real moves to movie scenes. His chairman claim, premiere edited cuts from his docuseries, teasing a diss track, and funneling content to a platform he says he's acquiring. Every piece is part of a bigger play designed to make him look inevitable. That's why he keeps repeating, trades tomorrow, 25 episodes, bosses take losses next week. At this point, it's less about debate and more about momentum. Keep feeding the timeline with set pieces until the audience treats the ending as a foregone conclusion. But here's the twist in this whole script. Michael Corleone didn't just posture, he closed loops. And if Dame is really running the Corleone play, the pressure's on him to back it with receipts, contracts, programming schedules, real air dates. Because once your rivals start mocking the paperwork, that Godfather aura doesn't hold unless there's something concrete behind it. That's why Cam and Mace's strongest counter won't be a joke, where it'll be a calendar. If they can pull out a date-stamped contradiction, Dame's so-called pathway to acquire goes from a power move to a punchline. And in Harlem, you only get to call yourself boss if the credits roll your way. So chapter 4 plants a flag. Dame is laying out the rules of the movie he thinks he's living in. Either he really executes the 5 families montage, programming live on Revolt, a diss record out, paid in full episodes actually airing, or Cam and Mace flip the script on him and use his own metaphor against him. Harlem is watching closely to see who walks away from this table smiling. But there's one more thing about the movie Dame keeps quoting. In his telling, real power is measured by what you don't owe. He repeats it again and again. No debt, family office, do it with your own money. That's the backbone of his Godfather talk. Because if you owe nobody, then nobody can make you bow. Tie that doctrine to a media platform and you've got his thesis in one sentence. Control the channel, control the myth. So when Dame christens Cam as Fredo, it's not just clowning. It's a warning. In the film, Fredo's undoing wasn't simply weakness. It was mistaking proximity for real power. And Dame is daring Cam and Mace to prove they're Michael, to build something they actually own, not something borrowed. Because if the next chapter shows Dame's show actually airing on Revolt the way he says it will, while Cam and Mace are only dropping reaction clips, then Dame's metaphor sticks. And so does the stain. And here's where Dame doesn't dodge the numbers. He drags them right onto the table. A decade filled with lawsuits, liens, and a tax bill big enough to sink most people. But Dame doesn't frame it as a confession. He frames it as a reset button. His message? You can't dig a $20 million hole out of the ground by clocking in at a 9 to 5. In his telling, the move wasn't about optics, it was about oxygen. If every business launch gets hit with muddy waters and legal letters, the only way forward is to pause the courtroom game and reallocate energy back into building. Listen to his logic and you'll hear a street cadence applied to corporate weather. Investors hate smoke, lawsuits create smoke, and smoke kills deals even when the cases don't stick. Dame says one determined person could file in courts across the country just to tie him up, forcing him to spend 6 figures just swatting flies. And whether he won or lost, the filings alone drained the clock and the cash. Bankruptcy, in his argument, clears the slate from those tactics, so real business plans can breathe again. Whether you see that as smart strategy or just spin depends on how you view bankruptcy itself. Is it taboo, or is it a tool? And notice the tone shift here. The Breakfast Club clash was theater, but this part, this is arithmetic. Same Dame, but with a different mic. Fewer interruptions, more explanations, and in doing so, he taps the oldest fault line in hip-hop business debates, pride versus paper. Does it sting to say bankruptcy out loud? Maybe, but does it restore optionality when lawyers turn your calendar into a cost center? That's the argument Dame is pushing, and because Harlem is watching, he frames it as a wager. Judge me on execution after the filing, not ego before it. If the next scenes show budgets, episodes, and distribution instead of docket numbers, then this move flips from scandal into blueprint. Now Dame shifts from survival to straight doctrine. His creed is sharp and deliberately provocative. If a billionaire holds a massive loan and he holds none, then in his eyes, he's actually richer. To corporate ears, that sounds backwards, because in their world, leverage is a growth tool, not a scarlet letter. But to Dame, loans are leashes. Whoever funds you can yank the chain, and whoever can yank you can make you bow. His antidote, autonomy. And autonomy costs cash. This is where the revolt talk ties directly into the bankruptcy reset. Dame's pathway to acquire isn't just a humble brag, it's the centerpiece. Own the pipeline and you don't have to beg for slots. Build the show yourself and you don't have to ask for a look. In his playbook, it's family office over labels, your masters instead of someone else's catalog. Sure, it's romantic, and yes, it's risky, but every time Dame repeats his line about debt, he's drawing a border around his whole identity. Better to fly smaller with no strings than to balloon up on borrowed helium. But here's the rub Dame never fully concedes, and it's exactly where Cam and Maze plant their flag: scale. Because if independents can't match what a full network machine does for distribution, then Dame's philosophy only wins if his content massively overperforms. And that's why he keeps promising drops, documentaries, episodes, all tied to a platform he claims he's locked in with. If those projects actually land on schedule, then his no debt gospel stops sounding like a sermon and starts reading like receipts. But if they don't, that same doctrine flips into a very loud vow, one his rivals will throw back in his face every single time they trend. And Dame's too seasoned to leave that vacuum hanging. He previews a diss track, then actually tees it up right in the room. A record swinging at both 50 and Cam, it's spectacle. Part trolling, part time capsule, part warning shot. And the message behind the music is bigger than the bars. I'm not debating you, I'm narrating you. Then he takes it one level louder, framing it like a station ID. He introduces the artist, names the track, and plants it in people's heads as the last thing they hear before the show bumps. They poke holes in Dame's chairman claim, clown the wording, and dare him to put signatures where his sound bites are. As long as the paperwork feels fuzzy, their job stays easy. Keep it funny, keep it fast, and let the comment sections carry the narrative. Dame's counter, drown the jokes with deliverables, air dates, pilots, a whole slate, because whoever drops the first indisputable receipt wins this round by default. Cam with ownership paperwork, or Dame with programming actually on air. And that circles us right back to the car. The image Dame wants front and center. If the Big L night happened the way he tells it, then his whole argument is this: character under pressure predicts staying power in business. Cry in the car, fold in the deal. Keep your chin up in the sirens, keep your head up in the storm. It's ruthless logic. And now this beef is testing that logic live in public. Over the next few weeks, Harlem will treat the internet like that checkpoint. Who blinks first? Who looks away? Who keeps both hands steady on the wheel? Harlem doesn't hand out crowns. It snatches them. Dame says there were 3 bricks and no tears. Cam fires back, he's not the boss of me. A network is either yours or it isn't. A legend is either earned or it's edited. When the next episode hits, only 2 outcomes are possible. Either Dame drops the paperwork and walks into the room he promised, or Cam and Mace push him back out and lock the door behind him. Either way, somebody's story is about to get rewritten. And in this city, those edits are permanent. And that's the question left on the table. Who's really the boss when the smoke clears? Let me know what you think in the comments below. And don't forget to hit that like button, share this video, and subscribe to the channel for more breakdowns just like this.
Charles Jones. You've heard his name in the indictment. That's his face. Just a few seconds of the mountain of evidence that you will see in this case of what happened that night. Evidence that will show you clearly that these co-conspirators hatched this murderous plot not minutes, not hours, but days before this.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there was no evidence whatsoever that Alicia Andrews killed Charles Jones. No evidence whatsoever that Alicia Andrews wanted Charles Jones dead. No evidence whatsoever that Alicia Andrews did anything to help that group of men kill Charles Jones.
The trial for Julio Fulio's tragic case has officially begun, and things are getting wild. 5 individuals have been accused in connection with the rapper's death, but right now, only one of them is standing trial. The only woman in the group. Her name is Alicia Andrews, and her defense story is very different from the others. While the rest of the group reportedly claims complete innocence, Alicia's legal team is saying she was just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Alicia Andrews was on a weekend trip with her boyfriend with only one agenda: to be with her boyfriend. 2, Alicia Andrews is not in a gang. 3, with the exception of her boyfriend, Alicia Andrews.
She allegedly admitted to being present when everything went down, but insists she had no idea what was about to happen. According to reports, Alicia said she was on vacation with her boyfriend when things suddenly took a dark turn. She claims her boyfriend, who's also connected to the same circle as rapper Youngeen Ace, made a terrible decision that she didn't know about. Prosecutors, however, believe otherwise. They say Alicia and her boyfriend were actually helping track Julio Fulio's movements that night. Investigators allege the two followed Fulio's car from club to club, keeping tabs on him and passing updates to others involved. They reportedly used Alicia's phone to make several calls during the night, which prosecutors claim were to coordinate the attack. Alicia's boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, is said to be an aspiring rapper trying to make a name for himself in the Florida scene. Prosecutors are now painting both Alicia and Isaiah as key players who helped set the stage for what happened next. This trial is already heating up, and everyone's waiting to see how Alicia's defense plays out in court.
Did not know any of those men in that group, and none of those men in that group knew Alicia Andrews. As a matter of fact, if there was some conspiracy, Alicia Andrews was not in the loop because she was not in the group. 4, Alicia Andrews is not a part of the drill rap culture, nor the drill rap scene.
The other people accused in the case, believed to be the actual shooters, are Sean Gathright, Davion, and Davion's brother. Prosecutors claim these 3 had a personal vendetta against Julio Fulio that went way beyond music or clout. According to court documents, the brothers reportedly had long-standing tension with Fulio after rumors spread online that the rapper had disrespected their late relative. The story goes that Fulio allegedly mocked the loss on social media, even appearing to celebrate the person responsible once he was released from jail. That moment reportedly lit a fire that only got worse with time. Meanwhile, Sean Gathright and Isaiah Chance, Alicia's boyfriend, were allegedly trying to make a name for themselves in the same street and rap circles. Prosecutors described them as trying to fit in with the wrong crowd, chasing influence that would later drag them into something far darker than they ever expected. When the trial kicked off, prosecutors came prepared with what they called overwhelming evidence. Their opening statement alone lasted 2 full hours, packed with phone records, social media activity, and alleged connections between everyone involved. For months, many believed Julio Fulio's death happened because he had dropped his location online while celebrating his birthday in Jacksonville. But according to new testimony, that wasn't the real story. Prosecutors now claim this wasn't a random act at all. It was a planned setup that had been in motion days before the tragedy even took place. Investigators believe the situation may have started days before Julio Fulio's tragic passing. According to reports, Fulio had shared a flyer promoting his birthday weekend event in Tampa, letting fans know where he'd be celebrating. That single post might have set everything in motion. Authorities now think the suspect saw that flyer, realized he'd be in Tampa, and decided to follow him there. They allegedly booked an Airbnb in the same area, planning to keep tabs on his movements throughout the night. Prosecutors say the group monitored Julio's social media stories closely, waiting for the perfect moment to move, turning what should have been a birthday celebration into a setup planned behind the scenes. Meanwhile, Alicia Andrews is maintaining her innocence. Through her lawyers, she claims she had no idea about any of these alleged plans. Alicia insists she thought the Tampa Airbnb trip was just a weekend getaway with her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance. She says she didn't know he was watching Julio's posts or communicating with anyone involved. According to Alicia's defense, she was simply along for the ride, unaware that anything criminal was being planned at all. During the trial, Alicia Andrews' defense attorney made quite an entrance.
She says how many rooms? She says 2. Now, there's some assumption on Detective Ramos' side that because Alicia Andrews asked for 2 rooms for this romantic getaway, as he claims it to be, was some indication that she intended for this other group of guys to come to the Airbnb with them. In reality, Miss Andrews...
And definitely caught everyone's attention. It's unclear whether he's a public defender or a privately hired lawyer, but one thing's for sure. He came with energy. Unlike the calm, steady tone of the prosecution, Alicia's lawyer started his opening statement with pure intensity, raising his voice, pacing in front of the jury, and speaking straight from the heart without even using the microphone. Observers in the courtroom were surprised by his dramatic approach, but it set the tone for the defense's entire strategy. His argument followed a familiar pattern, not claiming that everything was false, but insisting that the prosecution had added too much to the story. In other words, the defense isn't saying Alicia was completely uninvolved, but rather that her role was being exaggerated beyond what really happened. Legal analysts have compared this to past high-profile cases, where defendants admitted to being present but denied having full intent or premeditation. A well-known example was mentioned in court discussions, the Nipsey Hussle case, where the defendant tried to claim his actions were a crime of passion, hoping for a lighter sentence. But just like in that case, the truth here will depend on evidence, not emotion. Alicia's defense is clear. She says she didn't plan or participate in any violent act. According to her, the others, including her boyfriend and the alleged shooters, are lying to protect themselves. She admits she was there when calls were made and meetings took place, and that her phone may have even been used to contact one of the suspects. But she insists she didn't know what those conversations were about. In her words, she thought she was simply on a weekend trip to Tampa with her boyfriend. She never imagined it would turn into the centerpiece of a murder investigation. Her entire defense now hinges on proving that she was caught in a situation far bigger than she ever understood. Alicia Andrews' defense centers on one emotional claim, that she was deeply in love and completely unaware of what was unfolding around her. She says her boyfriend drove her around Tampa that night while she believed they were just out enjoying their weekend together, not realizing a serious crime was taking place. Many people online have questioned that story, suggesting it sounds too convenient to be true. Still, legal experts warn against assuming how a jury might see it. Stranger things have happened in high-profile cases. In fact, some analysts have compared this situation to another infamous case involving one of Young Dolph's alleged killers, who was acquitted after claiming he had no knowledge of what was being planned. His defense was that others around him made the moves while he was simply nearby, and that argument worked in his favor. So while Alicia's story may sound far-fetched to some, there's still a real possibility the jury could see her as someone caught up in the middle of something she didn't fully understand.
Andrews and Isaiah Chance were kind of on the outs. Didn't know if they were going to be on the in or the outs. So they got 2 rooms, bigger, more comfortable, some space for this trip that was to be a trip of reckoning and maybe reconciliation. Ultimately, though, Alicia Andrews and the friend or follower does not book the Airbnb. Somebody else does.
According to investigators, though, the Tampa surveillance footage tells another story. When Alicia and her boyfriend stopped at a McDonald's earlier that night, she reportedly wasn't wearing any kind of disguise. But later, once the pair began following Julio Fulio's car near the club, she was suddenly seen wearing a mask. Detectives point to this change as possible proof that she knew more than she's admitting. Authorities believe this was when Alicia's actions shifted from innocent tagging along to potentially aiding a planned setup. That single decision, putting on that mask, could become one of the most critical moments in her entire case. Prosecutors are confident they figured out why Alicia Andrews was wearing that mask, and they're not buying her explanation one bit. In their view, she put it on to hide her identity, plain and simple. Investigators believe that if Julio Fulio had seen her face that night, he would have realized right away that something wasn't right, because she and her boyfriend had already been spotted around earlier. According to prosecutors, Alicia knew exactly what was unfolding, but her defense team came ready with a very different story, and it's one they're hoping the jury will believe. Alicia's lawyer argued that the mask wasn't part of any plan at all. Instead, it was because she was shy around new people. He told the court that Alicia and her boyfriend had gone out that night thinking they were heading to grab food. But instead, her boyfriend met up with Davion, one of the alleged shooters. When Davion got into the car, he reportedly took over the driver's seat, began smoking, and started calling the shots. Alicia supposedly became uncomfortable and anxious being around him, so she put on the mask to hide her face and calm her nerves. Her defense maintains that she wasn't trying to disguise herself for any criminal reason. She was simply overwhelmed. They say she kept the mask on later that night when they drove past the club where Fulio was celebrating because more people were around and she didn't want any attention. But prosecutors aren't convinced. They argue that the timing and behavior don't add up. Then there's the question about Alicia's phone, a major piece of evidence in the case. Records show her phone was used to contact the alleged shooters, and the prosecution claims this was part of coordinating Fulio's location. The defense, however, insists Alicia had no clue what those calls were about. They say her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, was the one using her phone, and that she couldn't even understand what was being discussed on the line. The prosecution says this was no coincidence, while the defense says she was simply caught in the wrong situation with the wrong people, and that's exactly what the jury will have to decide. As the trial continued, more shocking details came to light, and the courtroom grew tense. Prosecutors revealed a full timeline pieced together from phone data, surveillance footage, and witness statements. According to their account, Alicia Andrews and her boyfriend Isaiah Chance allegedly spent the night before the incident circling several locations where Julio Fulio was known to hang out. Detectives say the pair stopped by multiple clubs, gas stations, and even a parking lot where Fulio's car had been spotted earlier. Prosecutors claim that every time Fulio moved, Alicia's phone pinged nearby, suggesting she and Isaiah were tracking his movements in real time. They also say text messages found on her phone included phrases like "he here" and "we just saw him," which investigators believe were meant for the alleged shooters waiting nearby. Alicia's defense team quickly pushed back, arguing that the texts were taken out of context. They said the messages were casual updates to friends during a night out, not coded communication. But prosecutors countered with phone records showing multiple late-night calls between Alicia's phone and Davion's number, the same time Fulio was last seen alive. The evidence painted a picture of coordination that the jury couldn't ignore, and tension in the courtroom grew with every new detail. Then came the moment that stunned everyone. A witness took the stand claiming they had seen Alicia's car near the scene just before the shooting. According to this witness, who was leaving a nearby restaurant, a dark vehicle matching the description of Alicia's rented car was parked across the street from the club where Fulio had been celebrating. The witness said they noticed two people sitting inside wearing masks, just watching. Prosecutors jumped on that testimony immediately, saying it backed up their theory that Alicia and Isaiah were playing lookout. But the defense tore into the statement, pointing out that the witness saw the car from a distance, at night, and during a busy weekend, raising serious questions about accuracy. Still, the jury could sense the unease. If that car was truly hers, it would be the clearest connection yet between Alicia and the fatal ambush that followed. Investigators later revealed that surveillance footage from a nearby street camera showed a similar vehicle driving behind Fulio's car only minutes before shots were fired. It wasn't crystal clear, but enough for prosecutors to call it a piece of the puzzle that fits too perfectly to ignore. In a dramatic twist, the prosecution introduced audio recordings obtained from one of the suspect's phones. These recordings reportedly captured a series of short calls made on the night of the shooting. And one of those calls, investigators said, came from Alicia's device. The jury listened in silence as the recording was played in court. The audio was muffled, but the timestamps matched messages sent from Alicia's phone that same night. Prosecutors claimed that these calls were used to update the shooters on Fulio's exact location. This wasn't random, one attorney told the court. It was organized. It was planned. Alicia's defense attorney, however, was quick to counter. He argued that the voices on the recordings weren't clear and that there was no definitive proof Alicia was the one speaking. He insisted the phone could have easily been used by Isaiah without Alicia realizing what was happening. The defense painted her as a young woman manipulated by someone she trusted, unaware that she was being dragged into a deadly setup. By the time the prosecution rested its case, the courtroom was emotionally drained. The jury had been shown hours of footage, call logs, and text chains, but the defense wasn't done yet. They came out swinging with their own witnesses. Alicia's attorney brought in several character witnesses, including close friends and family, who described her as soft-spoken, loyal, and naive. They claimed she had no history of violence or involvement in criminal behavior. One friend testified that Alicia often avoided confrontation and had a habit of shutting down when she felt uncomfortable, echoing her lawyer's argument that she wore the mask out of nervousness, not guilt. To support that claim, the defense even showed old photos and videos of Alicia at social events wearing masks or hoodies in crowded places. "This is who she is," her lawyer said passionately. "Anxious, quiet, and shy. Not some criminal mastermind plotting someone's death." The courtroom was split, with some jurors nodding slightly while others scribbled notes. The fight between emotion and evidence was officially underway. Next, the prosecution called one of the lead detectives back to the stand, and that's when things got intense. The detective revealed that they had traced a rental car tied to Isaiah Chance directly to an address in Tampa used by the suspects. The vehicle's GPS data placed it at multiple key locations connected to Fulio's final hours. Inside the car, investigators found discarded drink cups, a black hoodie, and receipts that matched timestamps from the surveillance footage. When asked whether Alicia's fingerprints were found, the detective confirmed they were on one of the cups and the passenger door handle. The defense immediately objected, saying her prints being in the car proved nothing. After all, she was a passenger. But the prosecution used it to emphasize that Alicia wasn't just nearby. She was actively part of the movement that led up to the crime scene. This evidence caused murmurs across the courtroom. The jury appeared visibly uneasy as both sides clashed over what those prints really meant. One side saw them as proof of involvement, the other as normal traces of someone who never realized what was unfolding around her. The trial reached a boiling point when Alicia Andrews herself took the stand. All eyes were on her as she began to speak. Calm at first, then clearly emotional. She told the jury about her relationship with Isaiah Chance, saying she fell for him quickly and trusted him completely. "He made me feel like we were a team," she said tearfully. "I never thought he'd drag me into something like this." Alicia insisted that she didn't plan, discuss, or participate in any violent act. She admitted her phone was used to make calls that night, but claimed she didn't know who Isaiah was speaking to or why. "If I had known," she said, "I would have left. I would have never gone along with it." The courtroom was silent. Some jurors looked moved, others skeptical. The prosecutor pressed her hard, asking why she suddenly wore a mask if she didn't know what was happening. Alicia stuck to her story, saying she was shy, scared, and just doing what made her feel safe. Her testimony ended with a trembling voice as she said, "I didn't take anyone's life. I just loved the wrong person." The entire courtroom sat frozen, the weight of her words hanging heavy in the air as the case neared its final stretch. Legal experts aren't convinced by Alicia Andrews' story, but not one bit. Many believe the jury won't easily buy her explanation either. The harsh reality is that if someone is inside a vehicle with the individuals who carried out a deadly shooting, the law often sees them as part of that act, even if they didn't personally pull the trigger. However, Alicia's situation has a twist. Prosecutors claim she was part of the surveillance team, not the group that physically committed the shooting. Her defense insists she was simply riding with her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, unaware that he was coordinating with others behind her back. They argue that Isaiah was the one making the calls, passing along Fulio's location, and setting up the trap, not Alicia. But that still leaves the biggest question hanging. If she truly didn't know anything, why was she wearing a mask that night while following Fulio around Tampa? That single detail continues to shadow her case like a storm cloud, raising doubts the defense can't easily shake off. Whether the jury believes she was an innocent bystander or a silent participant could determine her entire future. And as this trial moves toward its verdict, all eyes remain on Alicia, the woman at the center of one of Florida's most shocking rap-related murder cases. If you want to stay updated on how this story unfolds, make sure to subscribe, like, share, and drop your thoughts in the comments below.
Hey, this section on here. I understand y'all excited. I'm cool with that throwing on stage. Hey, I do that to please if you don't mind.
With all due respect to every other rapper, Young Boy is the king of rap right now. I'm sorry to tell y'all. I'm sorry to tell y'all. I'm sorry to tell y'all. The walk down I seen in Atlanta tonight. The walk down in Atlanta tonight. Give him the throne. Just give him the throne. Young boy, the king of rap. I'm sorry to tell y'all. Hey, listen, I'm not saying gonna last forever.
NBA YoungBoy just sparked a wild scene after his Newark concert, and the internet's losing it. New footage shows the rapper clashing with one of his own homies right after that chaotic night where fans were reportedly tased and security got rushed. It's got everyone in hip-hop talking about what really went down in those New Jersey streets. Let's rewind. This all happened after YB's massive tour stop at the Prudential Center on September 29, 2025. The night had already been tense. YB's name trending, Kai Cenat tearing up during his performance, DJ Academics calling him the king of rap, all that. But outside, the vibe turned serious fast. When the show ended, a group of fans linked to Lil Durk supporters started chanting, "Free Smirk," right in front of YB's team near a line of black Escalades. You could feel the pressure building. Reports say YB's crew, including his close friend Lou Tim, wasn't backing down at all. Cameras were rolling as the two sides exchanged words, and it got heated.
I'm saying, what the wrong with y'all? I ain't acting with y'all. I ain't acting about it. This ain't that type of show. You too pretty for it. When you gonna do that? Hey, you do it again, you gonna get your face broken. Boy, do it one more time. I saw you. Hey, we gonna try it again and say, "Shawty, man, I ain't gotta fight, man." Hey, don't do it, promote it, boy, I'm telling you. Hey, you do it, you gonna get your face broken. Boy, do it one more time. I saw you. Hey, we gonna try it again and say, "Shawty, man, I ain't gotta fight, man." Hey, don't do it, promote it, boy, I'm telling you.
It wasn't some random fight. It looked like street tension spilling over into real life. Now everyone's wondering what really caused it and whether YB will respond after that clip already passed over 1 million views online. This story's just getting started. Things got real outside that Newark show. YB's crew started shouting, "Slat, slat," while some Durk fans fired back yelling, "Free Smirk," and that's when one fan made a big mistake. He pushed one of YB's people and yelled, "Tell Durk we said what's up." Seconds later, everything exploded into chaos. The fight barely lasted 20 seconds, but it looked like a movie. One shirtless fan threw a wild punch at a man in a black hoodie, reportedly Lou Tim, but missed completely. Lou Tim dodged and fired back with a clean right hook that dropped the guy into a car hood like he got tackled by a linebacker. YB's team rushed in, fists flying, chains swinging, everybody yelling as the crowd tried to pull them apart. What's crazy is, viewers swear YB himself was right there. In the video, you can spot someone in a camo jacket standing just a few feet away, pointing and talking while things popped off. Fans online even added subtitles saying he told his crew, "Handle that," but that's still up for debate. Police sirens started blaring, the crowd scattered fast, and YB's convoy peeled out before Newark PD arrived. Cops logged it as a minor disturbance, no arrests made, just a few bruises and one swollen eye. Later, one of the Durk fans posted a selfie with the caption, "YB's crew tried it, free the real one," before deleting it. Now fans are debating whether this was self-defense or something deeper brewing between the camps. This is the kind of drama that keeps rap beefs alive. After the Newark chaos, the response was instant. Live Nation dropped a statement saying they regret the post-show incident and are working with police to boost safety. By the time YB hit Philadelphia on October 1st, things got tight. Venues added extra metal detectors and even banned rival chants. That's how wild this tour has gotten. But Newark wasn't the only stop with madness. This entire tour has been filled with wild moments that had social media going crazy. It all started back in Austin on September 6th, when a massive fight broke out right in the crowd during YB's performance of Lonely Child. Imagine that, he's pouring his heart out on stage and fans start scrapping like it's an MMA match. Security had to shut things down for over a minute before YB calmly told the crowd, "Chill, slime, keep it peaceful." Still, 3 fans got ejected and the clip went viral fast. Then came Los Angeles on September 11th, 20,000 fans packed into Crypto.com arena, and chaos erupted again. 2 women in the front row started arguing over a spilled drink, and next thing you know, it turned into a full-on scuffle, hair pulling, purse swinging, everything. And all this while YB's trying to perform Feel Good At this point, it's clear every stop on this tour's got a story, and fans can't stop talking about it. The wildness didn't stop there. During YB's Outside Today performance that same night in LA, somebody tossed a hoodie right onto the stage. Big mistake. YB stepped to the edge, pointed at the crowd, and made it very clear he doesn't tolerate disrespect. The crowd went crazy, flashing phones, screaming, but luckily it didn't go beyond words. Actress S.C. Jackson, who caught the earlier fight on camera, even posted backstage pics with YB later that night, captioned, "Wild night but vibes." But the real shocker came in Kansas City on September 22nd, and it made national headlines. This time, it wasn't fans throwing things or yelling, it was something much worse. According to footage and police reports, a 14-year-old named Jaden Reed reportedly attacked a 66-year-old venue worker during a seating dispute. The video showed the young concert goer shoving and hitting the man before security rushed in to stop it. The victim, identified as Thomas L., suffered injuries and had to take time off work. His family started a fundraiser that raised over $12,000 for his recovery, and the story instantly went viral. The craziest part? That same night, YB was honored with a Stop the Violence City Award. The contrast had people online talking nonstop. Authorities later confirmed Reed was released to his parents and charged with assault. The venue banned him permanently, and now fans everywhere are calling for stricter concert safety after what went down that night. The Miami stop on October 13th took things to a whole new level. A 23-year-old man, coincidentally also named Jaden Reed but not related to the Kansas case, ended up getting tased and arrested after a wild scene inside the Sakchaser Center. And according to police reports, the man started dancing too close to a female Miami PD sergeant during the show, and when security tried to escort him out, he refused to leave. That's when it all spiraled out of control. Witnesses say they tumbled down several rows of arena seats before backup rushed in. Officers reportedly had to use a taser twice before finally subduing him, and he was later charged with resisting arrest and disorderly conduct. Thankfully, no serious injuries were reported and the concert continued as planned. But the chaos didn't stop there. The internet went wild once the clips and reports surfaced. Streamer Adden Ross even joked about hiring 8 security guards and undercover cops just to feel safe at the show. On social media, the Newark Brawl, the Kansas City altercation, and now Miami had fans arguing nonstop, some calling it slime defense, others calling it too far. The Newark footage alone racked up over 2.5 million impressions under YB versus Durk, with fans flooding TikTok and Twitter with memes and edits using YB's own lyrics. Meanwhile, Durk supporters fired back, posting their own clips and hashtags like Free Smirk. It's gotten so deep that fans are treating this tour like an ongoing rivalry, one that's playing out both in real life and online. What's clear is that YB's tour has become more than music. It's turned into a full-on movement where street energy, loyalty, and controversy meet head-on. Every stop on YB's tour keeps bringing new drama, and venues are doing everything they can to keep things under control. With chaos in multiple cities, security is on full alert as the tour rolls through November. But the moment that really shook the industry came on September 23rd, when YB's Chicago show got canceled out of nowhere. Just one day before he was set to perform at the United Center for over 20,000 fans, the venue suddenly announced the NBA YoungBoy show scheduled for Wednesday has been canceled. No warning, no explanation, just gone. Fans who had already bought tickets and booked hotels were furious. Ticketmaster issued refunds, but third-party buyers were left scrambling to recover their money. The timing had everyone suspicious. This would have been YB's first Chicago performance since King Von's passing in 2020. The city was already tense, and the United Center had even banned all bags, showing they expected trouble. But apparently, that still wasn't enough. YB's manager Alex Junior blasted the venue online, calling out the staff for allegedly being too scared to host the show before deleting the post. His booking agent Andrew Lieber backed him up, saying he was super disappointed in the decision and claiming the United Center got cold feet. The whole situation exploded on social media, with fans accusing the venue of canceling due to YB's long-running tension with certain Chicago artists. While no official reason was confirmed, it's clear this wasn't just a simple cancellation, it exposed just how deep the tension around YB's tour really runs. Now let's talk about the real reason Chicago pulled the plug, the long, tense feud between Lil Durk and NBA YoungBoy. This beef goes way beyond music. It's rooted in real-life tragedy that started back in 2020 when King Von lost his life outside an Atlanta nightclub. The man charged in that case was connected to Quando Rondo, who signed under YB's label. That link alone made things personal for both sides. Even though YB wasn't directly involved, the tension between camps never died down. Fast forward to now, Lil Durk's facing serious legal trouble after being accused in 2024 of plotting retaliation against Quando Rondo. He's currently awaiting trial, and his fans have been rallying behind him ever since. Across YB's tour stops, you can hear crowds shouting "Free Smirk," Durk's nickname, trying to provoke YB's team. YB hasn't stayed quiet either. During his Houston show on September 7th, he took a subtle jab saying, "When you stand on business, a lot of people don't like it," then teased his viral diss track, "I Hate Youngboy." That moment reignited the feud instantly. So when Chicago, Durk's home turf, was announced as one of YB's tour stops, fans knew it could get risky. Rumors spread online that some local groups were planning to cause trouble at the United Center, and even King Von's sister, Kayla B, posted that canceling the show was the smart move. Some fans even claimed the venue got flooded with threats and pressure calls before pulling the show entirely. Whether that's true or not, it's clear tensions were through the roof. Officials reportedly feared that street rivalries could spill into real life, so canceling the concert might have been the only way to keep everyone safe. The Lil Durk feud wasn't the only reason fans think Chicago got canceled. There's a few theories floating around. Some say it was simply a safety call after all the chaos from earlier shows like Kansas City and Newark. Even YB's mom spoke out saying, "I guess for safety reasons it was good it got called off, but we put a lot of money into this." That shows how serious and costly things got behind the scenes. Others believe there was tension over YB's set list. Rumor has it that venue officials asked him to remove "I Hate Youngboy," his viral diss track toward Durk, worried it could spark problems in the crowd. Allegedly, YB refused. And that's when everything fell apart. Live Nation hasn't confirmed it, but insiders claim the venue just didn't want to take the risk. Then there's the angle about bias. YB's team hinted that staff treated him like a high-risk artist based on assumptions about his fan base, not facts. Some feel that's unfair, saying the venue overreacted instead of trusting security to handle the night. Finally, there were unverified rumors that police got nervous about gang-related tensions and pressured the United Center to cancel altogether. Whether that's true or not, the decision sent a clear message. This tour had crossed from being just music to a full-blown security challenge. Here's the crazy part. Canceling the Chicago show actually helped YB. His album streams jumped 8% that week, proving once again that controversy sells in hip-hop. By trying to avoid trouble, the venue ended up giving him even more publicity, and fans from both sides only got louder. Then Detroit followed right after, canceling YB's October 6th concert at Little Caesars Arena just a week later. Two major Midwest cities shutting him down back-to-back had people thinking it wasn't coincidence at all, but coordinated concern over security. Detroit didn't explain much, but the timing said everything. YB stayed silent about it publicly, likely to keep things calm while Durk's legal case is still ongoing. Still, this whole situation sparked major debate across the industry. Should venues cancel shows because of old beefs, or should artists be trusted to perform without drama? Fans are split on that. What's clear is this rivalry between YB and Durk isn't your average rap feud. It's years deep, tied to loyalty, street politics, and real-life consequences that shape both of their careers. And now it's not just a personal clash. It's changing how the music business handles controversy itself. Before 2020, the tension between NBA YoungBoy's Baton Rouge scene and Lil Durk's Chicago drill movement was already bubbling. Both artists were rising fast, backed by loyal crews, and both claiming the top spot in the streets. Things stayed mostly peaceful until YB started working closely with Quando Rondo in 2019. That's when little clashes started popping up online and at events. But everything changed on November 6, 2020, when Durk's close friend King Von lost his life outside a lounge in Atlanta after a fight involving Quando Rondo's team. One of Rondo's associates was charged in the case but later released, claiming self-defense. Even though YB wasn't there, the connection through his artist made him a target in the eyes of Von's supporters, and that's where the real feud began. Before his passing, Von had already thrown shots at YB in his music, accusing him of not being real. So when tragedy struck, fans linked the two sides instantly. YB posted a respectful message mourning Von, but Quando's later reactions online made the tension explode beyond repair. From that moment on, Durk made it clear he was standing for Von no matter what. And by 2021, the beef had turned into one of the biggest rivalries hip-hop has ever seen. The feud between NBA YoungBoy and Lil Durk hit a new level in 2021 when YB dropped from the Bayou, throwing direct shots that referenced King Von's death. The lyrics came off as disrespectful to OTF, and fans instantly knew it was war. Durk fired back months later with Backdoor, hinting at betrayal and questioning YB's credibility. But that was just the warm-up. In January 2022, YB unleashed I Hate YoungBoy, a full 7-minute diss that went after Durk, OTF, and even other big names in hip-hop. It shook the internet to its core. Hours later, Durk clapped back with "Aha," mocking YB's legal troubles and flipping the pressure right back. Both songs exploded, each debuting in the Billboard Top 10 and turning the beef into a global talking point. 21 Savage even said YB was being blackballed because of the feud, as major artists didn't want to pick sides. That's when it stopped being just about music. It was business too. By 2024, even 50 Cent spoke on it, calling the feud corny and saying Durk had an advantage since YB was behind bars and couldn't respond. Fans kept the fire going online. Memes, essays, and endless debates filled social media. What started as rap competition had now turned into one of the most influential and controversial rivalries hip-hop's ever seen. By late 2022, the feud had spilled far beyond music. Reports surfaced that federal agents were investigating a possible plot involving Lil Durk and his camp targeting Quando Rondo, though official charges didn't come until 2024. Around that same time, YB was hit with a 23-month sentence on gun charges, and even in prison, the tension followed him. In March 2025, sources claimed YB got into a fight with an inmate allegedly tied to OTF after being taunted about the ongoing beef. Even behind bars, it was clear this rivalry ran deep. Over the years, there have been several failed truces. In 2023, DJ Academics announced YB and Durk had made peace, with both sides hinting it was true. But by the end of that year, the two were trading shots online again. So much for the peace talk. Then in mid-2024, Jilly Da Kid publicly urged both rappers to squash it for good. YB responded saying the beef was all entertainment, and even claimed they sometimes talk about music privately. If that's true, it shows just how complicated this rivalry really is. Half street, half strategy, but still one of the most talked about feuds in modern rap. Even after multiple peace talks, the feud between NBA YoungBoy and Lil Durk refuses to die down. By mid-2025, YB's massive tour had reignited the tension. OTF fans chanting "Free Smirk" at shows sparked fights like the Newark Brawl, and the Chicago cancellation proved how deep this rivalry still runs. For Durk's camp, especially King Von's family, this isn't just entertainment. It's personal. Von's sister even reacted to the Chicago News Online, showing just how emotional things remain years later. YB added more heat during his Houston concert on September 7th, taking a jab on stage and teasing "I Hate YoungBoy" again, fueling speculation that the beef was far from over. Meanwhile, Durk's sitting in federal custody, awaiting trial in 2026 for charges reportedly tied to old conflicts involving Quando Rondo. Now, even the industry's divided. Lil Baby's been seen liking YB's posts, surprising fans since he's connected to both sides. Some people say the trial might finally end the feud, while others think it'll only make OTF double down. At this point, the rivalry has shaped both rappers' careers so much that fans can't picture one without the other. It's hip-hop history still unfolding in real time. At this point, the feud runs too deep for a simple handshake or a collab to fix it. The history, the pride, and the street politics behind NBA YoungBoy and Lil Durk's rivalry have changed both their careers, and maybe even their freedom. With Durk still facing serious federal charges, this story is far from over. The truth is, this beef might never fully end. It'll just simmer in the background, flaring up every now and then through subtle lyrics, social media jabs, or fan drama. But one thing's for sure, this rivalry has become a defining chapter in hip-hop history. Now, if you've been following the chaos, make sure to subscribe, like, share, and drop a comment below on what you think will happen next, because this story's not done yet.
They said Gucci Mane isn't really Gucci Mane, that's Hobson. They gave him plastic surgery to become Gucci Mane. And now they saying Damar Hamlin isn't Damar Hamlin. And if you ever watched the TV show The Boys, you know about Noir, you know how Noir died, but they had somebody else come back to play him. That's crazy.
So it looks like those wild rumors about Gucci Mane being cloned might not be so far-fetched after all. Kanye West just jumped into the mix, dropping details that sound absolutely unbelievable. According to him, the real Gucci Mane allegedly passed away years ago while in jail, and his wife, Keisha, was supposedly assigned to manage a replacement. Some online sources claim that's why she's often seen managing his public image and being heavily involved in his career moves. Gucci's former girlfriend, M. Breezy, and even Nicki Minaj once hinted that something didn't seem right, but at the time, everyone brushed it off and said they were exaggerating. The entire clone theory actually traces back to 2013, during Gucci's now infamous Twitter meltdown, a moment that had the entire rap scene talking. Back then, he was going off on several big names in the industry. From Nicki Minaj and Waka Flocka to T.I., Angela Yee, and even Birdman, nobody seemed safe from his online rants that day. Gucci ended up parting ways with Waka Flocka and claimed that people in his circle were being disloyal. He made wild claims about different celebrities, throwing out names left and right. It was one of the most chaotic moments in his career, and it didn't take long before the situation spiraled even more. Shortly after the online outburst, he was arrested in Atlanta after police responded to multiple reports about him acting out in traffic. When officers arrived, things reportedly got intense, but they eventually managed to take him into custody. That's when the wild clone talk really started to spread online. Authorities allegedly found illegal items in his possession. And since this wasn't his first time dealing with legal trouble, this arrest ended up landing him in prison. Even before that, Gucci had already faced earlier charges involving a nightclub incident in Atlanta, but nothing caused as much buzz as what came next. When Gucci Mane finally faced the court, it was clear to everyone that this wasn't his first time dealing with the law, and the judge decided it was time for him to serve a proper sentence. He was given 3 years and 3 months behind bars, though he ended up serving about 2 years thanks to good behavior and time credits.
Girl, you don't even know the real Gucci. Y'all think y'all know the real Gucci. Y'all don't know the real Gucci. That parading around out here, that ain't the real Gucci, man. That's not him. I don't know what, honestly. Like, last time I seen Gucci was at Patchwork Studio in 2010. Cold Blooded was there. Was Mojo there? Yeah, I think Mojo, Cold Blooded. Like, that's the last time I saw Gucci in the flesh, but even that was...
During that time, the public was told he made a serious effort to change his life. But whether that's the full truth or not still sparks debate to this day. While in prison, Gucci reportedly went through a major transformation. He admitted that a big part of his past behavior came from unhealthy habits and lifestyle choices. In a heartfelt message he shared, he said, "I just want to take responsibility and apologize to my family, my friends, the music industry, and especially my fans. I've been dealing with things for years that have really taken a toll on me, but I'm ready to change and get help." Gucci also mentioned that he planned to attend rehabilitation after his sentence, showing that he was serious about turning things around. And when he finally got released, fans couldn't believe what they saw. He looked completely different, healthier, fit, and speaking with a clearer mindset. That's when the clone theory started catching fire all over social media. People claimed that Gucci's transformation was too drastic to be real, saying the man who walked out of prison looked and acted like a whole new person. Some online voices even pushed wild rumors that the real Gucci never came home and that someone else had taken his place. But to this day, that remains one of hip-hop's biggest and strangest conspiracy stories. After Gucci Mane got out and married Keisha, the internet rumors about him being controlled started spreading like wildfire. Many fans online claimed that Keisha had taken full charge of his image and career. Now, from his social media posts to his daily routines, people began saying the situation felt a little too controlled, and social media users didn't waste time calling it strange.
Been personally playing for about 8 years now. It started around around Illmind 5 when that came out, because the song was so big, and then they told me I had to kind of sacrifice something. They said you're gonna have to pay it back because he just put this information out there, and this is gonna put people in the wrong mindset of what we're trying to do in society. So they told me that if I don't
Things got even louder when Nicki Minaj addressed Keisha during an interview, saying that Keisha had brought her up unnecessarily. Nicki hinted that Keisha was trying to stay in the spotlight through Gucci's fame, and that stirred up a new wave of online speculation. She allegedly said Keisha's been trying to follow her path for years and that she's only in Gucci's life to keep him quiet and focused. Whether those claims hold any truth or not, they definitely reignited the clone rumors that had been floating around for nearly a decade. Around that same time, Gucci's ex, M. Breezy, also came forward with her own shocking claims. She said that after Gucci returned home from prison, something about him seemed different. According to her, he didn't act or move like the man she knew before. She even said that every time she tried to have a conversation with him, Keishia would suddenly become protective, almost as if she didn't want them to talk for too long. That added even more fuel to the already wild theories. After Nicki made her statements, M. Breezy came back to double down on what she had already said. She even dropped a song that referenced her belief that the real Gucci wasn't the same one fans were seeing. She claimed that Keishia knew more than she was admitting, leaving fans across social media buzzing with questions once again. Gucci Mane eventually decided to speak up about the clone rumors himself, but even that didn't completely stop fans from speculating. In one interview, he opened up about how much he had changed, saying, "I feel like I grew and evolved into a different person. I love who I was, who I am now, and who I'm becoming. I worked on losing weight, improving my health, changing my mindset, and surrounding myself with positive people. I guess that's the transformation everyone finds hard to believe, but for me, it's real." He made it clear that his transformation was about personal growth, not anything strange or mysterious. Still, some fans kept analyzing every detail, from his voice to his appearance, convinced that something deeper was going on. Then Kanye West stepped into the conversation, hinting that Gucci might actually have been cloned. Kanye has made bold statements about cloning in the entertainment industry before, but this time his comments hit differently because of when he said them. It came right after Gucci's big comeback, making people pay attention in a whole new way. And as if that wasn't enough, rapper Hopsin once went live online, joking, or maybe not joking, that some industry insiders tried to make him act as Gucci's clone. He said he was pressured to go along with it and that it made him uncomfortable. At the time, people thought he was just playing around, but after Kanye's comments, fans started revisiting that old clip like it was evidence.
If I don't do these list of things, then they're going to hurt my family. Like, it was like an all-white room, and they opened one of the doors, and it had a Gucci suit. A Gucci bodysuit. And I said, oh no, please don't tell me that is what I think it is.
Between Gucci's rebrand, Kanye's timing, and Hopsin's strange story, the internet had more than enough to keep the Gucci clone theory alive, and it hasn't stopped trending since. After all that noise online, fans started doing deep dives into old photos and videos of Gucci Mane, trying to prove he wasn't the same man from before. They compared his jawline, tattoos, even the way he smiled. Some said his facial features looked too refined, like they'd been altered. Others pointed out that his new voice sounded calmer, his tone softer, and his overall attitude totally different. It was like the internet was running its own investigation. People started saying wild things like, nah, that's not Gucci, that's a government experiment, while others swore it was just years of self-improvement and discipline showing through. Still, the theories didn't die. Instead, they grew louder every time Gucci posted something that looked too perfect or too clean. At the same time, Gucci's comeback was undeniable. He dropped hit after hit, came back sharper, and gained respect across the industry. His physical transformation inspired a whole wave of rappers to get healthy and focus on business instead of chaos. But no matter how positive the change looked, the clone theory kept chasing him. And when one viral TikTok showed side-by-side images of Gucci before and after his release, racking up millions of views, the comments went crazy. Fans were saying things like, "The old Gucci had a spark in his eyes. This one looks different." Others defended him, saying that healing, fitness, and maturity can completely change a person's appearance. The debate split the internet. Half believed it was a glow-up, and half swore it was a switch-up. What made the story even stranger was when Gucci himself started joking about the rumors. During interviews, he'd laugh and say things like, "If I'm a clone, they did a good job. This version of me got abs and a smile." It was his way of brushing off the theories, but that humor only made fans analyze his every move even more. Then came the theories about industry replacements. Some bloggers claimed that cloning was a code word for rebranding. That when an artist disappears and comes back different, it's because the industry reprogrammed them to be more marketable. They argued that Gucci's sudden positivity and calm energy were part of a bigger machine trying to keep rappers out of controversy. Meanwhile, Kanye kept posting cryptic messages that people linked to Gucci's story, saying things like, "Not everyone you see is who you think they are." Fans took that as a direct nod to the Gucci situation, and social media blew up all over again. Still, Gucci seemed unbothered. He focused on his music, his marriage, and his growing label, showing that the new Gucci was here to stay. He even started mentoring younger artists, proving he wasn't stuck in the past. But for every positive move he made, conspiracy videos kept popping up, claiming to decode his transformation like it was some kind of top secret operation. As time went on, even fans who once believed the clone theory started questioning the story. They noticed Gucci's consistency, his interviews, his performances, his family life, all lined up perfectly. If he really was replaced, how could someone copy his entire personality, his memories, his creative energy? Still, a few diehard believers weren't letting go. They pointed out how Gucci rarely talked about certain people from his past or avoided mentioning specific events that defined his early career. They claimed those were glitches in the clone's programming. One fan even made a viral post saying, "This Gucci remembers lyrics but not history. That tells you everything." But others argued the opposite, that the man simply evolved. After years of chaos, why would he want to relive the pain or drama? It made sense that he was focused on growth, not gossip. And while the internet kept spinning theories, Gucci's success spoke for itself. His brand, 1017, was booming. He was performing internationally, and his image as a reformed artist was stronger than ever. Fans were starting to see that maybe this wasn't a clone story at all. Maybe it was one of hip-hop's biggest redemption arcs. But then, something unexpected happened. Kanye popped back up again, and this time he claimed to have proof. Kanye's proof sent social media into a frenzy. In a now-deleted post, he hinted that he'd seen files about cloning programs connected to the entertainment industry. He never mentioned Gucci by name, but the internet didn't need him to. Fans instantly connected the dots and flooded timelines with theories, videos, and evidence. Kanye's words reignited every rumor from years back, from the alleged secret facilities to the claims that certain artists were rebuilt to fit new agendas. Some even brought up Hopsin again, saying his old IG Live wasn't a joke after all. The topic became so viral that it reached mainstream media outlets, who couldn't ignore how widespread the belief had become. Meanwhile, Gucci stayed silent. He didn't post, didn't respond, didn't even joke about it this time. That silence made fans more suspicious than ever. They said things like, "The real Gucci would have laughed this off. This one's just following orders." But others saw it differently. They believed Gucci was simply done giving energy to the rumors. After all, he had nothing left to prove. He had a family, a business, and a legacy that spoke louder than internet theories ever could. Whether clone or comeback, one thing was certain. Gucci Mane had transformed into a man who refused to let the past define him. After Kanye's claims exploded online, old interviews of Gucci started resurfacing everywhere. Fans dissected every clip, the way he moved his hands, his eye contact, even his laugh. Some claimed his energy felt robotic, while others said he just seemed calm and mature. The debate reached a point where people began comparing voice frequencies and body proportions, trying to scientifically prove he'd been replaced. YouTube channels popped up overnight, breaking down supposed evidence, like differences in his teeth, muscle structure, and even his tattoos. Some swore that his old tattoo placements didn't line up perfectly with the new ones. Others argued that lighting, angles, and weight loss easily explained the differences, but the videos went viral regardless. People were fascinated. Then came the theory that Gucci's transformation was deeper than cloning, that he had spiritually reset in prison. Fans started saying his energy had shifted, that he'd found peace after years of chaos. That take started spreading almost as fast as the clone talk, with many claiming this was the real reason behind his calmness and positivity. No matter what side fans were on, one thing was clear. Gucci Mane's story had become one of the most mysterious evolutions in hip-hop history. Everyone had their version of the truth, but nobody could deny that his comeback completely changed the culture. At one point, even industry insiders started chiming in. Producers, artists, and old associates of Gucci began posting throwback photos and stories, defending him. They said his new image was the result of discipline and time, not science fiction. One of his longtime collaborators said, "People forget how much weight Gucci lost, how serious he got about his health. When you take care of yourself, you look like a brand new person." That explanation made sense to many, but for conspiracy lovers, it only made things more suspicious. They said insiders were trying too hard to cover for him. Some even suggested that everyone around Gucci was in on it. Meanwhile, Gucci continued showing up to award shows, giving motivational speeches, and dropping new projects. Every time he spoke about self-control and growth, fans twisted his words into clues. When he said things like, "I had to reinvent myself," they claimed it was code language confirming everything. Still, Gucci's fan base kept growing. The new generation didn't care about clone theories. They saw a man who overcame his past, rebuilt himself, and inspired others to do the same. But the older fans, they weren't done digging yet. Then came a viral moment that reignited everything again. During an interview, someone asked Gucci directly about the clone talk, and his response went viral instantly. He laughed, leaned back in his chair, and said, "I can't be cloned, man. There's only one Gucci Mane, and that's me." The clip spread across social media like wildfire, with fans split down the middle once again. Half of them said his reaction proved he was genuine, confident, relaxed, and at peace. But others swore his laughter sounded off and that he looked uncomfortable when answering. That single moment had blogs, TikTokers, and podcast hosts running wild with new theories. Some even pointed out that Gucci rarely talks about certain parts of his past, like his early conflicts or that 2013 meltdown, saying he avoids personal history because the clone doesn't remember it. Others said he was just protecting his peace and focusing on the future. The truth, nobody could agree on anything. But all the talk only made Gucci more relevant. His image had gone beyond rap. He'd become a symbol of transformation, mystery, and modern myth all rolled into one. By now, the Gucci clone story wasn't just a rumor. It had become a full-on internet legend. Memes, documentaries, and even podcasts were built around it. TikTok edits used his before and after pictures like they were part of a sci-fi movie trailer. The topic became so big that people outside of hip-hop were debating it, turning Gucci's life into pop culture history. But underneath all the jokes and theories, there was something deeper going on, a fascination with change. Fans were seeing a man who completely turned his life around. And that kind of transformation can be hard to believe in a world used to downfall stories. Some called it growth, others called it government magic. Either way, it kept the world talking. Even after years of explaining himself, Gucci still couldn't escape the mystery. Every new album, every new interview, every photo he posted reignited some version of the theory. It didn't matter what he said, people were locked into their beliefs. And whether you think it's truth or myth, one thing's for sure. Gucci Mane's name will forever be tied to one of the wildest, most talked about transformations in hip-hop history. Fans across social media had their own theories, and they weren't holding back. One person commented, "We don't even see his eyes anymore. He used to have a specific shade of brown. Now he's always wearing sunglasses." Another fan said, "I remember the old Gucci, and something feels different now." If it's not cloning, maybe it's just medication or stress, but something definitely changed. People kept sharing their opinions non-stop, trying to make sense of Gucci's transformation. Some believed it was all spiritual and symbolic, a man who found peace after years of chaos. Others were still convinced something deeper was going on behind the scenes. Either way, the debate showed no signs of slowing down. But now the question is, what do you think? Did Kanye truly reveal something real about this whole clone story? Or is it just another internet myth that got out of control? Drop your thoughts in the comments. And don't forget to subscribe, like, share, and comment if you enjoyed this breakdown. Your support helps us bring you even more wild stories from hip-hop's most talked about legends.
These are people who seek to kill Mr. Kelly.
So they say that he woke up, or Kelly woke up allegedly on June 13th, and he felt faint. He was dizzy. He started to see black spots. He got up and he fell. According to documents that R. Kelly's legal team just filed, they are alleging that there is a man, last name Stein, who is a gang leader, a big gang leader, and that he has provided a sworn statement to them that prison officials offered him his freedom to spend his last days free if he would allegedly kill R. Kelly.
There was an inmate that came forward before, and that stated that he was hired to kill R. Kelly. I don't know if you heard about that. Yeah. I never believed it.
R. Kelly didn't just lose his superstar status. He ended up in a prison system that his lawyers now describe as dangerous and neglectful toward him. Reports are spreading that he was attacked behind bars yet again, with claims that someone on the inside may want him silenced for good. This latest situation has people asking how deep the corruption really goes inside federal facilities. The story begins with a man whose influence was notorious even before this headline. Mike Hill, also known as Glenn Stein, was a terminally ill inmate who had built a reputation as a shot caller in one of the most feared prison groups. He'd been incarcerated since 1982 for a violent crime and had a history of threatening officials, even making chilling statements back in 2015. Fast forward to February 2023 at a Colorado Supermax facility. Stein claims something unprecedented took place. According to a sworn statement filed on May 19, 2025, he says a Bureau of Prisons staff member named Reed Childress approached him with instructions to orchestrate violence against other inmates. This wasn't the first time either. Stein alleges that over 13 years of being transferred across federal prisons, he was repeatedly pushed into doing dirty work for certain officials in exchange for perks like avoiding cell searches and having freedom to move contraband. That February 2023 meetup stood out immediately. Childress pulled up unannounced with Warden Gutierrez and Associate Warden Steinley. No guards, no security detail, just them. The setup looked shady from the start, almost like something way bigger was being plotted. Stein, already battling a terminal illness and with nothing to lose, says Childress presented him with what he called a deal from hell. The plan? He'd be transferred to FCI Butner in North Carolina, where R. Kelly was serving his sentence, and his mission was to take out the former R&B superstar. In return, Stein claims the paperwork for the crime would conveniently disappear, meaning he'd never face real punishment. That's how serious he says this offer was. But why target Kelly? According to Stein's statement, Childress framed it as two reasons. First, he labeled Kelly as a figure that certain prison groups would want removed. Second, and far more explosive, he claimed Kelly's legal team was sitting on damaging evidence that could expose corruption inside the Bureau of Prisons and even higher levels of the Department of Justice. In other words, Kelly wasn't just another inmate. He was seen as a direct threat to powerful people behind the walls. This expose claimed there were deep abuses during the R. Kelly probes. Things like illegal wiretaps on lawyer calls and straight-up obstruction of justice. Kelly's legal team says those intercepted files were even shared with prosecutors to twist witnesses' arms, including ex-girlfriend Rye Clary, pushing them to testify and helping lock him up. Stein, who admits he's done terrible things in the past, says he was first down to play along with the plot. The transfer to Butner moved fast. Within 2 weeks, he was shipped from Arizona to FCY Butner on October 17, 2023. He landed in the medical unit until March 2025, then ended up on the same block as Kelly. As soon as he arrived, Stein says a suit reminded him to handle the job he'd been sent to do. And for weeks, he trailed Kelly, learned his routine, scoped out weak spots, and planned the hit. The setup looked perfect. Same block, easy access, and plenty of chances to act. But something unexpected happened inside that hardened inmate as he faced his own end. Looking back on a violent life, Stein says he had a change of heart. He decided that murdering Kelly to hide misconduct by prison officers and higher-ups would cross a line he couldn't live with. So on April 11, 2025, instead of pulling the trigger, Stein flipped the script. He walked up to R. Kelly and told him everything. Straight facts about the plot and who'd put him on it. Stein said, "I told him the real. I told him that I had been sent to kill him. I told him how. And by who? And I told him his life was absolutely in danger." Imagine how chilling that moment must have been for Kelly, realizing the man shadowing his every move had actually been sent to take his life. Stein flipping sides didn't just save Kelly, it also flipped the pressure back on the people allegedly pulling the strings. Now there were two insiders holding the truth, the intended target and the hitman who refused to carry out the order. Stein claimed he was ready to prove it all, offering to take a lie detector, testify in court, and even call witnesses who could back up his history of doing violent jobs at the direction of prison officials. He framed his refusal as redemption, choosing to expose years of corruption instead of taking another life. But according to him, Lieutenant Teague wouldn't stop reaching out, pressuring him again and again to finish the mission. Stein's refusal set the stage for something even darker. By June 6, 2025, Kelly's legal team uncovered a shocking twist. Another Aryan Brotherhood member inside Butner had allegedly been recruited. This time, it was David Keith Harris, a man who was expected to finish the job, not only on Kelly, but on Stein as well. Harris later revealed that Teague talked openly about methods, including poisoning meals in the chow hall and even tampering with commissary food. The strategy? Make it look like a health crisis or an accidental overdose. Easy to cover up and nearly impossible for Kelly to dodge since commissary items were part of the plan too. But just like Stein, Harris said no. Instead, he told Kelly's lawyers about the approach, blowing the lid off the plot. Supporters outside the prison put the claims on blast through news outlets and social media, warning that poison could be used to cover up something sinister. Stein pointed out that this wasn't just about silencing Kelly anymore. It had become a full cleanup job aimed at wiping out both the star and the one man who dared to expose the scheme. The timing of this second alleged setup couldn't have been more intense. Just days later, on June 10th, 2025, R. Kelly's attorney, Bob Brinley, filed an emergency motion in federal court in Chicago, demanding Kelly's release to home detention. And the reason was shocking. The motion claimed there was an assassination plot brewing inside the prison walls. The filing included sworn statements from both Stein and Harris, who were willing to testify under oath and even take lie detector tests to prove what they were saying. According to the paperwork, 3 high-ranking Bureau of Prisons officials, and including a warden, an assistant warden, and another senior staffer, were accused of pulling the strings. Their names weren't made public, most likely because of ongoing legal battles, but the motion argued that keeping Kelly behind bars under these conditions was cruel and dangerous, violating his constitutional rights. To make things even more real, Bureau of Prisons records confirmed Stein's transfer from Arizona to North Carolina, adding some weight to his side of the story. Still, the agency refused to comment, hiding behind privacy and security concerns. But prosecutors weren't having it. The U.S. Attorney's Office in Chicago clapped back hard, calling the entire claim a dramatic fabrication. They said Stein's long criminal history made him unreliable and labeled the allegations fanciful, fantastic, and a deeply unserious conspiracy theory aimed at manipulating the court. I don't believe these charges are true. I don't believe these women are being truthful. Those were the words floating around in R. Kelly's circle, but the wildest twist was still ahead. Just 2 days after the emergency motion for his release hit the courts and the public, things took a dark turn that nobody could have predicted. June 13th, 2025 began like any other day for Kelly inside FCI Butner. He had just been moved into solitary confinement after filing that explosive motion, officially for his protection, but his lawyers argued it was actually punishment for speaking out about the alleged murder plot. What happened next would either confirm the most disturbing claims ever leveled against the Bureau of Prisons, or go down as one of the boldest legal maneuvers ever attempted by a convicted celebrity. According to court filings, the chain of events played out like something straight out of a medical thriller. Kelly reportedly woke up dizzy, seeing black spots, and feeling like the room was spinning. When he tried to stand, he collapsed, crawling toward his cell door before completely losing consciousness. The emergency was so severe that prison medical staff couldn't handle it on site. The decision was made to rush him out by ambulance to Duke University Hospital in Durham, North Carolina, and that's when whispers of poisoning and cover-up spread like wildfire. For supporters, it looked like the very danger his lawyers had warned about was now happening in real time. Kelly's legal team insisted this wasn't just a health scare. They called it an assassination attempt. According to them, prison staff deliberately gave Kelly a dangerous dose of his anxiety and sleep medication, pushing him to the edge of death. And the timing? Just days after his lawyers went public with the murder plot claims. To them, that was no coincidence. Attorney Bob Brinley argued that while Kelly was in solitary, he received his regular prescriptions, but was then instructed by staff to take an extra dose the following morning. That's when everything spiraled: dizziness, collapse, and the terrifying trip to the hospital. Once at Duke University Hospital, things looked even darker. Tests allegedly showed overdose-level amounts of blood pressure and anxiety drugs in his system, plus a shocking discovery: dangerous blood clots in both his lungs and legs. His lawyers claim this happened because prison staff had pulled him off blood thinners, despite knowing his medical history. Doctors reportedly warned that untreated, these clots could be deadly. They recommended at least a week-long hospital stay and surgery to prevent further risk. But here's where the story takes its most chilling turn. Kelly's legal team says those medical recommendations were ignored. Instead, Bureau of Prisons officers allegedly entered his hospital room and forced him out at gunpoint against doctors' advice, dragging him straight back into solitary confinement. For his supporters, it wasn't just reckless. It looked like the very cover-up they had been warning about all along. The severity of this moment can't be overstated. Blood clots in the lungs, known as pulmonary embolisms, are among the deadliest medical conditions a person can face. They can cause sudden death with no warning, which is why doctors always demand immediate treatment and close monitoring. Kelly's lawyer, Bob Brinley, argued that ignoring this put his client's life on the line because untreated clots are often fatal. The legal team wasted no time firing back. On June 16th and 17th, they updated their motion and doubled down, officially calling the overdose intentional, part of what they described as an ongoing murder plot. Brinley didn't mince words, saying they gave him an amount of medicine that could have killed him, linking it directly to the timing that came only days after the initial allegations went public. This wasn't framed as a simple case of malpractice either. Kelly's team claimed they had proof, pointing to surveillance footage from inside the prison. According to them, the cameras would show Kelly being taken into solitary, presenting his usual medications to guards as protocol required, and then being handed additional pills by staff. On top of that, they argued that Duke Hospital's records would confirm both the overdose levels and his removal from the facility against medical advice. For Kelly's supporters, this wasn't just a medical crisis. It was the smoking gun they had been waiting for. Kelly's defense team showed just how desperate the situation had become when they made an unprecedented move, appealing directly to then-President Donald Trump. Attorney Bob Brindley requested a presidential pardon, arguing that Trump was the only one who could save Kelly's life since the courts were moving too slowly. This Hail Mary highlighted just how convinced his team was that ordinary legal channels weren't enough to protect him from what they described as an organized effort to end his life. The government, however, quickly fired back. On June 15th, prosecutors led by Assistant U.S. Attorney Jason Julian filed their response, brushing off the claims as a wild conspiracy and calling them deeply unserious. They argued the allegations insulted victims and warned that granting Kelly's release could open the door for other convicted criminals to attempt similar strategies. The judicial system followed suit. On June 20th, U.S. District Judge Martha M. Paco issued a firm denial of the emergency motion. She ruled that she had no authority to grant furlough or home detention, even in extraordinary circumstances, and emphasized that the defense hadn't provided evidence strong enough to support their allegations. What shocked many observers was the speed of her decision. The denial came without a hearing, signaling that the court didn't find the claims credible enough to even consider further investigation. For Kelly's supporters, it looked like a system closing ranks against him. For critics, it was proof the courts weren't about to bend, no matter how sensational the claims had become. But the story didn't end with the court's denial. In fact, the bigger picture raised disturbing questions about America's prison system and how vulnerable high-profile inmates really are. Convicted of serious crimes, Kelly's case showed how explosive allegations, backed with names, transfers, and sworn declarations, could either expose deep corruption or reflect extreme desperation from a legal team trying to save their client. Public reaction was divided. On social media and in news debates, many dismissed the claims as a sensational strategy, a last-ditch attempt to win Kelly's release with shocking stories that couldn't be easily disproven. But others pointed to a darker reality. Prisons are notoriously dangerous for people with certain charges, even without a government conspiracy. The threat of violence against inmates like Kelly is very real. To understand why, you have to look at the prison code, the unwritten rules and brutal hierarchy that dominate life behind bars. It's a system where respect and reputation dictate survival, and where some crimes carry a permanent target on your back. In that world, punishment doesn't always come from the courts. It can come from other inmates, and it can be deadly. Kelly's allegations, true or not, force the public to face this reality. Inside America's prisons, justice is often reshaped by power, fear, and what some call street justice. And in Kelly's case, that meant his fight for survival was far from over. At the very bottom of the prison hierarchy sit those convicted of crimes against children, and R. Kelly's charges put him directly in the danger zone of what inmates call prison justice. Long before the alleged 2025 murder plots, he had already experienced how real and violent those threats could get. On August 26, 2020, while Kelly was locked up at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Chicago awaiting trial, the danger became all too real. Around 9:45 a.m., fellow inmate Jeremiah Shane Farmer launched a vicious attack. Farmer, a convicted gang member with teardrop tattoos and a violent criminal past, was linked to the 1999 murders of 2 Chicago businessmen. His reputation for brutality followed him everywhere he went. According to reports, Farmer slipped away from a prison staff member during a distraction, made his way into Kelly's cell while he was asleep on the lower bunk, and began unleashing a flurry of punches to his head and body. The assault was relentless until an officer rushed in, ordered Farmer to stop, and ultimately used pepper spray to end the beating. Kelly walked away with cuts, bruises, and head injuries, but didn't require hospitalization. Still, the psychological damage was heavy. He was left shaken, paranoid, and deeply afraid of what might come next. Following the incident, Kelly was placed in solitary confinement for his own safety, while Farmer was transferred to another facility. But the drama didn't stop there. Shortly after, Farmer filed a 4-page handwritten motion with the court, making a shocking claim that the government had forced him to attack Kelly. Whether true or not, that allegation cast the entire assault in a new and disturbing light, fueling suspicions that Kelly's battles behind bars might go far deeper than just inmate-on-inmate violence. Farmer's shocking claims were fueled by frustration, made even worse by the strict COVID-19 lockdowns that cut inmates off from legal help and the prison library. He described a heated exchange with a mental health staffer at MCC who allegedly provoked him, saying, "Go do it," referring to an attack on Kelly. Farmer claimed that after this, prison staff followed his movements and allowed the assault to happen before finally stepping in to stop it. The motivation behind Farmer's violence seemed layered. On one hand, he was angry over repeated lockdowns triggered by protests outside the facility in support of Kelly. On the other, his handwritten complaint revealed his disgust toward Kelly's charges, which he referenced directly, suggesting that played into his rage. This lined up perfectly with what's known as the prison code, the unwritten rules inside that determine who's at the bottom of the hierarchy. Offenders with certain charges are often singled out as scapegoats during tense times, becoming targets for inmates who want to release their frustrations while boosting their own reputation. And this isn't just folklore passed around prison cells. Studies have documented it. A 2017 report showed that up to 40% of attacks on certain inmates were motivated by what attackers saw as justice or protecting society. For many behind bars, the reasoning runs deeper than simple outrage. Some inmates are parents themselves or grew up dealing with abuse, and they view crimes against children as unforgivable attacks on the vulnerable. That's why when an inmate strikes someone with those charges, it doesn't just feel like payback. It elevates their status and earns them respect in a world where survival depends on reputation. Reddit threads and stories from former inmates paint the same picture. People with certain charges are considered fair game, and violence against them can actually boost an attacker's reputation. For offenders like R. Kelly, this unwritten prison code creates an environment filled with risk. Those with similar convictions are often isolated, harassed, extorted, or assaulted. Even when prisons place them in protective custody, the stigma follows them. And in general population, the choice is grim to request protective custody or risk violent beatings, stabbings, or even worse, often carried out or greenlit by gangs. Kelly's situation is especially dangerous. Prosecutors didn't hold back, labeling him a prolific offender, with convictions tied to multiple underage victims and even his notorious illegal marriage to the late Aaliyah at just 15. The nature and scope of his crimes mean he sits right at the bottom of the prison hierarchy. But his celebrity status adds a twist most inmates never face. Fame doesn't shield him. It actually makes things worse. His high-profile cases triggered lockdowns, heightened security, and extra rules that other inmates resent. To them, Kelly's presence disrupts their lives, fueling tension and hostility. The combination of his convictions and his fame creates what some call the perfect storm of danger. The 2020 assault wasn't just a random attack. It fit into a broader, well-documented pattern of violence against inmates with similar charges across federal facilities. Prison gangs like the Aryan Brotherhood, Latin Kings, and Bloods enforce the code in different ways, but the outcome is the same, targeting offenders to boost their own rank inside the hierarchy. And the irony runs deep. One of the very gangs enforcing this brutal code later surfaced in the conspiracy allegations tied directly to Kelly himself. While gangs like the Aryan Brotherhood often present themselves as protectors of children to justify their attacks, the reality is far more complicated and filled with hypocrisy. In truth, multiple members of these groups have faced disturbing charges of their own. One AB member was sentenced to 60 years for repeated crimes against a 14-year-old girl. In another case, a former Aryan Nations leader was hit with 50 years for child-related charges. Yet another member was sentenced for soliciting a minor. This pattern makes it clear that the so-called protection of children code is often less about morality and more about convenience. It becomes a powerful excuse for violence, reputation building, and control rather than a genuine stand against wrongdoing. And the hypocrisy doesn't stop there. Even Mickey Glenn Stein, the very AB member who allegedly refused to carry out a hit on Kelly in 2025, had a long record of violence and criminal behavior stretching back decades. His refusal didn't erase his past, but it did shine a light on how messy, contradictory, and dangerous this prison world really is. Kelly's family has stood by him through it all, maintaining his innocence from the very beginning. After one of his sentencings, his uncle Gregory Preston spoke to reporters, showing unwavering support for his nephew despite the mountain of evidence laid out in court. Even his estranged brother Bruce, who had his own conflicts with Kelly, expressed raw emotion when asked about the situation during his own legal battles. This hurt my soul. I don't believe these charges are true. I don't believe these women are being truthful. I don't. The mental toll of prison life for someone like Kelly cannot be underestimated. Each day carries the possibility of violence, and every encounter behind bars has the potential to turn deadly. Living under protective custody only adds another layer of stress. The social isolation creates a psychological pressure cooker that can break even the strongest inmates. As of now, R. Kelly remains locked up at FCI Butner with no major updates since the explosive events of June 2025. The silence surrounding his case speaks volumes. Either the allegations have been buried, just like his legal team predicted, or prosecutors were right that the entire story was built on fabrications. One thing's for sure, this saga leaves more questions than answers. What do you think? Was this a buried conspiracy or just a desperate attempt to twist the system? Let us know in the comments. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more deep dives just like this.
Over here, brother. Yo, you better watch out. Hey, brother. This is my brother, okay?
Officials confirmed one of the 3 people shot was rapper King Von from Chicago, who was here last night with friends, where a total of 6 people were. One of them, a rapper Davon Bennett, who goes by the stage name King Von.
Some shocking new claims from OTF Vonnie's father suggest that King Von was set up by none other than Lil Durk. It sounds wild, but the details he's putting out are making fans pay attention. Academics even pressed Vonnie's father, asking why Durk would ever want Von out the picture. That's when a viral tweet popped up saying, "Tiny's dad leaking," and it instantly stirred up suspicion. People started pointing out a strange pattern. Lil Durk hopping on IG Live right after big tragedies hit the rap world. When King Von lost his life and when FBG Duck passed, Durk went live almost immediately. Fans now believe he could be using IG Live like an instant alibi. So if anybody questioned him later, he could say, "I was live, go check the receipts." That timing has everybody talking. But here's where it gets even messier.
No, he ain't take my advice. He ain't respond no back to me because this is on a tablet. He on a jail tablet when I sent that to him. He ain't respond nothing else to him. I told you he can't take my advice because they playing. They made themselves get caught. This is what come along with it. They wanted to get caught. You understand me?
So, that's what you meant by trenches paint. Okay.
What you mean trenches what?
Was it you that said that? With the whole narrative about Vonnie snitching with the text messages. Like, that's...
Yeah. I don't know who said that, but that was...
Vonnie's father, clearly frustrated, is now airing out explosive allegations that his own son had something to do with Von's tragic end. He's even saying Vonnie is pointing fingers at Lil Durk in an attempt to take the heat off himself. This family drama is spiraling and fans don't know who to believe. OTF! Vonnie's father comes from that street code. If someone points the finger at you, you feel free to point it right back. And this time, he didn't hold back at all. He's firing shots because some never-before-seen police files about King Von's final moments just surfaced this week, and they're shaking everything up. According to these records, even the hospital staff had shocking things to say. A nurse reportedly told police that King Von was revived and actually survived 2 surgeries. But here's the chilling twist. The reports claim he got startled when a nurse entered the room, and that's when things suddenly took a tragic turn. The idea that he made it through 2 operations only for it to end like that is sending fans into disbelief. What makes this even more explosive is that the same police files suggest King Von may have been betrayed by someone close. That lines up with Vonnie's father's wild claims that Lil Durk was tied up in all of this. And it doesn't stop there. The reports also note that Von had paid bodyguards on duty that night, but when chaos broke out, they didn't step in. Instead, they vanished, leaving him completely exposed. That detail alone has fans furious and raising serious questions. These bodyguards weren't just random hires. They were part of the OTF camp, which means they were on Lil Durk's payroll, tasked with keeping members like King Von safe. Police records even pulled in an interview from Quando Rondo, where he gave his version of events, including shocking details about Von's final words and so much more. But before breaking all of that down, we need to look closely at these newly revealed police files, because the details are almost unbelievable. According to the report, on November 5th, 2020, King Von and his crew were gearing up for a night of celebration in Atlanta. The plan was simple. Hit the club for his album release party and enjoy the success he had worked so hard for. But no one knew that this night of victory would turn into tragedy. Von had grown up in a dangerous environment back in O Block, and he was well aware of the risks of moving around publicly. That's why his entourage rolled deep. 25 people strong across 8 SUVs, making their way to the club together. Even Von's manager, 100K Track, confirmed just how seriously Von took his security, stressing how careful he always tried to be. At first, the vibe was nothing but positive. The club was buzzing, the party was alive, and people were celebrating Von's major milestone. But just as the night hit 2 a.m., everything shifted. Von and his entourage started leaving the club, and that's when the night suddenly took a dangerous turn. The original plan was simple. Everyone would leave the club and head back to the Airbnb or their hotels for the night. But King Von didn't move right away. Instead, he stayed parked in his Escalade, eyes locked on his phone, going back and forth with someone for nearly 20 minutes. While the rest of the crew headed toward the Airbnb, Von suddenly changed the whole play. At the very last second, he told his driver to take him to another spot, a club called Monaco Lounge. That one decision would set the stage for everything that followed. And it also raises the big question: who exactly was Von texting so intensely that night? For reasons nobody fully understands, the people in Von's vehicle didn't even tell the rest of the team about the change of plans until they were already at Monaco. By then, everyone else scrambled, jumped back into their SUVs, and rushed over to the new club. When Von's manager arrived at Monaco, he immediately felt something was off. This wasn't the upbeat, smiling Von he was used to seeing. Instead, Von was quiet, distant, sitting in the backseat of his Escalade with his iPhone still in hand. Even as the crew was ready to roll inside, Von just sat there in his truck for a full 30 minutes, locked in, almost like he was waiting for something. Von sat in his car for a good 30 to 35 minutes until his manager, 100K Track, finally climbed into the Escalade to check on him. After some convincing, Von agreed to head inside Monaco Lounge. But that's when things started to take a strange turn. Because of the club's rules, Von's crew had to leave their firearms in their vehicles. To play it safe, they sent security in first to sweep the club, making sure nothing seemed out of place. Everything inside looked fine. No issues, no problems. But the real danger wasn't waiting inside. It was sitting quietly in the parking lot. Out there, Quando Rondo was in his car with a couple of his own guys, reportedly just trying to catch some rest. One of Von's security guards happened to scan the parking lot and spotted him. He immediately rushed back over, knocking on Von's window, and gave him the heads up. "Did you know Quando Rondo is right here?" The moment Von heard that, everything changed. He jumped out of his Escalade, slipped his phone into his pocket, and looked ready to confront the situation head on, setting the stage for a clash nobody expected that night. King Von didn't hesitate for a second. He jumped straight out of his Escalade, clearly ready to confront Quando. His team tried to calm him down, telling him not to make a scene, but Von wasn't hearing it. He stormed around the front of the white vehicle, spotted Quando, and the fight erupted instantly. Von swung first, and a full-on brawl broke out in seconds. But here's where it turned deadly. Out of nowhere, Quando's close friend, Lil Tim, came out from the side of the white car with a firearm. He opened fire on Von, hitting him multiple times across his body. Even Von's manager was struck once in the leg during the chaos. Von's crew wasn't going to let it slide. Some of his closest street friends, who were still armed, immediately fired back at Lil Tim, dropping him just a few feet away from where it all started. What shocked fans the most is what police later confirmed. The only people who actually fired weapons that night were Von's street friends, not the paid security guards whose job was to protect him. Instead, Von's security was caught on camera running for cover, some even ducking behind bushes, while his real friends were out there risking everything to defend him. The chaos was so loud it echoed across the whole area. Gunshots popping off caught the attention of 2 off-duty officers working security nearby. Within moments, an on-duty officer pulled up from the opposite side, calling in backup through their radios as the scene spiraled out of control. Police on the scene counted down from 3, then let off multiple rounds into the air, trying to break up the chaos and stop everyone from firing. But sadly, one of King Von's close friends was struck in the process. Even with all this madness, Von was still out in the middle of the street locked in with Quando. People online believe Quando may have been trying to snatch Von's chain before escaping the scene, while others, like 100K Track, insist that Von was actually holding onto Quando, using him as a shield to protect himself. The police files back that up, writing that Von was using Quando Rondo to shield himself from the flying bullets. Once the gunfire finally stopped and the smoke began to clear, the real fight became saving Von's life. His best friend Moop sprinted into the street, shoved Quando out of the way, scooped Von up, and carried him straight to the getaway car. Meanwhile, Quando and his crew also fled the scene, with Lil Tim being rushed into the white car as they sped off toward the hospital. Despite being hit 4 times, King Von was still conscious during the entire ride. According to those in the car with him, Von was even trying to keep spirits high, reassuring his people that he was going to be okay. That moment has stuck with fans because it shows Von's strength and determination, even while fighting for his life. After rushing King Von into the hospital, doctors worked around the clock and managed to get him through not 1, but 2 surgeries. For a moment, it looked like he might pull through. But tragically, reports say he later passed after becoming startled in his hospital room, a detail that has left fans deeply unsettled. Here's where things get even stranger. Police files revealed an old interview from rap OG Bowie done 2 years ago, where he already knew about Von making it through surgeries and then being startled by a nurse. That detail had never been shared publicly, yet Bowie was speaking on it long before it ever hit the news. In that same interview, Bowie insisted that Von never even had a firearm with him in the hospital, so the idea of him looking for one didn't add up. When news of Von's passing broke, it spread like wildfire across every major headline, but the contradictions in these details are still sparking serious questions today. After the shooting, all eyes were on Quando Rondo and Lil Tim. Both of them ended up doing interviews, putting their side of the story out there. Even Lil Tim, the man accused of pulling the trigger, spoke publicly for the very first time. He was the only one from that white car crew who survived his injuries, but his freedom didn't last long. The very next day, while still in the hospital, Lil Tim was arrested and charged in connection to Von's passing. He went through multiple bond hearings and was denied each time until 2021, when he was finally granted a $100,000 bond. Fans thought the case was moving forward, but then things took an unexpected twist. In 2023, his lawyer revealed that the case against Timothy Leaks, aka Lil Tim, had been dismissed before it was ever officially indicted. That news didn't sit well with Von's people. His best friends in O Block made it clear they weren't going to just let that slide. In the months that followed, word started spreading about retaliation. And then it happened. Reports surfaced that Quando's crew had been hit hard. Tragically, Quando's close friend Lil Pab lost his life in that attack. Cameras even captured the raw moment Quando found out. The footage showed him breaking down, experiencing the same devastating pain that Von's friends had gone through just a year earlier. It was a haunting full-circle moment, and one that kept the cycle of loss and violence spinning in the rap world. Lil Durk himself would later fan the flames with his own music. On his diss track, Aha, he rapped, "They like, Durk, he a singer, he won't do something. You can believe whatever you want, I got your folks hit." Fans instantly believed he was addressing Quando and hinting at retaliation. Not long after, Durk doubled down in another track, Wonderful Wayne and Jackie Boy spitting, "Look on the news and see your son screaming. No dissing Quando, this man up." The lyrics were chilling, and the streets took notice. That before long, Durk himself was arrested as rumors swirled about revenge plots. And with newly released evidence files, we finally see who pointed the finger his way. Shockingly, the name that came up was Lil Ted. In fact, fresh body cam footage shows Lil Ted begging to give up information on Durk and OTF members, flipping the whole case on its head. Durk's lawyers scrambled to file paperwork asking for more time on his bond proposal, which only raised more questions. What exactly did Lil Ted tell the feds, and why was his testimony so critical? For those who don't know, Lil Ted is actually the younger brother of TFDD, one of Durk's closest associates, right alongside OTF Vonnie. These were the guys Durk allegedly leaned on when street work needed to be handled. But everything shifted when Lil Ted got picked up by police at a local convenience store, caught with a firearm tucked in his jeans. That arrest set off a chain reaction, and it may have changed the case against Durk forever. By this point, Lil Ted was driven straight to the station, and before he even made it inside, he broke down in tears. Cameras caught him crying to an officer saying, "I swear, I'll tell y'all about the passings," desperate to avoid jail time, but it was already too late. He was placed into a holding cell, sobbing, ready to give up names just so he could go home. With OTFD being his older brother, and both of them tied to OTF Vonnie, the pressure only grew heavier. Once Vonnie himself started cooperating, Ted figured he might as well do the same. And that's exactly what happened. His decision sparked a domino effect, with OTF Vonnie's father stepping forward too, leading to everyone telling on everyone. Now the streets are left with one burning question. Do you believe Vonnie's father's claims that Lil Durk was behind the hit on King Von? This case is messier than ever, and the truth feels buried under layers of betrayal, broken codes, and family ties. If you're still here, make sure to hit that subscribe button, drop a like, share this video with a friend, and let me know in the comments what you think about this whole situation. Was Lil Durk really involved? Or is this just a storm of finger pointing?
Y'all do, I don't do. I do the other thing. Everything y'all just go across the street that way, I'm going up. Holla at your boy. I do other things, man. I don't do what y'all do. I don't do what you do. I don't watch money. I don't care. I just do what I do.
For Stacks and them, I was about to buy Stacks, the kid Max and Melly, a whole brownstone in New Jersey. None of them wanted to leave the hood. And I was not about to waste my money. And I was what I offered them. I went shopping for the shit and all that type of shit.
Yeah, we remember that, like Bass. We remember that. Shout out to Bass. I remember the conversation.
I mean? And I'm like, yo, you bugging. You want to, like, yo, you could go to the hood every day, but you're going to be living in Jersey. Like, you're going to be living better than, like, you heard, and you don't have to worry about paying for no rent or nothing like that. I'm just...
Jim Jones just went off and totally lost his cool on Tony Yayo during Memphis Bleek's podcast. And trust me, it got wild. Memphis Bleek already doesn't vibe with Tony, so the tension was real from the start. You're probably wondering, why do Memphis Bleek and Jim Jones both have problems with Tony Yayo? Well, stick around because I'm breaking down exactly why Jim Jones snapped, and will even react to the moment it happened. Let's start with Memphis Bleek because his issue is more straightforward. Basically, Bleek rides hard for Jay-Z. That's his brother for life. Meanwhile, Tony Yayo's had long-standing tension with Jay-Z, and that's where things start heating up. Tony's been loud about it for years, calling out Jay-Z for being too competitive and not lifting others up in the industry. During his sit-down with Shannon Sharpe, Tony Yayo said straight up, Jay-Z's a hater. He don't help nobody win. He don't put people on. Then he even brought up Memphis Bleek, saying, look at Memphis Bleek. He's not out here shining like that. Jay-Z don't take care of him the way 50 Cent takes care of me. That line right there stirred up major controversy and had the internet going crazy. The whole idea of two grown men arguing about who got the better mentor or big homie is wild to me. It's honestly a strange flex and kinda embarrassing. I was always taught, man, you can't feed your family off another man's plate because once he stops sharing, what happens then? Your family's stuck hungry. So hearing people say, yo, 50 takes care of me more, or nah, Jay takes care of me more, just sounds crazy. Real men handle their own business, and that's how it should be. Now, if your homie helps you out or gives you an opportunity, that's cool. But bragging about it, that's still weird to me.
A lot of, you know, me from the hood, so people look at Bleek and don't understand the business he's doing. They always look at Jay like, oh,
yeah. That's why, that's why you got like Yayo talking about, Jay don't take care of I don't need Jay to go on tour.
Yo, smoke hard coke, yo.
Yo, chill.
You look like you need to be taken care of. You look like you need to go to the dentist. You need to look like you need to brush your teeth. You look like you need hygiene. You look like you need help. Tell your man 50 send you an ounce or something.
Tony Yayo's main point seemed to be that Jay-Z's too focused on himself and he doesn't look out for others. But honestly, that sounded more like a shot at Jay than anything else. Not some brag about who's more generous. Still, it came off awkward and fans definitely noticed. Later, Memphis Bleek pulled up on Drink Champs and responded. He didn't go too hard, but you could tell he wasn't feeling what Yayo said. What's interesting is, Bleek and Yayo never had serious beef before. They even crossed paths and worked in similar spaces. But this moment right here, it caused some tension between them. And to make things messier, Tony Yayo's known for calling out rappers who don't support their own crew. That same energy is what's fueling his new tension with Jim Jones, especially with that long history between G-Unit and Dipset. It's like the drama just never ends. We all know the G-Unit and Dipset history, but that old beef should have been left in the past. Still, lately, Tony Yayo and Jim Jones have been clashing again. And this time, it's over something way deeper. Tony Yayo went on the Math Hoffa podcast and made a heavy accusation saying Jim Jones didn't look out for Stack bundles and that Stack was left struggling in the same neighborhood where tragedy later struck. That comment set social media on fire because it hit a real emotional spot for fans who love Stack. Now, I've been critical of Jim Jones before, but when it comes to Stack bundles, the situation is complicated. Stack was part of Jim's crew, signed under him, and even went on tour with him. But fans have always debated whether Jim really supported him enough, especially since Stack's life ended far too soon. Here's why I've always given Jim a bit of grace in this situation. Sometimes you can't save people who don't want to be saved. I've had friends tell me they want to start YouTube. I gave them the full plan, offered help, even tried buying them equipment. And they still didn't take it. Some people just move at their own pace, no matter how much you want them to win. But the reason people still point fingers at Jim is because they say he took Stack's whole wave. The style, the swagger, the confidence. Stack Bundles had that star energy, man. If he was still here, he could have been on that AAP Rocky level, walking Paris fashion shows and setting trends worldwide. Fans feel like Jim took that vibe and ran with it, while Stack never got to see his own shine. That's what keeps this conversation so emotional, because for a lot of people, Stack Bundles represented unrealized greatness. But Jim Jones has always stood firm that none of that is true. He said time and time again that he did everything in his power to help Stack Bundles get out of the neighborhood and chase success. According to Jim, he gave Stack all the support he could at money, opportunities, connection, but Stack just didn't want to leave his roots behind. Jim's always insisted he never abandoned Stack and that he truly tried to guide him towards something bigger. Whether people believe that or not, that's the story Jim stands on. Now, in this recent interview, you could see how emotional Jim Jones got when Stack Bundles' name came up. He wasn't calm at all. He was fired up, speaking straight from the heart. At that time, Tony Yayo hadn't even made his new comments yet, but it's clear why Jim would be upset. This topic hits deep for him. I can't confirm what's true or not when it comes to the details like 25 grand or G-Wagon stories. That's between them. But one thing's for sure, when it comes to Stack Bundles, Jim takes it personal. So when Jim Jones and Memphis Bleek sat down and Tony Yayo's name got mentioned, the energy in the room instantly changed. Memphis Bleek kept it cool, but Jim, he didn't hold back at all. He let his emotions fly and spoke his mind without hesitation. That moment right there showed how deep this tension really runs. Jim Jones started letting everything out. You could tell this wasn't just a podcast moment, this was personal. He began talking about how people love to rewrite history and make him the villain when they don't even know the full story. His voice was shaking, his tone was heated, and he made it clear he was tired of being blamed for something he says he didn't cause. He said Stack Bundles was like family to him, that he gave him chances, brought him on the road, introduced him to major players in the industry. Jim said people only look at the tragedy, not the effort he put in behind the scenes. And when Tony Yayo started speaking on it publicly, that was like pouring gas on a fire. Jim felt like Yayo had no right to speak on something he wasn't part of. To him, that crossed the line. So when Memphis Bleek brought up Tony Yayo's name, Jim didn't hold back a single word. He said straight up, that man don't know what he's talking about. It was clear the wounds from Stack Bundles passing still cut deep, and hearing outsiders talk about it just pushed Jim over the edge. You could literally feel the tension in that interview. Memphis Bleek tried to calm things down, but Jim kept raising his voice saying, I love that boy. I did what I could. He looked frustrated, almost like he'd been holding that in for years. Bleek tried to steer the conversation somewhere else, but once Tony Yayo's name got mentioned again, Jim went right back into defense mode. He said something along the lines of, Yayo out here talking for attention, man. He wasn't there, he don't know what we lived through. That moment told you everything. Jim wasn't mad for clout. He was hurt that someone from another crew was speaking on something so close to him. And fans online could tell too. Clips of that conversation spread everywhere, with people arguing whether Jim was justified or just being too emotional. But honestly, when it comes to old pain and real loss, emotions are bound to spill over. Jim's reaction showed how much Stack Bundles still meant to him. This wasn't about ego, it was about legacy. After that clip went viral, Tony Yayo saw it. And of course, he fired back. He jumped on his Instagram story, reposting parts of the interview and throwing shade right back at Jim. Yayo didn't say much, but the repost spoke volumes. He shared a throwback photo of Stack Bundles with a caption that hinted like, real ones know the truth. That move instantly reignited the feud. People started taking sides again. Some said Jim Jones had every right to defend himself, while others said Tony Yayo was just holding people accountable. It became another round in this never-ending back and forth between Dipset and G-Unit. Jim didn't respond online right away, but fans could tell he wasn't done. Behind the scenes, there was definitely pressure building. You could almost feel a new wave of interviews and indirect shots coming soon. Even though Memphis Bleek tried to mediate and keep things peaceful, the internet did what it always does, turned it into a viral war. Everyone was now debating who was real, who was fake, and who really looked out for their people when it mattered. Then came the next twist. Fans started digging up old footage from the early 2000s, comparing Stack Bundles' style to Jim Jones's. The internet detectives claimed Jim took Stack's sound, his fashion, even his slang. Old Dipset clips got recirculated, and suddenly the whole debate had fresh fuel again. People were posting side-by-side videos saying, look, Jim's whole wave came from Stack, and others were defending him, saying, nah, they were both just part of the same movement. It became a full-on internet investigation. Jim finally broke his silence again, saying he helped create that movement and that Stack Bundles would have been proud of what they built together. He said, y'all acting like I didn't bring my brother into the game. You could tell he was exhausted from defending his name. It's crazy how years later, one old interview and one IG story could stir all this up again. But that's hip-hop. Nothing stays buried forever. As the dust settled, both sides started going quiet, but the fans, they kept the conversation alive. People were dropping long comments saying Jim's heart was in the right place, while others claimed Yayo's just saying what everyone else is scared to say. It split the culture right down the middle. Some fans even called for both of them to link up and clear the air publicly. Maybe even do a sit-down like Drink Champs or The Breakfast Club. That would definitely break the internet. But knowing how proud both men are, that's easier said than done. At the end of the day, this whole situation shows how deep loyalty runs in hip-hop. These aren't just rap stories. These are real relationships, real pain, and real emotions. Jim might have been loud, but you could tell he was speaking from a place of love and regret. Yayo might have been direct, but his words came from wanting people to be honest. It's a reminder that in this game, truth always comes with tension. So now we're left with a question. Will Jim Jones and Tony Yayo ever squash it? Or is this another chapter in that never-ending G-Unit versus Dipset rivalry that just won't die out? Both men have solid legacies, and deep down, they both stand for loyalty and hustle. Maybe one day they'll realize they've got more in common than they think. Until then, the fans will keep replaying those interviews, dissecting every word, and choosing sides. Jim's emotions show that the past still haunts him, especially when it comes to Stack Bundles. Yayo's comments showed he's never afraid to speak his truth, even if it stirs up controversy. After all that heat, fans started pulling up old interviews from Stack Bundles himself, ones where he praised Jim Jones and spoke about how much he appreciated the opportunities he got. That added even more confusion. People were saying, see, Stack never blamed Jim, while others argued. Those clips were from before things went sour. It was like everyone was trying to rewrite the timeline. Meanwhile, some of Jim's closest friends started defending him online too, saying he always looked out for his team and that outsiders needed to stop stirring up old pain for clout. Even industry insiders were commenting, saying this whole situation shows how quick the internet is to twist narratives without facts. Still, that didn't stop Tony Yayo from trending again. Everything he says carries weight, especially when it comes to street loyalty. Fans started comparing his loyalty to 50 Cent's with Jim and Stack's relationship, saying both situations show how tricky brotherhood gets once fame and money are involved. And then came the rumors. Blogs started claiming Jim Jones was planning to drop a diss track aimed at Tony Yayo, though that was never confirmed. Still, the whispers were enough to get the whole rap scene buzzing. People were tagging both artists, trying to provoke a response. A few days later, Yayo went live and said, I ain't dissing nobody, I'm just speaking facts. But fans weren't buying it. They said his tone sounded way too personal. The live got reposted everywhere, and suddenly both names were trending again. Some fans felt like the back and forth was good for hip-hop, said it kept the culture raw. Others felt it was sad to see two respected veterans arguing over something that happened so long ago. But regardless of opinions, everyone was tuned in. At that point, it wasn't just about Stack Bundles anymore. It was about pride, legacy, and respect in the game. Even though Jim tried to move past it, interviewers wouldn't let it go. Every new appearance he did, someone found a way to bring up Tony Yayo or Stack Bundles. You could tell Jim was getting frustrated. His face would tighten up the second the topic came up. In one interview, he said, people love bringing up the past because they got nothing new to talk about. That line hit hard. He was clearly over the constant comparisons and accusations. Meanwhile, Tony Yayo's fans were saying he's just keeping it real and claiming he was speaking for the ones who never got their credit. It was like both fan bases were living in two completely different realities. At that point, the situation stopped being about facts. It became about feelings. Everyone had their own version of the truth and no one wanted to back down. Jim was defending his name, Yayo was standing on his words, and the audience was eating it all up. As things kept boiling, a few OGs in the industry started stepping in, trying to cool it down. People like Fat Joe, NORE, and even a few behind-the-scenes producers spoke out, saying this beef was unnecessary and that both sides needed peace. One producer who used to work with Stack said, both them brothers did what they could. Let the man rest. That statement made rounds everywhere and hit a lot of fans emotionally. It reminded everyone that at the heart of all this, there was still loss and grief involved, not just gossip. But the thing about hip-hop is, once emotions hit the public, it's hard to pull them back. Clips kept circulating and fans kept dissecting every reaction, every post, every lyric. It's almost like the internet didn't want peace. They wanted more drama. Even when Jim and Yayo tried staying quiet, people kept tagging them, keeping the story alive like it was fresh again. Eventually, the tension reached that point where both camps started avoiding each other completely. If one artist got invited to a podcast, the other made sure not to show up there anytime soon. It wasn't an open war, but it was definitely cold. Some people close to Jim said he felt disappointed. Not angry, just tired of always being the topic of blame. They said he felt like no matter how much good he did, people would only focus on controversy. And honestly, that's how a lot of legends feel after years in this game. Tony Yayo, on the other hand, stayed calm in interviews. He didn't keep throwing shots, but he didn't apologize either. He stood firm on his words, saying he spoke his truth and that was that. Even though both of them moved on with their projects, that energy still lingers. Every time one of them posts something related to loyalty or success, people flood the comments like, "Is that about the other guy?" It's wild how one small comment can reopen an entire decade-old debate. What started as a random topic on a podcast turned into one of the most talked about feuds of the year. And the craziest part, neither of them even dropped music about it. It was all interviews, lives, and social media. Hip-hop fans love a story with history, and this one had everything. Old alliances, fallen legends, loyalty, and pride. It showed how even when artists grow older and more mature, those past wounds never fully heal. The truth is, both Jim Jones and Tony Yayo have solid resumes, and both have looked out for people in their own ways. But once narratives take off online, it's almost impossible to stop them. Everyone's got an opinion, and everyone thinks they know the real story. At this point, neither side's backing down, and the fans, they're still debating it daily. The legacy of stack bundles continues to echo through this whole situation, proving that real influence never fades, even after the cameras stop rolling. There really wasn't much left to react to after that. Jim said his piece loud and clear. He basically said, "None of these guys are struggling, bro. None of them are broke." And honestly, he's right. All of them are doing well financially. But the wild part is, they weren't arguing about money. They were arguing about who's being looked after better, which is such a weird flex for grown men in this game. Jim Jones went off, talking about how successful he is and how Tony Yayo can't compare. But that wasn't even the main point Yayo made. Tony never said Jim was broke. In fact, he said the opposite. He admitted, Jim's good, Jim's rich. But what Yayo criticized was that Jim's circle doesn't always seem to be winning the same way he is. He said, "Your homies don't look like they up. They don't look like they eating the way you are." That's the real debate here. Not who's richer, but who's truly putting their people in position. And if Jim had focused on answering that instead of flexing his wealth, it might have hit differently. But of course, Tony Yayo couldn't resist responding again. He jumped on his Instagram story with a slick repost, this time showing Jim's longtime rival Max B. That move definitely had people talking. So now I gotta ask, whose side are you on in all this? Jim Jones, standing on his loyalty and success? Or Tony Yayo, calling it how he sees it? Drop your thoughts below, hit that like, share, and subscribe to Holly Rumor for more of these crazy hip-hop stories. And don't forget to leave a comment on whose side you're taking in this wild debate.
So I had to interview Bimmy, and you know, Prince is my guy, but I had to go pull the paperwork.
And so what's the verdict?
Well, Bimmy's name is not in the paperwork. Supreme seems to think that he's the only one it could have been. So Bimmy's saying, you know, that he got arrested with Supreme. So I don't know. You know, my whole thing is a paperwork game. I ain't got it on you. I ain't gonna really say too much about it.
My personal opinion, and I feel like I kind of speak.
After this week's episode of the Adam and Wack Show, things between Brick Baby and Wack 100 reached a level that's way past repair. There's no coming back from this. Too many shots were fired, and the tension is officially out of control. So I was watching the show, right? And I noticed something strange. Adam kept checking his phone over and over. He wasn't really paying attention, didn't seem locked into the conversation at all. I'm sitting there thinking, yo, Adam looks completely zoned out. But what we didn't know was that he was setting up a whole scene behind the curtain that Wack had no clue about. Adam wasn't distracted. He was plotting. He was just waiting for that perfect moment, the one that would make the show go viral. You could almost see it in his eyes, like he knew something big was about to drop. And sure enough, within seconds, it happened. Brick Baby called in live during the show. Now here's where it gets interesting. Brick Baby's first words were, "Yeah, I heard y'all filming the Adam and Wax show right now." That right there proves it. This wasn't random. This call was set up ahead of time. Because let's be real, they don't record that show at the same time every week. So for Brick Baby to call in exactly when they were live, somebody told him when to dial in, and that somebody was clearly Adam. From that moment, chaos took over the room. Brick Baby and Wax started going back and forth, tossing serious accusations toward each other. P even jumped in trying to calm things down, but it only made the tension worse. And just when it couldn't get any wilder, Wax switched gears and brought up Brick Baby's wife, and that's when things got really heated. Here's one thing everybody should know about Wack 100. If you ever call him a snitch or try to put his name in that kind of conversation, he's ready to go to war over it. Like, no joke, Wack doesn't play about his reputation. I've seen it happen in real time with a dude named 607 Unk. Unk was online clowning, making jokes about Wack supposedly telling on somebody. But here's the twist. Unk later admitted he made the whole thing up. He said it was just trolling, just internet talk, but Wack didn't find that funny at all. Once Wack heard about it, he wasn't laughing. He hit the gas and drove straight to the No Jumper studio to confront him. Unk apparently found out Wack was on the way and dipped out the back door with his crew before things could get messy. I was there that day. Wack came storming in asking, "Where he at?" You could tell this man was heated. That's just how he moves when someone questions his name. He's not letting it slide, ever. So fast forward to when Brick Baby first got arrested. Guess who knew before the media, before No Jumper, before anybody? Wack 100. He was on Clubhouse giving the update before it even hit the blogs. When Brick Baby got out, he started saying things like, "Wack knew I was arrested before anybody. He must have connections." That right there rubbed Wack the wrong way. To him, that sounded like another slick way of calling him the police, and that's a serious thing to say in his world. So Wack decided to clear the air and explain how he found out so fast. According to Wack, it wasn't anything shady. He claimed Brick Baby's wife was close with one of his associates, and that's how the info came his way. But once that detail hit the internet, things exploded all over again. Now I know what everyone's thinking. Flacco, do you think what Wack said is true or not? Honestly, only a few people would ever really know that answer. Wack 100 himself, Brick Baby, and Brick Baby's wife. Outside of that circle, everything else is just speculation. From my own experience, I've spoken with Brick Baby's wife before, and she seems super calm, chill, and respectful. Definitely not the type of person who'd be caught up in something wild. But at the end of the day, I wasn't there, so I can't say what did or didn't happen. I'd rather stay neutral than assume something that serious. What I can say though is that when Wack 100 started bringing up legal situations and past incidents, that's when things really got messy. Because at that point, it stopped being just internet talk. Wack was touching on topics that Brick Baby legally can't even respond to, and that's where it turns dangerous for Brick Baby's image. Here's the backstory.
Sue Surf today.
Preemptive snitch stuff.
I defended Sue Surf today. I'm like, bro, that paperwork you just put up only says he's admitting to what he did, what his involvement was.
Hello?
What up?
Hello?
Yo, man. I heard you were doing a show today. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm sitting right here with your man Wack.
This is the dumbest dude.
When Brick Baby was trying to post bond, he offered his house and other assets worth over $1 million. But prosecutors argued that wasn't enough, claiming he was a flight risk and a danger to society. To back up that argument, they mentioned a past situation involving a shooting, something that supposedly happened after a robbery attempt. The story goes that a group allegedly tried to rob Brick Baby, and he fired back in response. The issue is how that story was told. Authorities claimed he fired in a public area during the incident, which made things look way worse on paper. Nobody's even sure if he was ever officially charged for that moment. And here's where Wack 100 plays it smart. He knows that since Brick Baby is dealing with federal restrictions, he can't publicly speak on anything tied to that case. So Wack uses that silence as leverage. He throws out questions Brick can't answer without risking legal trouble. It's a calculated move that keeps Brick backed into a corner while Wack controls the narrative. Think about it. Would Brick Baby really hop online and start explaining his defense to potential legal charges on a public platform? That's not a smart move, especially when federal matters are involved. He knows better than to say too much, and Wack 100 knows that too, which is exactly why he uses it to his advantage. In this part of the video, Wack starts playing serious chess with Brick Baby's situation. He sets up a trap where no matter what Brick says or does, he ends up looking bad either way. Wack mentions that Brick has an upcoming hearing and then starts painting a picture that keeps the audience guessing. He says something along the lines of, if Brick Baby only gets a few years or anything less than 15 or 20, that means something's up. Basically, he's implying that if Brick gets a light sentence, it must be because he cooperated. That's a heavy claim, and it puts Brick in a lose-lose spot. If Brick gets a short sentence, people talk. If he gets a long one, they still talk. Either way, Wack keeps control of the narrative, and that's what makes his move so strategic and dangerous in this whole situation. Now, the internet's looking at Brick Baby sideways like, wait a minute. Wack said if you come home in 3 years, that means you told on somebody? That kind of talk puts Brick in a crazy position. Imagine being in a spot where you're literally hoping your sentence isn't too light, just so people don't start spreading rumors about you. That's wild. So now, Brick's probably thinking, man, I just hope they don't make it look suspicious. Maybe 5 years, maybe probation. Just make it make sense. It's a messed up situation either way, because if he gets a short sentence, people start talking. If he gets a long one, it's still bad news. It's like you can't even celebrate your brother coming home early because that just creates more drama and questions. But for real, everyone's hoping Brick gets the best outcome possible. Peace, freedom, and a fresh start. Still, this whole situation shows how toxic these internet rumors can get when people twist real legal struggles into gossip. And right when you think it can't get any wilder, it does. After Brick Baby hangs up, his girl decides to call back into the show to clear her name and defend her respect. And that's when things go completely off the rails. Wack 100 takes it to another level, saying things that shocked everyone listening. When Brick Baby's girl called back into the show, you could feel the energy in the room change instantly. She wasn't coming in to argue. She came in calm, ready to speak her truth and defend her name. But the moment Wack 100 heard her voice, the tension skyrocketed. He didn't back down one bit. Instead, he started throwing out sharp comments, questioning her loyalty, her story, everything. She kept her composure at first, trying to explain that she had nothing to do with the claims being made about her. She said she was just tired of seeing her name dragged into something that had nothing to do with her business. But Wack wasn't letting it slide. He started pressing her with pointed questions, almost like an interrogation. You could tell she felt cornered, trying to keep things respectful, but the disrespect started spilling over fast. Adam sat there frozen. You could see he didn't know whether to step in or just let the chaos unfold on air. And Brick Baby, he wasn't even on the line anymore, which made everything worse because now Wack had the floor to say whatever he wanted without pushback. At this point, it didn't even feel like a podcast anymore. It felt like a full-blown confrontation. Wack started doubling down, saying that he stands on what he said, and if anyone had an issue, they could pull up the facts. He made it sound like he knew more than he was revealing, dropping hints that made the chat go crazy. Meanwhile, Brick Baby's girl tried her best to remain calm, but her tone changed. She was clearly hurt by the way Wack kept twisting her words. She said, "You're playing with people's families now." And that line hit hard. Wack smirked, acting unfazed, saying, "Ain't nobody playing, we just talking facts." The comment section went wild. Fans started picking sides instantly. Some were saying Wack was out of line, others said he was just keeping it real. But one thing was clear. This episode had gone from a simple discussion to a full-blown personal feud that was now dragging families into the mix. Behind the scenes, people from both camps started reaching out to Adam, telling him he needed to step in before it got worse. Adam, realizing how viral this was about to go, decided to let the footage roll. He knew what he had, a moment that would break the internet. Later that night, clips started circulating everywhere. Different platforms were posting pieces of the argument, and fans were dissecting every second. People started saying things like Wack went too far, and others claiming Brick Baby's girl held her ground. It became the topic online. The podcast world couldn't stop talking about it. Meanwhile, Wack jumped on Clubhouse later that night, ready to double down again. He said he wasn't apologizing for anything he said, claiming he was only responding to disrespect that started long before this episode was even filmed. That's when things really started spiraling into a full-blown digital war between both sides' supporters. Now, Wack was posting on social media, throwing subtle shots, sharing cryptic posts that everyone knew were aimed at Brick Baby and his circle. Brick, still under tight legal restrictions, couldn't respond freely, but his people did. His team went live saying Wack was fabricating things for clout and trying to ruin a man's image while he's already fighting a case. This turned into a whole back-and-forth war between Clubhouse and Instagram Lives, both sides talking heavy. You could feel that this wasn't just content anymore. It was real animosity building between between two men who had already crossed every possible line. Adam, meanwhile, was playing both sides quietly. On one hand, he was pretending to stay neutral, but off camera, he was pushing clips out to keep the hype alive. His show's numbers skyrocketed overnight, millions of views pouring in while everyone else was arguing. Within a few days, the drama had taken over the entire hip-hop media scene. Every blogger, every YouTube commentator, every gossip page was talking about the Adam and Wack Show meltdown. Brick Baby's name was trending, Wack 100 was trending, even Adam got dragged into it for letting it go so far. Sources close to Brick Baby claimed he felt blindsided by how personal things got, saying the whole call setup wasn't what he expected. On the other hand, Wack was standing firm, saying everything he said was truth, not disrespect. But the damage was already done. Families were mentioned, private business was aired out, and a simple argument turned into an all-out public feud. The craziest part, insiders started hinting that this might not even be the end, that both sides were preparing to drop more receipts to prove who's really lying. And knowing these two, you can bet this story is only getting hotter from here. Just when people thought the tension might finally cool off, another clip dropped, this time from Wack's Clubhouse session. In it, Wack went even further, claiming he had proof to back everything he said. That instantly reignited the whole drama. Screenshots started flying across social media, people trying to figure out if Wack really had receipts or if it was just talk to keep the buzz alive. Brick Baby's camp fired back quick, calling it all smoke and mirrors. One of his close friends went live saying, Wack just wants attention. Every time Brick's name gets hot, here comes Wack trying to attach himself to it. But the more they responded, the bigger the situation got. Podcasts, gossip channels, and TikTok clips were spreading every second of it like wildfire. Adam, sitting quietly in the background, looked like the only real winner. His show was trending for a third week straight, but even he knew the fire was getting too big to control. He tried playing peacemaker behind the scenes, telling both camps to chill out before things got legal again, but neither side was trying to back down. Then out of nowhere, Wack 100 hinted that he might drop audio from private conversations between him and Brick Baby. That shook the internet completely. If true, that would be explosive. But it also raised questions about whether he was crossing serious lines. Fans started debating if Wack was doing too much for views or if he was really trying to expose the truth. Meanwhile, Brick Baby's supporters were rallying behind him, saying Wack was just pushing false narratives to stay relevant. They claimed Brick had real business moves lined up and didn't want to keep engaging in social media beef, but Wack kept the pressure going, dropping little teases online like, "Don't make me post it." By this point, even other rappers and podcasters started chiming in, picking sides, making reaction videos, and stirring the pot even more. What started as a heated call-in on the Adam and Wack Show had now turned into one of the biggest public feuds in the entire hip-hop media world. And everyone was watching, waiting to see who would fold first. If I were Brick Baby, honestly, I wouldn't have called in. And here's why. Wack 100 has been running Clubhouse for nearly 5 years now, and he's mastered a tactic known as the Big Mic strategy. Basically, whoever controls the loudest mic controls the conversation. It's a psychological game. When you've got the big mic, you can cut people off, talk over them, and dominate the room just with your volume. Wack knows this better than anyone. So when Brick Baby called in through a phone speaker, he was already at a disadvantage. Wack had the professional mic, the studio setup, and the power to drown out anything Brick tried to say. It wasn't an even playing field, not at all. Adam tried his best to mediate, but once the shouting started, there was no stopping it. It was pure chaos, and if I'm being real, I wouldn't want my woman involved in that mess either, because once your partner has to get online to defend themselves, it automatically makes the rumor seem real, even if it's not. That's how fast public perception can twist the truth. If I were Brick, I would have said, nah, don't even respond. Let them talk. Silence sometimes speaks louder than anything. But instead, Brick said, yeah, I've been knew about that. And the internet went crazy. From that moment, the story exploded all over again. And that's exactly what Wack wanted. So if you made it this far, make sure you hit that subscribe button, drop a comment, like the video, and share it with someone who follows the hip hop world. Because this story's still unfolding and we're keeping it all the way real right here.
NBA Youngboy. Youngboy my favorite rapper. Let me know who beating me, bruh. Respectfully, the only that's really respectfully, the only that's really ahead in that space is Youngboy.
NLE Choppa keeps finding new ways to stir things up, but this time it might be his boldest move yet. Many fans are calling it one of the most unexpected and confusing moments they've seen online from a major artist. A few days ago, NLE Choppa released a brand new music video. a direct response aimed at NBA Youngboy. According to Choppa, the message behind it is deeper than just competition. He says he's on a holistic path now, stepping into a new version of himself, NLE Chakra. He claims he dropped the track because he feels NBA Youngboy is sending the wrong message to the youth and he wants to bring consciousness back into rap. But the reactions have been wild. People aren't just treating it like a regular diss, they're taking it personally. And it's not only hardcore NBA Youngboy supporters getting emotional, regular fans are jumping in too. When breaking it down, it's clear why so many feel this way. Right now, NBA Youngboy is on top of the world. He's out on his Massa tour, pulling in major numbers, one of the top 5 highest grossing tours in hip hop. He recently received a